A day of sunshine by Henry Longfellow. O gift of God, O perfect day, whereon shall no man work but play, whereon it is enough for me not to be doing but to be. Through every fibre of my brain, through every nerve, through every vein, I feel the electric thrill, the touch of life that seems almost too much. I hear the wind among the trees playing celestial symphonies. I see the branches downward bend like keys of some great instrument. And over me unrolls on high the splendid scenery of the sky, where o'er a sapphire sea the sun sails like a golden gallon towards yonder cloudland in the west, towards yonder island of the blest, whose steep sierra far uplifts and craggy summits white with drifts. Blow winds, and waft through all the rooms the snowflakes of the cherry blooms. Blow winds, and bend within my reach the fiery blossoms of the peach. Or life and love, or happy throng of thoughts, whose only speech is song. A heart of man canst thou not be, live as the air is, and as free. A Dutch Picture by Henry Longfellow. Simon Dance has come home again from cruising about with his buccaneers. He has singed the beard of the King of Spain, and carried away the Dean of Jane, and sold him in Algiers. In his house by the Mass, with its roof of tiles, flying aloft in air, there are silver tankards of antique styles, plunder of convent and castle, and piles of carpets rich and rare. In his tulip garden, there by the Tone, overlooking the sluggish stream, with his Moorish cap and dressing gown, the old sea captain, hale and brown, walks in a walking dream. A smile in his grey moustache lurks whenever he thinks of the King of Spain, and the listed tulips that look like Turks, and the silent gardener as he works is changed to the Dean of Jane. The windmills on the uttermost verge of the landscape in the haze to him are towers on the Spanish coast, with whiskered sentinels at the post, for this is the river Maze. But when the winter rains begin, he sits and smokes by the blasting brands, and old seafaring men come in, gold-braided grey and with double chin, and rings upon their hands. They sit there in the shadow and shine of the flickering fire of a winter night, figures in colour and design like those by Rembrandt of the Rhine, half darkness and half light. And we talk of winters lost or won, and their talk is ever and ever the same, while drink the red wine of Tarragon from the cellars of some Spanish don or convent set on flame. Restless at times with heavy strides, he paces his parlour to and fro. He is like a ship that at anchor rides, and swings with rising and falling tides, and tugs at her anchor toe. Voices mysterious far and near, sound of the wind and sound of the sea, are calling and whispering in his ear, "Simon Dance, why stayest thou here? Come forth and follow me." So he thinks he shall take to the sea again, for one more cruise with his buccaneers, to sing the beard of the King of Spain, and capture another Dean of Jane, and sell him in Algiers. A Nameless Grave by Henry Longfellow. A soldier of the Union mustered out, and the inscription on an unknown grave, a Newport News beside the swords he wave, nameless and dateless, sentinel scout shot down in skirmish or disastrous road of battle, and the loud artillery drave its iron wedges through ranks of brave and doomed battalions storming the redoubt. O unknown hero, sleeping by the sea in thy forgotten grave, with secret shame I feel my pulses beat, my forehead burn, when I remember thou hast given for me all that thou hadst, thy life, thy very name, and I can give thee nothing in return. A Psalm of Life by Henry Longfellow. Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream. The soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of a soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or way, but to act, that each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long and time is fleeting, our hearts, though stout and brave, still like muffled drums are beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle and the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust in a future, however pleasant, let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and, departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing our lives solemn main, or forlorn shipwrecked brother, seeing, shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labour and to wait. A Quiet Life by Henry Longfellow. Let him who will by force of fraud and aid of courtly grandeurs gain the slippery height. I leaving not the home of my delight, of my world and noise will meditate, when the pomps and perils of the great shall behold the day succeed the night. Behold, alternate seasons take their flight, and serene repose old age await. And so, whenever death shall come to close the happy moments that my days compose, I, full of years, shall die, obscure, alone. Wretched is the man with honours crowned, who having not the one thing needful found, dies knowing to all but to himself unknown. A Shadow, by Henry Longfellow. I said unto myself, if I were dead, what would befall these children? What would be their fate, who now are looking up to me for help and furtherance? Their lives, I said, will be a volume wherein I have read but the first chapters, and no longer see to read the rest of a dear history, so full of beauty and so full of dread. Be comforted, the world is very old, and generations pass as they have passed, a troop of shadows moving with the sun, thousands of times has the old tale been told. The world belongs to those who came the last. We will find hope and strength as we have done. A Song of Savoy, by Henry Longfellow. As the dim twilight shrouds the mountain's purple crest, and summer's wide enfolded clouds are glowing in the west, loud shouts come up the rocky dell, and voices hail the evening bell. Faint is the gathered song, and sighing comes the breeze. The silent river sweeps along amid its bending trees. The full moon shines faintly there, and music fills the evening air. Beneath the waving fires the tinkling cymbals sound, as the wind the foliage stirs to see the dancers bound, the green branches arched above bend over this fair scene of love. And he is there that sought my young heart long ago, but he has left me, for I thought ere I could leave me so. And lovers' vows, how frail are they, and his were made but yesterday. Why comes he not? I call in tears upon him yet, the better ne'er to love at all than love, and then forget. Why comes he not, alas? I should reclaim him still, if weeping could. But see, he leaves the glade and beckons me away. He comes to seek his mountain maid. I cannot chide his stay. Glad sounds along the valley swell, and voices hail the evening bell. A Summer Day by the Sea, by Henry Longfellow. The sun is set, and in his latest beams yon little cloud of ashen grey and gold slowly upon the amber air unrolled, a falling mantle of a prophet seems. On the dim headlands many a lighthouse gleams, the street lamps of the ocean, and behold, overhead the banners of a night unfold. The day hath passed into the land of dreams. Our summer day beside the joyous sea, our summer day so wonderful and wide, so full of gladness and so full of pain. Forever and forever shalt thou be, to some the gravestone of a dead delight, to some the landmark of a new domain. A Wraith in the Mist, by Henry Longfellow. On the green little isle of Inchkenneth, who is it that walks by the shore, so gay with his Highland blue bonnet, so brave with his targe and claymore? His form is the form of a giant, but his face wears an aspect of pain. Can this be the land of Inchkenneth? Can this be Sir Alan MacLean? No, it's only the Rimler, the Ida who lives in Bolt Court, and who says, when he laird of Inchkenneth, he would have worn himself round with a ford. Et la Chadeau, by Henry Longfellow. At last Chadeau, 'tis long since when I was young, my years twice 10, all things smiled on the happy boy, dreams of love and songs of joy, azure of heaven and wave below, at la Chadeau. At la Chadeau I came back out, my head is grey, my blood is cold, seeking along the meadow ooze, seeking beside the river's haymows, the days of my springtime of long ago, at la Chadeau. La Chadeau, no heart nor brain ever grows old with grief and pain. A sweet remembrance keeps of age, a tender friendship doth still assuage the burden of soul one may know at La Chadeau. At La Chadeau had fate decreed to limit the wandering life elite, peradventure I still, forsooth, should have preserved my fresh green youth, and the shadows of the hilltops flow at La Chadeau. At La Chadeau life on, my friends, happy to be where God intends, and sometimes by the evening fire think of him whose sole desire is again to sit in the old Chateau at La Chadeau. Aftermath, by Henry Longfellow. When the summer fields are mown, when the birds are fledged and flown, and the dry leaves strew the path, with the falling of the snow, with the cawing of a crow, once again the fields we mow and gather in the aftermath. Not with sweet new grist with flowers in this harvesting of ours, not the upland clover bloom, but the rowan mirth with weeds, tangled tufts of marsh and meads, with the poppy drops its seed in silence and the gloom. Afternoon in February, by Henry Longfellow. The day's ending and the night is descending, the marsh is frozen, the river dead. Through clouds like ashes the red sun flashes on the village windows that glimmer red. The snow recommences, the buried fences mark no longer the road over the plain, while through the meadows like fearful shadows slowly passes the funeral train. The bell is pealing, and every feeling within my response to this dismal note. Shadows are trailing, my heart is bewailing, and toiling within like a funeral bell. Agassiz by Henry Longfellow. I stand again on the familiar shore, hear the waves of the distracted sea, piteously calling and lamenting thee, awaiting restless at thy cottage door. Rocks with seaweed on the ocean floor, the willows in the meadow, and the free wild winds of the Atlantic welcome me. Why shouldst thou be dead and come no more? Why shouldst thou be dead when common men are busy with their trivial affairs, having and holding? Why, when thou hadst read nature's mysterious manuscript, and when thou wast ready to reveal the truth it bears, art thou silent, or shouldst thou be dead? An April Day by Henry Longfellow. When a warm sun that brings seed-time and harvest has returned again, 'tis sweet to visit the still wood where springs the first flower of the plain. I love the season well, when forest glades are teeming with bright forms, nor dark and many-folded clouds foretell the coming on of storms. From the earth's loosened mould the sapling draws its sustenance and thrives, for stricken to the heart of winter's cold, the dropping tree revives. The softly warbled song comes from the pleasant woods, and coloured wings runs quick in the bright sun that moves along the forest openings. When the bright sunset fills the silver woods with light, the green slope throws its shadows in the hollows of the hills, and white the upland glows. And when the eve is born in the blue lake, the sky, reaching far, as hollowed out in the moon dips her horn and twinkles many a star. Inverted in the tide stand the grey rocks, and trembling shadows throw on the fair trees that look over, side by side, and see themselves below. Sweet April, many a thought is wedded unto thee, as hearts are wed, nor shall thy fail, till to its autumn brought life's golden fruit is shed. Annie of Tharaw by Henry Longfellow. Annie of Tharaw, my true love of old, she's my life and my goods and my gold. Annie of Tharaw, her heart once again to me has surrendered and joined in pain. Annie of Tharaw, my riches, my good, thou, O my soul, my flesh and my blood. When come the wild weather, come sleet or come snow, we will stand by each other however it blow. Oppression and sickness and sorrow and pain should be to our true love as links to the chain. As a palm tree strand so straight and so tall, the more the hail beats and the more the rains fall. So love in our heart should grow mighty and strong, through crosses, through sorrows, through manifold wrong. Shouldst thou be torn from me to wander alone in a desolate land where the sun is scarce known, the forests I'll follow, and where the sea flows through ice, and through iron, through armies of foes. Annie of Tharaw, my light and my sun, and threads of our two lives are woven in one. I have bidden thee, thou hast obeyed, or I have forbidden, thou hast not gainsaid. How the turmoil of life can love stand, where there is not one heart, and one mouth, and one hand? Some seek the dissension, and trouble and strife, like a dog and a cat, live such man and wife. Annie of Tharaw, such is not our love, thou art my lambkin, my chick, my dove. And my desire is, and thine may be seen, I am king of a household, and thou art its queen. It is this, O my Annie, my heart's sweetest rest, that makes of us twain but one soul and one breast. Which turns to a heaven of heart where we dwell, while rankling soon changes a home to hell. April by Henry Longfellow. I open wide the portals of the spring to welcome the procession of the flowers, the gay banners and the birds that sing the song of songs from the aerial towers. I soften with my sunshine and my showers the heart of earth, the thoughts of love I glide into the hearts of men, and with the hours upon the bull with revering horns I ride. Auf Wiedersehen, Henry Longfellow. Till we meet again, that is the meaning of the familiar words men repeat at parting in the street. Yes, till then, but when death intervening rends us asunder, and for ceaseless pain we wait for thee again. The friends who leave us do not feel the sorrow of parting as we feel it who must stay, lamenting day by day, and knowing when they wake upon the morrow, should not find in its accustomed place one beloved face. It were double grief if the departed, being released from earth, should still retain a sense of earthly pain. It were double grief if the true-hearted who loved us here from the far shore remember us no more. Believing in the midst of our afflictions that death is the beginning, not an end, we cry to them and send farewells that there might be called predictions, being foreshadowings of a future thrown into the vast unknown. Faith overleaps the confines of our reason, and if by faith, as in old times was said, one received their dead raised up to life, then only for a season our partings are, nor shall we wait in vain until we meet again. August by Henry Longfellow. The Emperor Octavian called thee August. I being his favourite bestowed his name upon me, and I hold it still in trust in memory of him and of his fame. And the virgin my festal flame burns less intensely than the lion's rage. Sheaves the moony garlands, and I claim the golden harvests as my heritage. Autumn by Henry Longfellow. Thou comest, autumn, heralded by the rain, with banners by great gales incessant fent, brighter than brightest silks of sacrament, and stately oxen harnessed to the wain. Thou standest like imperial Charlemagne upon thy bridge of gold, royal hand outstretched with benedictions o'er the land, blessing the farms through all the vast domain. Thy shield is a red harvest moon, suspended so long beneath the heavens o'erhanging eaves. Thy steps by the farmer's prayers attended, like flames upon an altar shrine with sheaves. And following we in thy ovation splendid, thine alamour, the wind, scatters the golden leaves. Autumn within, by Henry Longfellow. It is autumn, not without, but within me is the cold. Youth and spring are all about, it is I that have grown old. Birds are darting through the air, singing, building without rest. Life is stirring everywhere, safe within my lonely breast. Where's silence, the dead leaves fall and rustle and are still. Beats now fail upon the sheaves, comes no murmur from the mill. Autumnal Nightfall, by Henry Longfellow. Round autumn's mouldering urn loud mourns the chill and cheerless gale, the nightfall shades a quiet veil and stars and beauty burn. 'Tis the year's eventide. The wind, like one that sighs in pain, or joys ne'er bloom again, mourns the far hillside. And yet my pensive eye rests on the famed blue mountain long, and for the fairyland of song that lies beyond I sigh. The moon unveils her brow, and the mid-sky urn-glows bright, and as sad and mellowing light the valley sleeps below. Upon the hazel grave a lyre of autumn hangs unstrung, and o'er its tremulous chords are flung the fringes of decay. I stand deep musing here, beneath a dark and motionless beech, whilst wandering winds of nightfall reach my melancholy ear. The air breathes chill and free, a spirit in soft music calls from autumn's grey and moss-grown halls, and round the withered tree. The awe-enmantled oak, with moss and twisted ivy brown, bends in its lifeless beauty down where reeds the fountain choke. The fountain's hollow voice echoes the sound of precious things, of early feelings tuned for springs choked with our belighted joys. Leaves that the night then bears to earth's cold bosom with a sigh are types of our mortality and of our fading years. The tree that shades the plain, wasting an hour as time decays, spring shall renew with cheerful days, but not my joys again. Bayard Taylor, by Henry Longfellow. There he lay among his books, the piece of gold was in his looks, statues in the gloom watch of Maximilian's tomb. So those volumes from their shelves watched him silent as themselves. His hand will nevermore turn their storied pages o'er, nevermore his lips repeat songs of fairs, however sweet. Left this lifeless body rest, he's gone who was its guest. Gone as travellers haste to leave an inn, not tarry unto leave. Traveller, in what realms afar, in what planet, and what star, in what vast aerial space shines the light upon thy face? In what gardens of delight rest the very feet tonight? Poet of woe, whose latest verse was a garden on thy hearse, who hast sung with origin tone and dear Cologne's life thine own. On the ruins of a past blooms a perfect flower at last. Friend, but yesterday the bells rang for thee their loud farewells. Today they toll for thee, lying dead beyond the sea. Lying dead among thy books, a piece of gold in all thy looks. Beatrice, by Henry Longfellow. Even as the blessed final summons shall rise up quickened, each one from his grave, wearing again the garments of her flesh, so upon the celestial chariot 100 rows ad vocum tanti senis, ministers, messengers of life eternal, and all were saying Benedictus qui venis, and scattering flowers above and round about, manibus sodate lilia plenis. Oft have I seen at the approach of day the orient sky will stain with roseate hues, and the other heaven with light serene adorned, and the sun's face uprising overshadowed, so that, by temperate influence of vapours, the eye sustained his aspect for a long while. Thus, in the bosom of a cloud of flowers, each from those hands angelic were thrown up and down the scanted inside and without, with crown of olive o'er snow-white veil, a pretty lady under a green mantle, vested in colours of a living flame. Even as the snow among the living rafters upon the back of Italy congeals, blown on and beaten by Sclavonian winds, and then dissolving filters through itself, and ever flan with loose shadow breaths, like as a taper melts before fire, even such I was, though desired here, before the song of vows to chim forever after the chiming of the eternal spheres. But when I heard in those sweet melodies compassion for me, more than had they said, wherefore, lady, dost thou thus consume him? The ice that was about my heart congealed to air and water changed, and in my anguish, for lips and eyes came gushing from my breast. Confusion and dismay together mingled forced such a feeble yes out of my mouth to understand that one had need of sight. Even as a crossbow breaks, when discharged, to tensely drawn to bowstring and the bow, with less force the arrow hits the mark. So I gave way beneath his heavy burden, gushing forth into bitter tears and sighs, and the voice, fainting, flagged upon its passage. Becalmed, by Henry Longfellow. Becalmed upon the sea of thoughts, still unattained, the land it sought. The mind with loosely hanging sails lies waiting the auspicious gales. Neither side, behind, before, the ocean stretches like a floor, a level floor of amethyst, crowned by a golden dome of mist. Blow, breath of inspiration, blow, shake and uplift this golden glow, and with the canvas of the mind, with wefts of that celestial wind. Blow, breath of song, until I feel the straining sail, the lifting keel, the life of the awakening sea, its motion and its mystery. Belisarius, by Henry Longfellow. I am poor and old and blind. The sun burns me, and the wind blows through the city gate, and covers me with dust from the beards of the August, Justinian the Great. It was for him I chased the Persian of wild and wastes, general of the East. Night after night I lay in the camps of yesterday, a forge was my feast. For him with sails of red and torches at masthead, piloting the great fleet, I swept the Afric coasts, and scattered the Vandal hosts like dust in the windy street. For him I won again the Ausonian realm and reign, Rome and Parthenope, all the land was mine from the summits of Apennine to the shores of either sea. For him in my feeble age I dared the battle's rage, to save Byzantium's state, where the tents of Samarkand like snowdrifts overran the road to the Golden Gate. And for this, behold, in the firmament blind and old, with grey uncovered head, beneath the very arc of my triumphal march, I stand and beg my bread. Methinks I still can hear sounding distinct and near the Vandal monarch's cry, as captive in disgrace with majestic steep he paced, all is vanity. A vainest of all things is the gratitude of kings, the plaudits of a crowd, but the clatter of feet midnight in the street, hollow and restless and loud. But the bitterest disgrace is to see forever the face of the monk of Ephesus, the unconquerable will this too can bear. I still am Belisarius. Birds of Passage, by Henry Longfellow. Black shadows fall from the lindens tall, that lift aloft the massive wall against the southern sky, and from the realms of the shadowy realms, a tide-like darkness overwhelms the fields that around us lie. But the night is fair, and everywhere a warm, soft vapor fills the air, and distant sounds seem near. And above in the light of a starlit night, swift birds of passage wing their flight through the dewy atmosphere. I hear the beat of their pinions fleet, as from the land of snow and sleet they seek us southernly. I hear the cry of their voices high, falling dreamily through the sky, but their forms I cannot see. Oh, say not so! Those sounds that flow in murmurs of delight and woe come not from wings of birds. They are the throngs of a poet's songs, murmurs of pleasure and pain and wrongs, the sound of winged words. This is the cry of souls that high on toiling, beating pinions, fly seeking a warmer clime. From their distant flight through realms of light, it falls into a world of night, with a murmuring sound of rhyme. Boston, by Henry Longfellow. St. Botolph's town, highway across the plains and fens of Lincolnshire, and Garb Austria, where came a Saxon monk, and founded here a prior, pillaged by marauding Danes, so that where oft no vestige no remains. Only a name that spoken loud and clear, and echoed in another hemisphere, survives these sculptured walls and painted panes. St. Botolph's town, far over leagues of land, and leagues of sea looks forth its noble tower, and far around the chiming bells are heard. So may that sacred name forever stand, a landmark and a symbol of a power that lies concentrated in a single word. Burial of the Minnisink, by Henry Longfellow. On sunny slope and beach and swell the shadowed light of evening fell, and where the maples and leaf was brown with soft and silent depths come down, the glory that the wood receives at sunset in its golden leaves. Far upward in the mellow light rose the blue hills, one cloud of white around a far uplifted cone, and warm blush of evening shone, an image of a silver lakes by which the Indian soul awakes. But soon a funeral hymn was heard, and the soft breath of evening stirred the tall grey forest, and a band of stern in heart and strong in hand came winding down beside the wave to lay a red chief in his grave. They sang that by his native boughs he stood in the last moon of flowers, and 30 snows had not yet shed the glory on the warrior's head, but as the summer fruit decays, so died he in those naked days. A dark cloak of a rosebud skin covered the warrior, and within its heavy folds of weapons made for the hard toils of war were laid. The corridors woven of plates, reeds, and the broad belt of shells and beds. Before, a dark-haired virgin train chanted the death dirge of the slain. Behind, the long procession came of holy men in sheaths of fame, with heavy hearts and eyes of grief, leading the war-horse of their chief. Stripped of his proud and martial dress, uncurbed, unreined, and riderless, with darting eye and nostril spread, and heavy impatient tread he came, and offered eyes so proud asked for the rider in the crowd. The belt with dark sheath they freed beside the grave with battle steed, and swift an arrow cleaved its way to his stern heart. One piercing nigh arose, and on the dead man's plain a rider grasped steed again. By the fireside, by Henry Longfellow. There's no flock, however watched and tended, but one dead lamb is bare. There's no fireside, howsoever defended, but has one vacant share. The air is full of farewells to the dying, and mournings for the dead. The heart of Rachel, for her children crying, will not be comforted. Let us be patient. These severe afflictions not from the ground arise, but oftentimes celestial benedictions assume the dark disguise. We see but dimly through the mists and vapours, amid these earthly temps, what seem to us but sad, funeral tapers may be heaven's distant lamps. There is no death, what seems so is transition. This life of mortal breath is but a suburb of a life illusion, whose portal we call death. She is not dead, the child of our affection, but gone unto that school where she no longer needs her poor protection, and Christ himself doth rule. In that great cloister stillness and seclusion, by guardian angels led, safe from temptation, safe from sin's pollution, she lives, whom we call dead. Day after day we think what she is doing in those bright realms of air. Year after year we tender steps pursuing, behold her grown more fair. Thus do we walk with her, and keep unbroken the bond which nature gives, thinking that our remembrance, though unspoken, may reach her where she lives. Not as a child shall we again behold her, for when with raptures wild in one embrace we again enfold her, she will not be a child, but a fair maiden in a father's mansion, clothed with celestial grace, and beautiful with all the south's expansions shall behold her face. And though at times impetuous with emotion, and anguish long suppressed, the swelling heart heaves moaning like the ocean that cannot be at rest. We will be patient, and as large with feeling we may not wholly stay, by silence sanctifying, not concealing, the grief that must have way. Cadenabbia, Lake of Como, by Henry Longfellow. No sound of wheels or hoof-beat breaks the silence of a summer day, as by the loveliest of all lakes, while the eye lowers away. I pace the leafy colonnade, where level branches at the plain above me weave a roof of shade, impervious to the sun and rain. At times a sudden rush of air flutters the lacy leaves o'erhead, and gleams of sunshine toss and flicker like torches down the path I tread. With Somaria's garden gate I make the marble stairs my seat, and hear the water as I wait lapping the steps beneath my feet. The undulation sings and swells along the stony parapets, and far away the floating bells tinkle upon the fishers' nets. Silent and slow by tower and tone, the freighted barges come and go, the pendant shadows gliding down by tone and tower submerged below. The hills sweep upward from the shore, the villas scattered one by one upon their wooden spurs, and low Bellagio blazing in the sun. And dimly seen, a tangled mass of woods and woods, of light and shade, stands beckoning up the Stelvio pass, Verena with its white cascade. Ask myself, is this a dream? Will all vanish into air? Is there a land of such a supreme and perfect beauty anywhere? Sweet vision, do not fade away. Linger until my heart shall take into itself the summer day of the beauty of the lake. Linger until upon my brain is stamped an image of a scene, and fade into the air again, and be as if thou hadst not been. Carillon, by Henry Longfellow. In the ancient town of Bruges, in the quaint old Flemish city, as the evening shades descended, low and loud and sweetly blended, low at times and loud at times, and changing like a poet's rhymes, rang the beautiful wild chimes from the belfry and the market of the ancient town of Bruges. When with deep sonorous clangor, calmly answering with sweet anger, and the ringing bell had ended, as slowly struck the clock 11, and from all the silent heaven silence of the town descended. Silence, silence everywhere, on the earth and in the air, save at footsteps here and there of some broker home returning, where the street lamps faintly burning, for a moment woke the echoes of the ancient town of Bruges. But amid my broken slumber still heard those magic numbers, as they loud proclaimed the flight and stone marches of night, till their chimes in sweet collision mingled with each wandering vision, mingled with the fortune-telling gypsy bands of dreams and fancies, which amid the vast expanses of a silent land of trances have a solitary dwelling, all else seemed asleep in bridges in the quaint old Flemish city. And I thought how like these chimes are the poet's airy rhymes, all his rhymes and roundelays, conceits and songs and ditties from the belfry of his brain, scattered downward, foe and vain, on the roofs and stones of cities. For by night the drowsy ear under its curtains cannot hear, and by day men go their ways hearing the music as they pass, but deeming it no more, alas, and the hollow sound of brass. Yet perchance asleep is with lodging at some humble inn, in the narrow lane of life, and the dusk and hush of night shut out the incessant din of daylight and its toil and strife, may listen with a calm delight of the poet's melodies, till he hears, or dreams he hears, intermingled with a song, thoughts that he has cherished long. He hears amid the chimneys singing, the bells of his own village ringing, and wakes, and finds his slumberous eyes lit with most delicious tears. Thus dreamed by night I lay in Bruges at the floor the blue, listening with wild delight of the chimes that through the night bring their changes from the belfry of that quaint old Flemish city. Castles in Spain by Henry Longfellow. How much of my young heart or Spain went out to me in days of yore, what dreams romantic filled my brain and summoned back to life again the paladins of Charlemagne, the Cid Campede, and shapes more shadowy than these in the dim twilight half revealed, Phoenician galleys on the seas, Roman camps like heaps of bees, the Gulf uplifting from his knees, Pelayo on a shield. It was these memories perchance of remotest eld, that lent the colours of romance to every trivial circumstance, and changed the form and contenance of all that I beheld. Old towns whose history lies hid in monkish chronicle or rhyme, Burgos, the birthplace of a Cid, Zamora or Valladolid, Toledo, built and wailed amid the wars of Wimber's time. The long straight line of the highway, the distant town that seems so near, the peasants in the fields that stay that toil to cross themselves in pray, and from the belfry of midday the angelus were he. White crosses in the mountain pass, mules gay with tassels, the loud din of muleteers, the terret that crops the dusty wayside grass, and cavaliers with spurs of brass alighting at the inn. White hamlets hidden in fields of wheat, white cities slumbering by the sea, white sunshine flooding square and street, dark mountain ranges at whose feet river beds are dry with feet, all was a dream to me. Yet something sombre and severe over the enchanted landscape reigned, a terror in the atmosphere, as if King Philip listened near, or Torquemada the Austria his ghostly sway maintained. The soft Andalusian skies dispelled the sadness and the gloom that Cadiz by the seaside lies, and Seville's orange orchards rise, making the land a paradise of beauty and of bloom. Where Cordova is sitting among the palm, the olive and the wine, gem of the south by poets sung, and in whose mosque a meltzer hung, as the lamps the bells that once had rung at Compostella's shrine. But over all the rest supreme, the stars of stars, the sinner's sure, the artist and the poet's theme, the young man's vision, the old man's dream, Grenada by its winding stream, the city of the moor. And there the Alhambra still recalls Aladdin's palace of delight. Allah is Allah through its halls, whispers the fountain as it falls, the dark darts beneath its walls, the hills with snow are white. Ah yes, the hills are white with snow, and cold with blasts that bite and freeze. But in the happy vale below, the orange and pomegranate grow, and wafts of air toss to and fro the blossoming almond trees. A vega cleft like Xenor, the fascination, the lure of a sweet landscape chains the will. The traveller lingers on the hill, his parted lips are breathing still, the last sigh of the moor. How like a June overgrown with flowers that hide the rents of time, stands now the past that I have known, castles in Spain not built of stone, but of white summer clouds, and blown into this little mist of rhyme. Changed by Henry Longfellow. On the outskirts of a town, where of old the millstone stood, no stranger looking down, I behold the shadowy crown of the dark and haunted wood. Is it changed, or am I changed? Are the oaks are fresh and green, but the friends with whom I ranged, for the thickets I estranged by the years that intervene. Bright as ever flows the sea, bright as ever shines the sun, but alas, they seem to me not the sun that used to be, nor the tides that used to run. Charles Sumner by Henry Longfellow. Garlands upon his grave and flowers upon his hearse, and of a tender heart and brave a tribute of his verse. His was the troubled life, the conflict and the pain, the grief, the bitterness of strife, the honour without stain. Like wrinkled reed he took into his mantled breast the sheaf of hostile spears, and broke a power for the oppressed. When from the fatal field upon a nation's heart, borne like a warrior on his shield, so should the brave depart. Death takes us by surprise and stays our hurrying feet. The great design unfinished lies, so lives are incomplete. But in the dark unknown, perfect their circles seem, even as the bridge's arc of stones around it in the stream. And like a life and death survives, and the uninterrupted breath inspires 1,000 lives. Were a star quenched on high for ages would it light, still travelling downward from the sky, shine on our mortal sight. So when a great man dies, for years beyond our ken, the light he leaves behind him lies upon the paths of men. Chaucer, by Henry Longfellow. An old man in a lodge within a park, with chamber walls depicted all around, with portraitures of huntsman, hawk, and hound, and the herd deer. He listeneth to the lark, whose song comes with sunshine through the dark of painted glass and leaden letters bound. He listeneth and he laugheth at the sound, when he writeth in a book like any clerk. He is a poet of the dawn, who wrote the Canterbury Tales, in his old age made beautiful with song. As I read, I heard the crowing cock. I hear the note of lark and linnet, from every page rise odours of ploughed field, of roaring men. Childhood, by Henry Longfellow. There was a time when I was very small, when my whole frame was but an ell in height. Sweetly as I recall it, the tears do fall, and wherefore recall it with delight. I sported in my tender mother's arms, and rode a horseback on best father's knee. Alike were sorrows, passions, and alarms, and gold and Greek and love unknown to me. Then seemed to me this world far less in size, likewise it seemed to me less wicked far. Like points in heaven, I saw the stars arise, and longed for wings that I might catch a star. I saw the moon behind the island fade and thought, oh, were I on that island there, I could find out of what the moon is made, find out how large it is, how round, how fair. Wondering I saw God's sun through western skies sink in the ocean's golden lap at night, and yet upon the morrow early rise, and paint the eastern heaven with crimson light. And thought of God, the gracious heavenly Father, who made me, and that lovely sun on high, and all those birds of heaven thick strung together, dropped clustering from his hand o'er all the sky. With childish reverence, young lips did say the prayer my pious mother taught to me. O gentle God, oh let me strive alway still to be wise and good, and follow thee. So prayed I for my father and my mother, and for my sister, and for all the town. The king I knew not, and the beggar brother, who, bent with age, went, sighing, up and down. They perished, the birthdays of boyhood perished, not the gladness or the peace I knew, nor have I but the memory, fondly cherished. God may never lose the two. Children, by Henry Longfellow. Come to me, O ye children, for I hear you at your play, and your questions that perplexed me have vanished quite away. Ye open the eastern windows that look towards the sun, the thoughts are singing swallows, and the brooks of morning run. In your hearts are the birds and the sunshine, in your thoughts the brooklets flow, but mine is a wind of autumn and the first fall of the snow. Ah, what would the world be to us if the children were no more? We should dread the desert behind us, worse than the dark before. Where the leaves are to the forest, of light and air for food, where sweet and tender juices have been hardened into wood. Where to world are children, through whom it feels the glow of a bright and sunnier climate, when it reaches the trunks below. Come to me, O ye children, and whisper in my ear what the birds and the winds are singing in your sunny atmosphere. For what are all our contrivings and the wisdom of our books, when compared with your carelessness and the gladness of your looks? Ye are better than all the ballads that ever were sung or said, for ye are living poems, and all the rest are dead. Chimes, by Henry Longfellow. Sweet chimes, that in the loneliness of night salute the passing hour, in the dark and silent chambers of a household mark the movements of a myriad orbs of light. From her closed eyelids by the inner side, I see the constellations in the arc of her great circles moving on, and hark, almost hear them singing in their flight. Better than sleep it is to lie awake, or canopied by the vast starry dome of the immeasurable sky, to feel the slumbering world sink under us, and make hardly an eddy, a mere rush of foam on a great sea beneath the sinking keel. Christmas Bells, by Henry Longfellow. I hear the bells on Christmas Day, the old familiar carols play, and wild and sweet the birds repeat of peace on earth, goodwill to men. The belfries of all Christendom had rolled along the unbroken song of peace on earth, goodwill to men, till ringing, singing on its way, the world revolved from night to day, a voice, a chime, a chant sublime, of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And from each black accused mouth the cannon thundered in the south, and with a sound the carols droned of peace on earth, goodwill to men. It was as if an earthquake rent the half-stones of a continent, and made forlorn the households born of peace on earth, goodwill to men. and in despair I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said, for hate is strong and mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And pealed the bells more loud and deep. God is not dead, nor doth we sleep. The wrong shall fail, the right prevail, with peace on earth, goodwill to men. Columbus by Henry Longfellow. Steer boat marina on, albeit whittlings deride we, and the steersman drop idly his hand at the helm, ever to westward. Where must the coast be discovered, if it but light distinct, luminous lie in the mind? Trust to the God that leads thee, and follow the sea that is silent. Did it not yet exist, nor would it rise from the flood. Nature of genius stands, united in league everlasting. What is promised to one, surely the other performs. Consolation by Henry Longfellow. But when the prayer by so be eternal, should the sad discourse whispered within the heart, by tenderness paternal only augment its force? The daughter's mournful fate into the tomb descending by death's frequented ways, has it become to thee a labyrinth never ending, where thy lost reason strays? I know the charms that made her youth benediction, nor should I be content, as a censorious friend, to solace thine affliction by her disparagement. But she was of a world which fair things exposes to fates the most forlorn. A rose she half lived as long as live the roses the space of one brief morn. Death has his writers lost, unparalleled, unfeeling, or prayers to him are vain. Cruelly stops his ears, and, deaf to our appealing, he leaves us to complain. The poor man in his hut, with only thatch to cover, unto these laws must bend. The sentinel that guards the bearers of the Louvre cannot our kings defend. To murmur against death and potential defiance is never for the best. To will what God doth will, that is the only science that gives us any rest. Curfew by Henry Longfellow. Solemnly, mournfully, dealing its dole, the curfew bell is beginning to toll. Cover the embers and put out the lights, toil comes with the morning and rest with night. Dark grows the windows, and quenched is the fire, sound fades into silence, all footsteps retire. No voice in the chambers, no sound in the hall, sleep and oblivion reign over all. The book is completed and closed like the day, and the hand that has written it lays it away. Dim grow its fancies, forgotten they lie, like coats in the ashes they darken and die. Song sinks into silence, the story is told, windows are darkened, the hearthstone is cold. Darker and darker the black shadows fall, sleep and oblivion reign over all. Dante by Henry Longfellow. Tuscan, that wanders through the realms of gloom, with thoughtful pace and sad majestic eyes, stern thoughts and awful from thy soul rise, like the Renata from his fiery tomb. Thy sacred song is like the trump of doom, yet in the heart what human sympathies, what soft compassion glows, as in the skies the tender stars their clouded lamps relume. Methinks I see thee stand with pallid cheeks by Fra Hilario in his discourse, as if the convent vaults and golden strakes with scanning sunbeams mark the day's decrease. And as he asks what where the stranger seeks, the voice along the cloister whispers, "Peace." Daybreak by Henry Longfellow. A wind came up out of the sea and said, "O mists, make room for me." It hailed the ships and cried, "Sail on, ye marine, as the night is gone." And high land was far away, crying, "Awake, it is the day." It said unto the forest, "Shout, hang all the lily banners out." It touched the woodbird's folded ring and said, "O bird, awake and sing." And over farms, gently clear your clarion blow, the day is near. It whispered to the fields of corn, "But own and hail the coming morn." It shouted through the belfry tower, "Awake, O bell, proclaim the hour." It crossed the churchyard with a sigh and said, "Not yet in quiet lie." Daylight and Moonlight by Henry Longfellow. In broad daylight and at noon, yesterday I saw the moon, sailing high but faint and white as a schoolboy's paper kite. In broad daylight yesterday I read the poet's mystic lay, and it seemed to me at most as phantom or ghost. But at length the fairish day like a passion died away, and the night serene and still fell on village, vale, and hill. And the moon in all her pride, like a spirit glorified, filled and overflowed the night with revelations of a light. And the poet's song again passed like music through my brain. Night interpreted to me all its grace and mystery. December by Henry Longfellow. Riding upon the goat with snow-white hair, I come the last of all. The crown of mine is of a holly, my hand bear the scissors, 'tis the fragrant crowns of pine. I celebrate the birth of divine, return of Saturnian rain. My songs are carols sung at every shrine, proclaiming peace on earth, goodwill to man. Decoration Day by Henry Longfellow. Sleep, comrades, sleep and rest on the fields of the grounded arms. Their foes no more molest, nor sentry shot alarms. Ye have slept on the ground before, and started to your feet at the cannon's sudden roar, or the drum's redoubling beat. But in this camp of death now sound your slumber breaks. Here's no fevered breath, no wound that bleeds and aches. All's repose and peace, untrampled lies the sod. The shouts of battle cease, it is the truth of God. Rest, comrades, rest and sleep. The thoughts of man should be a sentinel to keep your rest from danger free. The silent tents of green we deck with fragrant flowers. Yours has the suffering been, the memory shall be ours. Delia, by Henry Longfellow. Sweet is the tender fragrance that survives the mouth that flows breath out their little lives. Sweet is the song that once consoled our pain, but never will be sung to us again, is thy remembrance. Now the hour of rest hath come to thee. Sleep, darling, it is best. Drinking Song, by Henry Longfellow. Come, old friend, sit down and listen. From the pitcher placed between us, and the waters laugh and glisten the head of old Silenus. Old Silenus, bloated, drunken, led by his embroidered satyrs, whose breast's head is sunken, vacantly he leers and shatters. Thorns with youthful Bacchus follow, ivy crowns with brows supernal as the forehead of Apollo, and possessing youth eternal. Round about him fair Bacchantes, bearing cymbals, flutes, and frizzes, wild from ancient groves or Santis vineyards, sing delirious verses. Was he won through all the nations, bloodless victories, and the farmer bore his trophies and oblations, wines for banners, applause for armor. Judged by no as zealous rigor, much this mystic throng expresses, Bacchus was the type of vigor and Silenus of excesses. These are ancient ethnic revels of faith long since forsaken. Now the satyrs changed to devils, frightened mortals wine are taken. Now rivulets from the mountains point the roads of fortune tellers. Youthful Persia dwells in fountains, not in fasts and casts and cellars. Claudius, though he sang of flagons and huge tankards filled with Rhenish, from that fiery blood of dragons never would his own replenish. Even ready though he chaunted the Bacchus in the Tuscan valleys, never drank the wine he wanted in his Phaneroic sallies. And with water filled the pitcher, riffed about with classic fables, never Rhenian and threw a richer light upon Lucullus' tables. Come, old friend, sit down and listen, as it passes thus between us, how its wavelets laugh and glisten the head of old Silenus. Elegiac, by Henry Longfellow. Dark is the morning with mist, and in the mouth of the harbour motionless lies the sea, its curtain of cloud. Dreamily glimmer the sails of ships on the distant horizon, like to the towers of a town built on the verge of the sea. Slowly and stalely and still they sail forth into the ocean. The them simmer forwards of the limitless deep, farther and farther away, borne on by unsatisfied longings, unto his Peridian isles and the Ausonian shores. Now we have vanished they, have disappeared in the ocean, sunk of the towers of a town into the depths of the sea. All have vanished but those that moored to the neighbouring roadstead, sailed at anchor right, looming so large in the mist. Vanished too are the thoughts, the dim unsatisfied longings, sunk are the turrets of cloud into the ocean of dreams. When a haven of rest my heart is riding at anchor, held by the chains of love, held by the anchors of trust. Eliot's Oak, by Henry Longfellow. Thou ancient oak, as mirrored leaves aloud, with sounds of unintelligible speech, sounds as of surges on a shingly beach, or multitudinous murmurs of a crowd, with some mysterious gift of tongues endowed, who speaks a different dialect to me a language that no man can teach, of a lost race, long vanished like a cloud. For underneath thy shade, in days remote, seated like Abraham at eventide, beneath the oaks of Membre, the unknown apostle of the Indians, Elliot, wrote his Bible in a language that hath died and is forgotten, save by thee alone. Enceladus, by Henry Longfellow. Under Mount Etna he lies. It is slumber, it is not death, for he struggles at times to arise, and above him the lurid skies wrought with his fiery breath. A cricks are piled on his breast, the earth is heaped on his head, but the groans of his wild unrest was smothered and half suppressed, are heard, and he is not dead. And the nations far away are watching with eager eyes. We talk together and say, tomorrow, perhaps today, Eucalyptus will arise. And the old gods, the Austrian oppressors in their strength, stand aghast and wild with fear at the ominous sounds they hear, and tremble and mutter, at length. Ah me, of a land that is sown with a harvest of despair, with burning cinders blown from the lips of the overthrown Enceladus fill the air. Where ashes are heaped in drifts, of a vineyard and field and town, whenever he starts and lifts his head through the black night drifts of the cracks that keep him down. See, see, the red light shines, is the glare of his awful eyes. The storm wind shouts through the pines of the Alps and of Apennines. Enceladus, arise! Endymion, by Henry Longfellow. Rising moon is hid with stars. A level race like golden bars lie on the landscape green, with shadows brown between. And silver white the river gleams, as if Diana in her dreams had dropped a silver bow upon the meadows low. On such a tranquil night as this she woke undemurred with a kiss, when sleeping in the grove dreamed not of her love. Like Dian's kiss, unasked, unsought, love gives itself but is not bought. No voice, no sound betrays its deep and passionate gaze. It comes, the beautiful, the free, the crown of all humanity, in silence and alone to seek the elected one. It lifts a voice, the shadows deep, a life's oblivion, without sleep, and kisses the closed eyes of him who slumbering lies. Our very hearts, our slumbering eyes, our dropping soul whose destinies are fraught with fear and pain, he should be loved again. No one is so cursed by fate, no one so utterly desolate, but some heart of unknown responds unto his own, responds as if with unseen wings an angel touched its quivering strings, and whispers in its song, "Where hast thou stayed so long?" Excelsior, by Henry Longfellow. The shades of night were falling fast, as through an Alban village passed a youth who bore, with snow and ice, a banner of strange device, Excelsior. His brow was sad, his eye beneath flashed like a falcon from its sheath, and like a silver clarion rung the accents of an unknown tongue, Excelsior. In happy homes he saw the light of household fires gleam warm and bright. Above the spectral ashes shone, and from his lips escaped a groan, Excelsior. Try not the past, the old man said. Dark roars the tempest overhead, roaring torrent is deep and wide, and loud with clarion voice replied, Excelsior. "Oh, stay," the maiden said, and rested her head upon his breast. A tear stood in his bright blue eyes, but still he answered with a sigh, Excelsior. Beware the pine trees with a branch, beware the awful avalanche. This was the passion's last good night, a voice replied far up the height, Excelsior. At break of day, as heavenward the pious monks of Saint Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer, a voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior. A traveller by the faithful hound, half buried in the snow, was found, still grasping in his hand of ice a banner with a strange device, Excelsior. Then with twilight cold and grey, lifeless but beautiful he lay, from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell like a falling star, Excelsior. Fata Morgana, by Henry Longfellow. O sweet illusions of song that tempt me everywhere, the lonely fields and the throng of a crowded thoroughfare. I approach and ye vanish away, a crisper and year gone. Ever by night and by day the melody soundeth on. As weary traveller sees in deserts of Paris vast, the blue lakes hung with trees the pleasant shadow cast. Fair towns with turrets high and shining roofs of gold, and vanish as he draws nigh like mists together rolled. So I wander and wander along, for ever before me gleams the shining city of song and the beautiful land of dreams. But when I would enter the gate of that golden atmosphere, it is gone, and I wander and wait for the vision to reappear. February, by Henry Longfellow. I am lustration and the season mine, wash the sands and headlands of my tide, my brows crowned with branches of a pine, before my chariot wheels the fishes glide. By me all things unclean are purified, by me the souls of men washed white again. In the unloved tombs of those who died without a dirge, I cleanse from every stain. Fire, by Henry Longfellow. Not without fire can any workman mould the iron to his preconceived design, nor can the artist without fire refine and purify form all its dross for gold, nor can the wife a phoenix, we are told, except by fire. Hence if such death be mine, I hope to rise again with the divine, whom death augments, time cannot make old. O sweet, sweet death, I forge that fire that burns within me still to renovate my days, for I am almost numbered with the dead. If by its nature unto heaven returns this element, me kindled in its place, will be upward when my life is fled. Flowers, by Henry Longfellow. Spake full well a language quaint and olden, why not dwelleth by the castled Rhine, when he caught the flowers so blue and golden, stars that on earth's firmament do shine. Stars they are, when we read our history, as astrologers and seers of eld, yet not wrapped about with awful mystery, like the burning stars which we beheld. Wondrous truths and many folds as wondrous, God hath written in those stars above, but not less in the bright florist under us stands the relation of his love. bright and glorious is that revelation, written all over this great world of ours, making evident our own creation in these stars of earth, these golden flowers. And the poet, faithful and far-seeing, sees alike in stars and flowers a part of the self-same universal being, which is throbbing in his brain and heart. Gorgeous flowers in the sunlight shining, blossoms flaunting in the eye of day, tremulous leaves with soft and silver lining, buds that open only to the say. Brilliant hopes all woven in gorgeous tissues, flaunting gaily in the golden light, large desires with most uncertain issues, tender wishes blossoming at night. These in flowers in manner more than seeming, workings are they of the self-same powers, which a poet in no idle dreaming sees in himself and in the flowers. Everywhere about us are they glowing, some like stars to tell us spring is born, others, their blue eyes with tears overflown, stand like roof amid the golden corn. Not alone in spring's armorial bearing and in summer's green and blazoned field, but in arms of brave all autumn's wearing in the centre of his brazen shield. Not alone in meadows and green alleys, on the mountain top and by the brink, are square-red pools and woodland valleys, where the slaves of nature stop to drink. Not alone in a vast dome of glory, not in graves of bird and beast alone, but in all cathedrals, high and hoary, on the tombs of heroes carved in stone, in the cottage of a rudest peasant, and ancestral homes whose crumbling towers, speaking of the past and of the present, tell us of the ancient games of flowers. In all places then, and in all seasons, flowers expand their light and soar like wings, teaching us by most persuasive reasons how akin they are to human things. And with childlike credulous affection we behold their tender buds expand, emblems of our own great resurrection, emblems of a bright and better land. Footsteps of Angels by Henry Longfellow. When the hours of day are numbered and the voices of the night wake the bitter soul that slumbered to a holy calm delight, every evening lamps are lighted, and like phantoms grim and tall, shadows from the fitful firelight dance upon the parlour wall, and the forms of the departed enter at the open door. The beloved, the true-hearted, come to visit me once more. He, the young and strong, who cherished noble longings for the strife, with roads that fell and perished, weary of the march of life. They, the holy ones and weakly, who the cross of suffering bore, folded their pale hands so meekly, spake with us on earth no more. And of them the being beauteous, who unto my youth was given, more than all things else to love me, and is now a saint in heaven. With slow and noiseless footstep comes that messenger divine, takes the vacant chair beside me, lays her gentle hand in mine. And she sits and gazes at me with those deep and tender eyes, like the stars, so still and saint-like, looking downward from the skies. Uttered not yet comprehended is the Spirit's voiceless prayer, soft rebukes and blessings ended, breathing from my lips of air. Although oft depressed and lonely, on my fears I laid aside, if I but remember only such as we have lived and died. Forsaken by Henry Longfellow. Something the heart must have to cherish, must love and join sorrow learn, something with passion clasp or perish, and in itself to ashes burn. So to this child my heart is clinging, and its frank eyes with look intense me from a world of sin are bringing back to a world of innocence. The stain must thou endure forever, strong may thy heart in danger be, or shalt not fail, but be never false as thy father was to me. Never will I forsake thee, faithless, and with a mother ne'er forsake, until lips are white and breathless, until in death her eyes shall break. 4 by the Clock by Henry Longfellow. 4 by the clock, and yet not day, but the great world rolls and wheels away, with its cities on land and its ships at sea, into the dawn that is to be. Only the lamp in the anchored bark sends its glimmer across the dark, and the heavy breathing of the sea is the only sound that comes to me. Friar Lubin by Henry Longfellow. To gallop off to town post-haste, so oft the times I cannot tell. To do thy deed no field is graced, Friar Lubin will do it well. The sober life to lead, to honor virtue pursued, that's a purest Christian deed, Friar Lubin cannot do it. To mingle with a knowing smile the goods of others with his own, and leave you without cross or pile, Friar Lubin stands alone. To say it's yours is all in vain, if once he lays his finger to it, for as to giving back again, Friar Lubin cannot do it. The flattering words and gentle tone to woo win some guileless maid, cunning penner need you none, Friar Lubin knows the trade. Loud preacher of his sobriety, but as for water, doth eschew it. A dog may drink it, but not he, Friar Lubin cannot do it. And in evil deeds to do, Friar Lubin is stout and true. Glimmers a ray of goodness through it, Friar Lubin cannot do it. Friar's Homestead by Henry Longfellow. 3 miles extended around the fields of a homestead, on 3 sides valleys and mountains and hills, on the 4th side was the ocean. Birchwoods crowned the summit, but down the slope of a hillside flourished the golden corn, and man-high was waving a rye field. Lakes full many a number the myrrh held up for the mountains, held for the forests up, in whose depths the high-horned reindeers had their kingly walk and drank of 100 brooklets. But in the valleys wildly around, there fed on the greensod herds of shining heights and others that longed for the milk pail. Mid these scattered, now here and there, were numberless flocks of sheep with fleeces white, as thou seest the white-looking starry clouds flockwise spread over the heavenly vault when it bloweth at springtime. Coursers 2 times 12, or mettlesome, fast-fettered storm winds, stamping stood in the line of stalls, and tugged at the fodder. Not as red were their manners, and their hoofs are white with steel shoes. The banquet hall, a house by itself, was timbered of hard fare. Not 500 men, at 10 times 12 to the 100, filled up the roomy hall, when assembled for drinking at Yuletide. Through the hall, as long as it was, went a table of holm oak, polished and white as of steel. A columned strain of high seats stood at the end thereof, 2 gourds carved out of an elm tree. Odin with lordly look, and Frey with a sun on his forehead. The lady between the two on a bearskin, the skin was coal-black, scarlet-white was her throat, and the paws were shone with silver. Thorsten sat with his friends, hospitably sitting with gladness. Off when the moon through the cloud-wreck flew, elated the old man wonders from distant lands he had seen, and cruises of Vikings far away on the Baltic, and Sea of the West and the White Sea. Hushed sat the listening bench, and their glances hung on the greybeard's lips as the bee on the rose. But the skald was thinking of Prague, where, with his silver beard and runes on his tongue, he is seated on the leafy beach, and tells the tradition by Mimmer's ever-murmuring wave, himself a living tradition. Midway the floor, the thatch was its tune, burned ever the fire-flame, glad on its stone-built hearth, and for the wide-mouthed smoke flue looked the stars, was heavenly friends down into the great hall. Round the walls, upon nails of steel, were hanging in order, breastplate and helmet together, and here and there among them downward lightning a sword, as in winter evening a star shoots. More than helmets and swords, the shields in the hall were resplendent, white as the orb of the sun, or white as the moon's disk of silver. Ever and anon went a maid round the hoard, and filled up the drink-horns, as she cast down her eyes and blushed, and the shield her reflection blushed, too, even as she, was gladdened the drinking champions. For my armchair, by Henry Longfellow. Am I a king that I should call my own the splendid even throne? Or by what reason, or what right divine can I proclaim it mine? Only perhaps by right divine of song it may to me belong, only because this breeding chestnut tree of old was sung by me. Well I remember it in all its prime, when in the summer time the affluent foliage of its branches made a cavern of cool shade. There by the blacksmith's font beside the street, its blossoms white and sweet incited the bees, until it seemed alive and murmured like a hive. And when the winds of autumn with a shout tossed its great arms about, the shining chestnuts bursting from its sheath, dropping to the ground beneath, and now some fragments of its branches bare, shaped as a stately chair, have by my hearthstone found a home at last, and whisper of the past. The Danish king could not in all his pride repeal the ocean tide, but seated in this chair I can in rhyme roll back the tide of time. I see again as one in vision sees the blossoms and the bees, and hear the children's voices shout and call, and the brown chestnuts fall. I see the smithy with its fires aglow, hear the bellows blow, and the shrill hammers on the anvil beat, the iron wide with heat. And thus, dear children, have ye made for me this day a jubilee, and to my more than 60 years and 10 brought back my youth again. The heart hath its own memory like the mind, and in it I enshrine the precious keepsakes, into which is wrought the giver's loving thought. Only your love and your remembrance could give life to this dead wood, and make these branches, leafless now so long, blossom again in song. Gaspar Becerra, by Henry Longfellow. By this evening fire the artist pondered o'er his secret shame. Baffled, weary, and disheartened, still he mused and dreamed of fame. 'Twas an image of a virgin that had tasked his utmost skill, but alas, his fair ideal vanished and escaped him still. From a distant eastern island had the precious wood been brought, day and night the anxious master at his toil untrying wrought. Till, discouraged and desponding, sat he now in shadows deep, of day's humiliations found oblivion in sleep, when a voice cried, "Rise, O master!" From a burning brand of oak shake the thought if it stirs within thee. And the startled artist woke, and from the smoking embers seized and quenched the glowing wood, and therefrom he carved an image, and he saw that it was good. Of a sculptor, painter, poet, take this lesson to the heart, that is best which life nearest, shape from whatever work of art. Giotto's Tower by Henry Longfellow. How many lives, by beautiful and sweet, by self-devotion, by self-restraint, whose pleasure is to run without complaint, on unknown errands of the Paris clad, wanting a reference of unshodden feet, fail of a nimbus which the artist paint around the shining forehead of a saint, and are in their completeness incomplete. The old Tuscan town since Giotto's Tower, the lily of Florence blossoming in its stone, a vision that delights and desire, the builder's perfect and centennial flower, and in the night of ages bloomed alone, but wanting still the glory of a spire. God's Acre by Henry Longfellow. I like that ancient Saxon phrase which calls the pebble ground God's acre. It is just, it consecrates each grave within its walls, breathes the benjamin or the sleeping dust. God's acre, yes, that blessed name imparts comfort to those who in the grave have sown the seed that they have garnered in their hearts, the bread of life alas no more their own. Into this forest shall we all be cast, and with sure faith they shall rise again at the great harvest, and the archangel's blast shall winnow like a fan the chaffing grain. And shall the good stand in immortal bloom, and the fair gardens of its second birth, each bright blossom mingle its perfume with that of flowers which never bloomed on earth. With a rude plough death turn up the sod, and spread the furrow for the seed we sow. This is the field and acre of our God, this is the place where human harvests grow. Haroun Al Raschid by Henry Longfellow. One day Haroun Al Raschid read the book when the poet said, "Where are the kings and where the rest of those who once the world possessed? Are gone with all the pomp and show, are gone the way that thou shalt go. Of who choosest for thy share the world, what the world calls fair, take all that it can give or lend, but know that death is at the end." Haroun Al Raschid bowed his head, tears fell upon the page he read. Haunted Houses by Henry Longfellow. All houses wherein men have lived and died are haunted houses. Through the open doors the harmless phantoms on their errands glide, their feet that make no sound upon the floors. We meet them on the doorway, on the stairs, along the passage we come and go, impalpable impressions on the air, a sense of something moving to and fro. There are more guests at table than the hosts invited. The illuminated hall is thronged with quiet, inoffensive ghosts, as silent as the pictures on the wall. The stranger at my fireside cannot see the forms I see, nor hear the sounds I hear, but he perceives what is, while unto me all that has been is visible and clear. We have no title deeds to house or lands, owners and occupants of earlier dates, from graves forgotten stretch their dusty hands, and hold in mortmain still their old estates. The spirit world around this world of sense floats like an atmosphere, and everywhere wafts through these earthly mists and vapours dense a vital breath of more eternal air. Our little lives are kept in equipoise by opposite attractions and desires, the struggle of the instinct that enjoys and the more noble instinct that aspires. These perturbations, these perpetual jar of earthly wants and aspirations high, come from the influence of one unseen star and undiscovered planet in our sky. And as the moon from some dark gate of cloud passes o'er the sea of floating bridge of light, across those trembling planks our fancies crowd into the realm of mystery and night. So from the world of spirits there descends a bridge of light, connecting it with this, o'er whose unsteady floor with sways and bends wander our thoughts above the dark abyss. Hawthorne by Henry Longfellow. How beautiful it was that one bright day in the long week of rain, for all its splendor could not chase away the omnipresent pain. The lovely town was white with apple blooms, and the great elms o'erhead. Dark shadows wove from the aerial looms, shot through with golden thread. Across the meadows by the grey old manse a sturdy river flowed. It was as one who wanders in a trance, unconscious of his load. The faces of familiar friends seemed strange, the voices I could hear, yet the words they uttered seemed to change the meaning to my ear. For the one face I looked for was not there, the one low voice was mute, only an unseen presence filled the air and baffled my pursuit. Now look back, and meadow, manse and stream dimly my thought defines. I only see, a dream within a dream, the hilltop hearse of pines. I only hear above his place of rest the tender undertone, the infinite longings of a troubled breast, the voice so like his own. There in seclusion and remote from man the wizard hand lies cold, which at its topmost speed let fall the pen and left the tale half told. Who shall lift that horn of magic power and the lost clue again? The unfinished window in Aladdin's tower unfinished must remain. Helen of Tyre by Henry Longfellow. What phantom is this that appears through the purple mist of the years, itself but a mist like these? Woman of cloud and of fire, it is she, it is Helen of Tyre, the town in the midst of the seas. out higher in the crowded streets, then in the piercing retreats, and the Israelites that sail the lilies and lions of brass look up as they see her pass and murmur, "'Tis spell." And another phantom is seen at his side in a grey copper vein, with beard that floats to his waist. It is Simon Magus, the seal. He speaks, and she pauses to hear the words he utters in haste. He says, "With evil fame from his life's sorrow and shame, I will lift thee and make thee mine. Whilst being Queen Cadence and Helen of Troy shalt be intelligence divine." Oh, sweet as the breath of morn to the fallen and forlorn are whispered words of praise. The famished heart believes, so false it attempts and deceives, a promise that betrays. So she follows from land to land, with its beckoning hand, as the leaf is blown by the gust, till she vanishes into night. A reader stoop down and write the finger in the dust. O town in the midst of the seas, with her rafts of cedar trees, the merchandise in thy ships, woe to art becometh naught, a phantom, a shadow, a thought, a name upon men's lips. Holidays by Henry Longfellow. The holiest of all holidays are those kept by ourselves in silence and apart. The secret anniversaries of the heart when the full river of feeling overflows. The happy days unclouded to the close. The sudden joys that out of darkness start as flames from ashes. Swift desires that dart like swallows singing down each wind that blows. White is the gleam of a receding sail. White is a cloud that floats and fades in air. White is the whitest lily on a stream. These tender memories are a fairy tale of some enchanted land we know not where, but lovely as a landscape in a dream. Hymn from a Brother's Ordination by Henry Longfellow. Christ to the young man said, "Yet one thing more, thou wouldst perfect be, sell all the hearts and give it to the poor, and come and follow me." Then this temple Christ again, unseen, for sacred words have said, and his invisible hands today hath been laid on a young man's head. If more beside him on his way the unseen Christ shall move, he may lean upon his arm and say, "Dost thou, dear Lord, approve?" Beside him the marriage feast shall be, to make the scene more fair. Beside him the dark gives a man of pain and midnight prayer. A holy trust, our endless sense of rest, like the beloved John, to lay his head upon the Saviour's breast, and thus to journey on. Hymn of the Moravian nuns of Bethlehem at the consecration of Pulaski's banner, by Henry Longfellow. And the dying flame of day through the chancel shot its ray, far the glimmering tapers shed faint light on the cowled head. And the censer burning swung where before the altar hung the crimson banner that with prayer had been consecrated there. And the nun's sweet hymn was heard the while, sung low in the dim mysterious aisle. Take the banner, may it wave proudly o'er the good and brave. A battle's distant wail breaks the sabbath of our vale, a clarions music trills to the hearts of these lone hills, a spear in conflict shakes, and the strong lance shivering breaks. Take the banner, and beneath the bitter clouds encircling wrath, guard it till our homes are free, guard it, God will prosper we. The dark and trying hour, and the breaking forth of power, a rush of steeds and men, his right hand will shield thee when. Take the banner, but the night clouds around the ghastly fight, and the vanquished warrior bow, spare him. A holy vow, our prayers and many tears, the mercy that endears, spare him, he our love hath shared, spare him, as thou wouldst be spared. Take the banner, if thou shouldst press the soundless briar, if the muffled drum should beat to the tread of mournful feet, and its crimson flag shall be martial cloak and shroud for we. A warrior took the banner proud, it was his martial cloak and shroud. Hymn of Moravian Nuns of Bethlehem by Henry Longfellow. A dying flame of day through the chancel shot its ray, far the glimmering tapers shed faint light on the cowled head, and the censer burning swung where before the altar hung the crimson banner, where with prayer had been consecrated there. And the nun's sweet hymn was heard the while, sung low in the dim mysterious eye. Take the banner, may it wave proudly o'er the good and brave, a battle's distant wail breaks the sabbath of our vale. And the clarions music thrills to the hearts of these lone hills, and the spear in conflict shakes, and the strong lance shivering breaks. Take the banner, and beneath the battle clouds encircling wrath, guard it till our homes are free. Guard it, God will prosper we, in the dark and trying hour, and the breaking forth of power, and rush of steeds and men, his right hand will shield thee then. Take the banner, but the night closes round the ghastly flight, and the vanquished warrior bow, spare him, a holy vow, our prayers and many tears, but the mercy that endears, spare him, he our love hath shared, spare him, as thou wouldst be spared. Take the banner, if thou shouldst press the soundless briar, and the muffled drum should beat to the tread of mournful feet, and his crimson flag shall be martial cloak and shroud for we. The warrior took the banner proud, and wore his martial cloak and shroud. Hymn to the Night by Henry Longfellow. I heard the trailing garments of a night sweep through her marble halls. I saw sable skirts that fringed with light from the celestial walls. I felt a presence, by its spell of might, thrall me from above, the calm majestic presence of the night, as of the one I love. At the sounds of sorrow and delight, the manifold of Chimes, and with the haunted chambers of the night, like some old poet's rhymes. The cool suspense of the midnight air, as with a drink repose, fountain of the Persian peace flows there, whose deep sustenance flows. A holy night, for thee I learned to bear, man has born before. Lays a finger on the lips of care, will complain no more. Peace, peace, rests like a breathless prayer, the scan of broad-winged flight. Welcome, the thrice prayed for, the most fair, the best beloved night. In the churchyard at Cambridge, by Henry Longfellow. In the village churchyard she lies, dust in her beautiful eyes. No more she breathes, nor feels, nor stirs. At her feet and at her head lies a slave to attend the dead, but her dust is white as hers. Was she a lady of high degree, so much in love with the vanity and foolish pomp of this world of ours? Or was his Christian charity and lowliness and humility the richest and rarest of all dowers? Who shall tell us? No one speaks, no colour shoots into those cheeks, either of anger or of pride, at a rude question we have asked. Nor will the mystery be unmasked by those who are sleeping at her side. Hereafter, and do you think to look on the terrible pages of that book, to find her failings, faults, and errors? Or you will then have other cares, and your own shortcomings and despairs, and your own secret sins and terrors? In the churchyard at Tarrytown, by Henry Longfellow. Here lies the gentle humorist who died in the bright Indian summer of his fame. A simple stone with but a date and name marks his secluded resting place beside the river that he loved and glorified. In the autumn of his days he came, at release of life were all aflame, with tints that brightened and were multiplied. How sweet a life was his, so sweet a death, living to wing with mirth the hours, with romantic tales the heart to cheer, dying to leave a memory like the breath of summer full of sunshine and of showers, a grief and gladness in the atmosphere. Inscription on the Shanklin Fountain, by Henry Longfellow. O traveller, stay at thy feet, drink of his fountain, pure and sweet. It flows so rich and poor the same, and go away, remembering still the wayside well beneath the hill, a cup of water in his name. It is not always May, by Henry Longfellow. The sun is bright, the air is clear, the darting swallows soar and sing, and from the stately elms I hear the blooming prophesying spring. So blue your winding rivers flows, it seems an outlet from the sky, awaiting till the west wind blows, with freighted clouds at anchor lie. All things I knew, the buds, the leaves that killed the elm tree's nodding crest, and even the nest beneath the eaves, where no birds in last year's nest. All things rejoice in youth and love, the fullness of the first delight, and learn from the soft heavens above the melting tenderness of night. Maiden that reads the simple rhyme, enjoy thy youth, it will not stay, enjoy the fragrance of thy prime, for oh, it is not always May. Enjoy the spring of love and youth, to some good angel leave the rest, for time will teach we soon the truth, where no birds in last year's nest. January, by Henry Longfellow. Janus am I, oldest of potentates. Forward I look, and backward and below I count, as court of avenues and gates, the years that from a portal come and go. I block the roads and drift the fields with snow. I chase the wildfowl from the frozen fen, where frost conjure the rivers in their flow. I fires light of the hearts and hearts of men. Jecoiva, by Henry Longfellow. They made the warrior's grave beside the dashing of his native time. There was morning in the glen, strong will of 1,000 men, whom was fallen in his pride, a mist of age, or blight, or blast, all his might spilled past. They made the warrior's grave beneath the bending of a wild dame's rift, then the dark hunter's piercing eye had found that mountain rest on high, where, scattered by the sharp wind's breath, beneath a ragged cliff, frowned the strong belt and the mouldering bone. It was the warrior's foot, when first the red sun on the mountain burst, where, when the sultry noontime came, and the green vales of scorching flame made the woodlands faint with thirst, it was where the wind is keen and loud, and the grey eagle breasts the cloud. Where was the warrior's foot at the night, veiled and thick cloud the mountain height? None heard the loud and sudden crash, none saw the fallen warrior dash down the bare rock so high and wide. But he that dropped not in the chase, but on the hill's burial place. They found him there, and the long day of cold desertion passed away, and traced on the barren cleft of struggling heart with death left, deep marks and footprints in the clay, and they have laid his feathery helm over the dark river and green elm. July, by Henry Longfellow. My emblem is the lion, and their breath the breath of Libyan deserts o'er the land. My sickle is a sabre in sheath, and bent before me the pale harvest stand. The lakes and rivers shrink at my command, and there is thirst and fever in the air. The skies changed to brass, the earth to sand. I am the emperor whose name I bear. June by Henry Longfellow. Mine's the month of roses, yes, and mine the month of marriages. All pleasant sights and scents the fragrance of blossoming wine, the foliage of the valleys and the heights. Mine are the longest days, the loveliest nights, the most gift makes music to my ear, and the mother of all dear delights, and the fairest daughter of a year. Keats by Henry Longfellow. The young Endymion sleeps Endymion sleep, the shepherd boy whose tale was left half told. The solemn grove uplifts its shield of gold to the red rising moon, and loud and deep the nightingale is singing from the steep. It is midsummer, but the air is cold. Can it be death? Alas, beside the fold a shepherd's pipe lies shattered near his sheep. Alone the moonlight gleams the marble white, on which I read, Here lieth one whose name was writ in water, and was with the meat of his sweet ringing. Rather let me write, the smoking flax before it burst of flame was quenched by death and broken the bruised reed. Killed at the Fort by Henry Longfellow. He's dead, the beautiful youth, heart of honor, the tongue of truth. He, the life and light of us all, whose voice was blithe as a buccacle, whom all eyes followed with one consent, the cheer of whose laugh and whose pleasant word hushed all murmurs of discontent. Only last night, as we rode along down the dark of a mountain gap to visit the pig guard at the fort, little dreaming of any midship, it was humming the words of some old song. Two red roses he had on his cap, and another he bore at the point of his sword. Sudden and swift, a whistling ball came out of the wood, and the voice was still. Something I heard in the darkness fall. For a moment my blood grew chill. I spoke in a whisper, as he who speaks in a room where someone is lying dead, made no answer to what I said. We lifted him up to his saddle again, and through the mire, the mist and the rain, carried him back to the silent camp, laid him as if asleep on his bed. They saw by the light of a surgeon's lamp 2 white roses upon his cheeks, and one just over his heart blood red. They saw in a vision how far and fleet that fatal bullet went speeding forth. It reached the town the distant north, it reached the house and the sunny street, it reached the heart that ceased to beat without a murmur, without a cry. The bell was tolled in that far off town, when who had passed from cross to crown, and the neighbors wondered that she should die. King Christian by Henry Longfellow. King Christian stood by the lofty mast in mist and smoke. A sword was hammering so fast through Gothic helm and brain it passed, and sank each hostile hulk and mast in mist and smoke. Fly, shouted they, fly, you can, O braves of Denmark's Christian, the stroke. Niels Yule gave heed to the tempest roar, now is the hour. He hoisted his blooded flag once more, and smote upon the foefull sore, and shouted loud, through the tempest roar, now is the hour. Fly, shouted they, for shelter fly, of Denmark's jewel who can defy the power. North sea, a glimpse of vessel rent the murky sky, then champions to thine arms were sent, terror and death glared where he went. From the waves was heard a wail that rent the murky sky, from Denmark thunders taught and skewel, let each to heaven commend his soul and fly. Path of a Dane to fame and might, dark rolling wave, receive a friend, whose scorning flight goes to meet danger with despite, proudly as though the tempest's might, dark rolling wave, and mid pleasures and alarms, and war and victory, be thine arms my grave. King Chrysanku by Henry Longfellow. With Mitra the magician, by his spells and incantations, up to Indra's realms Elysian, raised Tiranzaku, king of nations. Indra and the gods offended hurled him downward, and descending in the air he hung suspended, with his equal powers contending. Thus by inspiration lifted, misgivings downward driven, human hearts are tossed and driven, midway between earth and heaven. King Witlaf's drinking horn by Henry Longfellow. Witlaf, the king of the Saxons, yet his last he breathed, to the merry monks of Croyland his drinking horn bequenched. That, ever I sat at their revels, and drank from the golden bowl, they might remember the donor, and breathe a prayer for his soul. So sat we once at Christmas, and bade the goblet pass, and the beards of red wine glistened like dewdrops in the grass. We drank to the soul of Witlaf, we drank to Christ the Lord, and to each of the 12 apostles who had preached his holy word. We drank to the saints and martyrs of the dismal days of yore, and as soon as the horn was empty, they remembered one saint more. And reader droned from the pulpit, like the murmur of many bees, the legend of good Saint Guflag and Saint Basil's homilies. That the great bells of a convent, for by present in the tower, Guflag and Bartholomeus proclaimed the midnight hour. And the Yule log cracked in the chimney, and the abbot bowed his head, and the flamlets flapped and flickered, but the abbot was stark and dead. Its tenderless played fingers he clutched the golden bowl, in which, like a pearl dissolving, had sunk and dissolved his soul. But not for this were revels, where Jovian monks forbore, for they cried, "Fill high the goblet, we must drink to one saint more." L'Envoy by Henry Longfellow. Your voices which arose after the evening is closed, and whispered to my restless heart repose. Go breathed in the ear of all who doubt and fear, and say to them, be of good cheer. Your sounds so low and calm within the groves of balm seem to me like an angel's psalm. Go, mingle yet once more with the purple roar of a pine forest dark and o'er. Tongues of a dead, not lost, but speaking from death's frost, like fiery tongues of Pentecost. Glimmer as funeral lamps with the chills and damps of a vast plain where death encamps. Loss and Gain by Henry Longfellow. When I compare what I have lost with what I have gained, what I have missed with what attained, then a room do I find for pride. I am aware how many days have been idle spent, or like an error of a good intent is fallen short or been turned aside. But who shall dare to measure loss and gain in this wise? Defeat may be victory in disguise, the lowest ebb is the turn of a tide. March by Henry Longfellow. I Martius am, once first and of a third. Till at the year was my appointed place, a mortal dispossessed me by a word, and set Vajanus with a double face. Hence I make war on all the human race. I shake the cities with my hurricanes. I flood rivers and the banks efface, and drown the farms and hamlets with rains. May by Henry Longfellow. Hark! The sea-fang wild fowl loud proclaim my coming and the storming of peace. We some heralds, and behold, my name is written in blossoms on the hawthorn trees. I tell the mariner I went to sail the seas, after all the land from far away, the breath and bloom of the Hesperides, my birthplace. I am Maya, I am May. Memories by Henry Longfellow. Oft I remember those I have known in other days, to whom my heart was led as by a magnet, and who are not dead but absent, their memories overgrown with other thoughts and troubles of my own. As graceful grasses are, and at their head the stones, with moss and legions are outspread, nothing is legible but the name alone. And is it still with them after long years to remember me in the same way, as the memory pleasant as to me? I fear to ask, yet wherefore are my fears? Pleasures like flowers wither and decay, and yet the root perennial may be. Mesocarmine by Henry Longfellow. Half of my life is gone, and I have let the years slip from me, and haven't fulfilled the aspiration of my youth to build some tower of song with lofty parapet. But indolence, nor pleasure, nor the threat of restless passions that would not be stilled, but sorrow, and the care that almost killed, kept me from what I may accomplish yet. Though halfway up the hill I see the past lying beneath me with its sounds and sighs, a city in the twilight dim and vast, with smoking roofs, soft bells, and gleaming lights, and hear above me on the autumnal blast the cataract of death far thundering from the heights. Midnight Mass for the Dying Year by Henry Longfellow. Yes, the year is growing old, and his eyes pale and bleared. Death, a frosty hand and cold, plucks the old man by the beard, sorrowly, sorrowly. The leaves are falling, falling solemnly and slow. Caw, the rocks are calling, it is a sound of woe, a sound of woe. The woods and mountains pass as the winds, like anthems roll. They are chanting solemn masses, singing, pray for his poor soul, pray, pray. And the hooded clouds, like friars, tell the beats and drops of rain, and patter the doleful prayers. The prayers are all in vain, all in vain. They dance in the fool weather, the foolish, fond old year, crowned with wild flowers and with heather, like weak, despised Lear, a king, a king. Then comes the summer-like day, bids the old man rejoice, his joy, his last, of a mangray, love with the ever-soft voice, gentle and low. To the crimson woods he safe, to the voice gentle and low of the soft air, like a daughter's breath. Pray do not mock me so, don't laugh at me. And now his sweet day is dead, cold in his arms it lies, no stain from its breath is spread out of glassy skies, no mist or stain. Then to the old year dive, and the forests utter a moan, like the voice of one who crieth in the wilderness alone, vexed at his ghost. Then comes with an awful roar, gathering and sounding on, the storm wind of Labrador, the wind, or Recline in the storm wind. Howl, howl, and from the forest sweep red leaves away. Would the sins that warp horrors to soul couldst thus decay and be swept away. Where shall come a mightier blast? Where shall be a darker day? And the stars, from heaven downcast, like red leaves be swept away. Kyrie eleison, Christi eleison. Milton by Henry Longfellow. I pace the sounding sea beach and behold how the voluminous billows roll and run, unheaving and subsiding, while the sun shines through their sheeted emerald far unrolled, and the ninth wave slow gathering, fold by fold, all its loose flowing garments into one, plunges upon the shore and floods the dun, pale reach of sands, and changes them to gold. So majestic heavens rise and fall, the mighty underlanches of a song, Osiris bard, England's Moenidans, and ever and anon higher over all, uplifted a ninth wave superb and strong, floods all the soul with its melodious seas. Monte Cassino by Henry Longfellow. Beautiful valley, through whose verdant meads unheard where Garigliano glides along, where lyres, nurse of rushes and of reeds, river take turn of classic song, the land of labor and the land of rest, where medieval towns are wide on all, where hillside and where every mountain's crest is an Etrurian or Roman wall, where's Alagna, where Pope Boniface was dragged of contumely from his throne, Sciera Colonna was where days disgrace will pontifice only or in part thine own, where's Caprone, where a renegade was each Apulian, as great Dante said, when Manfred by his men-at-arms betrayed spurred onto Benevento and to death, where's Equino, the old Volscian town, where Juvenal was born, whose lurid lights still hovers o'er his birthflags like the crown of splendor seen o'er cities in the night. Double the splendor is, that in its street the angelic doctor as a schoolboy played, and dreamed perhaps the dreams that he repeats in ponderous folios for scholastic maid. And where, uplifted like a passing cloud that pauses on a mountain summit high, Monte Cassino's convent rears its proud and venerable walls against the sky. Well I remember how on foot I climbed the stony pathway leading to its gate. Above the convent bells for whispers chimmed, below the darkening town grew desolate. Well I remember the low arch and dark, the courtyard with its well, the terrace wide from which far down, the valley like a park veiled in evening mists was dim descried. The day was dying and the feeble hands caressed the mountain tops, the valleys between darkened, the river and the meadowlands sheathed itself as a sword and was not seen. The silence of the place was like a sleep, so full of rest it seemed. Each passing tread was a reverberation from the deep recesses of the ages that are dead. For more than 13 centuries ago, Benedict, fleeing from the gates of Rome, a youth disgusted with its vice and woe, sought in these mountain solitudes a home. He founded here his convent and his rule of prayer and work, and counted work as prayer. The pen became a clarion and the school flamed like a beacon in the midnight air. What for Boccaccio in his reckless way, mocking the lazy brotherhood, deplores the illuminated manuscripts that lay torn and neglected on the dusty floors? Boccaccio was a novelist, a child of fancy and of fiction at the best. His viewer and librarian said, and smiled, incredulous as at some idle jest. Upon such themes as these, with one young friar, I sat conversing late into the night, till in its cavernous chimney the wood fire had burned its heart out like an anchorite. And then translated in my convent cell, myself, yet not myself in dreams I lay, and as a monk who hears the matin bell, started from sleep, already it was day. From the high window beheld the scene on which Saint Benedict so oft had gazed, the mountains and the valley in the sheen of a bright sun, and stood as one amazed. Grey mists were rolling, rising, vanishing, woodlands glistered with their jewelled crowns. Far off the mellow bells began to ring for matins in the half-awakened town. The conflict of the present and the past, the ideal and the actual in our life, as when a field of battle held me fast, where this world and the next world were at strife. For, as the valley from its sleep awoke, I saw the iron horses of esteem, tossed to the morning air their plums of smoke, and woke as one awaketh from a dream. Moods by Henry Longfellow. If the song would sing itself to me out of the heart of nature, or the heart of man, the child of nature, not of art, fresh as the morning, salt as the salt sea, if just enough bitterness to be a medicine to the sluggish mood, and start the lifeblood in my veins, and so impart healing and help in this dull lethargy. Alas, not always doth the breath of song breath on us. It is like a wind that bloweth at its own will, not ours, that traineth long. We have a sound whereof, but no man knoweth whence it comes, so sudden and swift and strong, that whither in its wayward course it goeth. Moonlight by Henry Longfellow. As a pale phantom with a lamp scans some ruin's haunted stair, so glides the moon along the damp, mysterious chambers of the air. Now hidden in cloud and now revealed, as if this phantom, full of pain, were by the crumbling walls concealed, and at the window seen again. Until at last, serene and proud in all the splendor of her light, she walks the terraces of cloud, supremest empress of her night. I look, but recognize no more objects familiar to my view. The very pathway to my door is an enchanted avenue. All things were changed. One mass of shade. The elm trees dropped their curtains down. The palace, park and colonnade, awoke as in a foreign town. The very ground beneath my feet is clothed with a diviner air. White marble paves the silent street, and glimmers in the empty square. Illusions, underneath there lies the common life of every day. Only the spirit glorifies with its own tints the sober grey. In vain we look and vain uplift our eyes to heaven. If we were blind, we see but what we have the gift of seeing. What you bring we find. Mr. Finney's Turnip by Henry Longfellow. Mr. Finney had a turnip, and it grew, and it grew, and it grew behind the barn, and the turnip did not harm. And it grew, and it grew, till it could grow no taller, when Mr. Finney took it up and put it in the cellar. There it lay, till it began to rot. His daughter Susie washed it and put it in the pot. and she boiled it as long as she was able, and his daughter Susie took it and put it on the table. Mr. Finney and his wife both sat down to sup, and they ate till they ate turnip up. My Books by Henry Longfellow. Serious am all the medieval knight, gazed at the arms he could no longer wield, a sword to hand and the shining shield suspended in the hall and full in sight, while secret longings for the lost delight of tourney or adventure in the field came over him, and tears but half concealed trembled and fell upon his beard of white. So I behold these books upon their shelf, no ornaments and arms of other days, not wholly useless, one no longer used, for they remind me of my younger self, younger and stronger, and the pleasant ways in which I walked, now clouded and confused. My Cathedral by Henry Longfellow. Like two cathedral towers, these stately pines uplift their fretted summits tipped with cones. The arch beneath them is not built with stones, not art but nature traced these lovely lines, and carved these graceful arabesques of wines. No organ but the wind here sighs and moans, no sepulchre conceals the murderous bones, no marble bishop on his tomb reclines. Enter, the pavement, carpentered with leaves, gives back a softened echo to thy tread. Listen, the choir is singing, all the birds and leafy galleries beneath the eaves are singing. Listen, if the sound be fled, and learn where may be worship with our words. My Secret by Henry Longfellow. My soul its secret hath, my life to have its mystery, and love eternal in moment space conceived, hopeless the evil is, I have not told its history, and she who was the cause, nor knew it nor believed. Alas, I should have passed close by her unperceived, forever at her side, and yet forever lonely, I shall to the end have made life's journey, only daring to ask for naught, and having naught received. For her, though God hath made her gentle and endearing, shall go on the way distraught and without hearing. His murmurings of love that round her steps ascend, purely faithful still under austere duty, will say, and she shall read these lines full of her beauty, who can this woman be, and will it comprehend? Nature by Henry Longfellow. As a fond mother in the day's hour leads by the hand a little child to bed, half willing, half reluctant to be led, and leave his broken playthings on the ground, still gazing at them through the open door, nor wholly reassured and comforted by promises of others in their stead, which though most splendid may not please them more. So nature deals with us and takes away our playthings one by one, where the hand leads us to rest so gently, that we go scarce knowing if we wish to go or stay, being too full of sleep to understand how far the unknown transcends with what we know. Night by Henry Longfellow. Into the darkness and the hush of night, soundly the landscape sings and fades away, and with it fade the phantoms of a day, the ghosts of men and things that haunt the light, the crowd, the clamour, the pursuit, the flight, the unprofitable splendor and display, the agitations and the cares that prey upon our hearts, all vanish out of sight. The better life begins, the world no more molests us, all its records were erased from the dull commonplace book of our lives, where like a palimpsest is written o'er with trivial incidents of time and place, and lo, the ideal, hidden beneath, revives. November by Henry Longfellow. The centaur Sagittarius am I, born of Ixians and clouds' embrace, of sounding hoofs across the earth I fly, a steed Thessalian with human face. Sharp winds the arrows are with which I chase, the leaves half dead already with affright. I shroud myself in gloom, and to the race of mortals bring no comfort nor delight. October by Henry Longfellow. My ornaments are fruits, my garments are leaves, woven like cloth of gold and crimson dyed, and I boast the harvesting of sheaves, or orchards and our vineyards I preside. On the fretted scorpion I ride, the dreamy air is full, overflows with tender memories of a summer tide, winged voices of doves and crows. Old Age by Henry Longfellow. The course of my long life reached at last, and fragile bargo attempt to see the common harbour, where must render thee account for the actions of the past. The impassioned fantasy, that vague and vast, made art an idol and a king to me, was an illusion, but vanity with desires that lured me and harassed. Dreams of love that were so sweet of yore, are we know, and two deaths may be mine, one sure and one forecasting its alarms. Painting and sculpture satisfy no more, so not turning to the love divine that opened to embrace us and across its arms. Old St. David's at Radnor by Henry Longfellow. What an image of peace and rest is this little church among its graves. All so quiet, the troubled breast, the wounded spirit, the heart oppressed, here may finally repose its graves. See how the ivy climbs and expands over his humble hermitage, and seems to curse with its little hands the rough grey stones as a child that stands, caressing the wrinkled cheeks of age. You cross the threshold, dim and small as the space that serves for a shepherd's fold. In her eye of the bare white wall, pews of pulpit quaint and tall, whisper and say, Alas, we are old. Herbert's chapel at Bemerton, hardly more spacious than this, poet and pastor, blend in one, clothed with a splendour as of a sun, a lowling and holy edifice. It is not the wall of stone that makes the building small or great, but the soul's light shining round about, and the faith that overcometh doubt, and the love that stronger is than hate. I a pilgrim in search of peace, a pastor of holy church, more than a bishop disclose, should I prize this place of rest, released from farther longing and farther search. Here would I stay, and let the world with its distant thunder roar and roll. Storms and rend the sail that is furled, like a dead leaf tossed and whirled in an eddy of wind, is the anchored soul. Old St. David's at Redna by Henry Longfellow. What an image of peace and rest, as is a little church among its graves. All so quiet, with troubled breast, woe its spirit of heart oppressed, here may find repose its craves. See how the ivy climbs and expands of his humble hermitage, and seem to caress with its little hands the rough grey stones, as a child that stands caressing the wrinkled cheeks of age. You cross the threshold, and dim and small is the space that serves of a shepherd's fold. In our eye of the bare white wall, the pews of the pulpit quaint and tall, whisper and say, Alas, we are old. Herbert's chapel at Bemerton, hardly more spacious than this, a poet and pastor blend in one, clothed with a splendour as of the sun, but lowly and holy edifice. It is not the wall of stone that makes the building small or great, but the soul's light shining round about, and the faith that overcometh doubt, and the love that stronger is than hate. Were I a pilgrim in search of peace, were I a pastor of holy church, more than a bishop says, should I prize this place of rest and release for further longing and further search. Here would I stay, and let the world with its distant thunder roar and roll. Storms do not rend the sail that is furled, nor like a dead leaf tossed and whirled in an eddy of wind is the anchored soul. On the terrace of the Aegalates by Henry Longfellow. From this portal there upsprings the rose to touch our hands and play, with a glance behold three things, the sea, the town, and the highway. And the sea says, my shipwrecks fear, I drown my best friends in the deep. It was to brave the icy tempest, here among my seaweeds lie asleep. The town says, I am filled and fraught with more than with smoke and care, my days with toil are overwrought, and my nights I guess for air. The highway says, my wheel tracks guide to the pale climates of the north, the last milestone stands by, the people to their death gone forth. Here in the shade this life of ours, full of delicious air, glides by amid a multitude of flowers, as countless as the stars on high. These red-tilted roofs, with fruitful soil, bath with an azure divine, and springs the tree that gives us oil, the grape that giveth us the wine. Beneath these mountains stripped of trees, whose tops the flowers are covered o'er, the springtime of the Hesperids begins, but endeth nevermore. Under these leafy vaults and walls, and the gentle sleep persuade, this rainbow of the waterfalls, of mingled mist and sunshine made. Upon these shores, all and wides, will prolonged life apart, with airs that of life's delight, the festival of sense and heart. With limited space of time prolong, forget tomorrow into day, and leave unto the passing throng the sea, the town, and the highway. Parker Cleveland by Henry Longfellow. Among the many lives that I have known, none I remember more serene and sweet, more rounded in itself and more complete, than this, who lies beneath his funeral stone. These pines that murmur in low monotone, these walks frequented by scholastic feet, were all his world, but in this calm retreat, for him the teacher's chair became a throne. A fond affection memory loves to dwell in the old days, when his example made a parson of the toil of tongue and pen, and now, amid the groves he loved so well that naught could lure him from their grateful shade, he sleeps, but wakes elsewhere, for God hath said, Amen. Possibilities by Henry Longfellow. There are the poets unto whom belong the Olympian heights, whose singing shafts were sent straight to the mark, not from bows half bent, but with the utmost tension of a throng. There are the stately Agassiz of song, whose rushing keels made music as we went, sailing in search of some new continent, with all sails set and steady winds and strong. Perhaps were life some dreamy boy, untaught in schools some gratitude of a field or street, who should become a master of the art, an admiral sailing the high seas of thought, fearless and first in steering with his fleet, for lands not yet laid down in any chart. Prelude by Henry Longfellow. As treasures that men seek, deep buried in sea sands, vanish if they but speak and elude their eager hands. You escape and slip our songs and fade away, when the word is on my lip to interpret what ye say. Were it no better than to let the treasures rest, hid from the eyes of men, locked in the iron chest? I have but marked the place, but half a secret told, that, following with slight trace, ours may find the gold. President Garfield by Henry Longfellow. Veni del martirio a questa pace. These words the poet heard in paradise, uttered by one who bravely dying here in the true fate was living in that sphere, where the celestial cross of sacrifice spread its protecting arms athwart the skies, and set thereon like jewels crystal clear, the souls magnanimous that knew not fear, flashed the effulgence of his dazzled eyes. Ah me, how dark the discipline of pain, were not the suffering followed by the sense of infinite rest and infinite release. This is our consolation, and again a great soul cries to us in our suspension, I came from martyrdom unto this peace. Rain in Summer by Henry Longfellow. How beautiful is the rain! After the dust and heat in the broad and fiery street and the narrow lane, how beautiful is the rain! How it clatters along the roofs like a tramp of hoofs, how it gushes and struggles out from the throat of the overflowing spout. Across the window pane it pours, and swift and wide, with a muddy tide like a river down the gutter roars, the rain, the welcome rain. The sick man from his chamber looks at the twisted brooks. He can feel the cool breath of each little pool. His fevered brain grows calm again, and breathes a blessing on the rain. From the neighboring school come the boys, with more than their wonted noise and commotion, and down the wet streets sail the mimic fleets, till the treasure's pool engulfs them in its whirling and turbulent ocean. In the country on every side, where far and wide, like a leopard's tawny and spotted hide, stretched the plain, to the dry grass and to drier grain, how welcome is the rain! In a furrowed land, the toilsome and patient oxen stand, lifting the yoke and combat head, with the dilated nostrils spread. We silently inhale the clover-scattered gale, and the vapour that arises from a well-watered and smoky soil. For this rest in the furrow after toil, the large and lustrous eyes seem to thank the Lord more than man's spoken word. Near at hand, from under the sheltering trees, the farmer sees his pastures and his fields of grain, as they bend with tops to the numberless beating drops of the incessant rain. He counts it as no sin that he sees rain only his own thrift and gain. Recent farmer one reads the poet sees. He can behold Aquarius out walking the fences fields of air, and from each ample fold of the clouds about him rolled, scattering everywhere the showery rain, as the farmer scatters his grain. He can behold things manifold that have not been wholly told, have not been wholly sung or said. For his thought that never stops follows the water drops down to the graves of the dead, down through chasm and gulfs profound, to the very fountainhead of lakes and rivers underground, and sees them when the rain is done on the bridge of colours seven, climbing up once more to heaven, opposite the setting sun. Thus the seer, with vision clear, sees forms appear and disappear, the perpetual round of strange, mysterious change, from birth to death, from death to birth, from earth to heaven to earth, take glimpses more sublime of things unseen before, and to his wondrous eyes reveal the universe as an immeasurable wheel turning furthermore in the rapid and rushing river of time.
Remorse by Henry Longfellow. I started up in the night, drawn on the thought rest a reprisal. Streets with the watchmen were lost to my sight, as they wandered so light in the night, through the gaze of the arc medieval. The Millbrook rushed from the rocky height, I leaned over the bridge in my yearning. Deep under me watched I the waves in their flight, as they glided so light, in the night, yet backward not one was returning. Overhead were the rolling so countless and bright, the stars' melodious existence. Then the moon, most serenely bedight, sparkled so light in the night, through the magical, measureless distance. Upward I gazed in the night, and again in the waves and the fleeting. Thou hast wasted the days in delight, no silence for light, in the night, the remorse in the heart that is beating. We now woo by Henry Longfellow. No time throws off his cloak again of ermine frost and cold and rain, and clothes in the embroidery of glittering sun and clear blue sky. With beast and bird the forest rings, each in its jarring cries or sings. And time throws off his cloak again of ermine frost and cold and rain. River and fount and tinkling brook were in their dainty livery drops of silvery jewelry. New made suit with a merry look, and time throws off his cloak again of ermine frost and cold and rain. Resignation by Henry Longfellow. Where's no flock, or ever watched and tended, but one dead lamb is there? There's no fireside, howsoever defended, and has one a vacant chair. There's full of farewells to the dying, and mournings to the dead. The heart of Rachel for children crying will not be comforted. Let us be patient, these severe afflictions not from the ground arise, but oftentimes celestial benedictions assume this dark disguise. We see but dimly through the mists and vapours, amid these earthly damps, what seem to us but sad funeral tapers, made by heaven's distant lamps. There is no death, what seems so is transition. This life of mortal breath is but a suburb of a life Elysian, whose portal we call death. She is not dead, the child of our affection, but gone unto that school, where she no longer needs her poor protection, and Christ himself doth rule. in that great cloister stillness and seclusion, by guardian angels led, safe from temptation, safe from sin's pollution, she lives, and we call dead. Day after day we think what she is doing in those bright realms of air. Year after year, attend her steps pursuing, behold her grown more fair. Why still we walk with her and keep unbroken the bond which nature gives, thinking that our remembrance of unspoken may reach her where she lives. Not as a child shall we again behold her, for when with raptures wild in our embrace we again unfold her, she will not be a child, but a fair maiden in her father's mansion, clothed with celestial grace, and beautiful with all the soul's expansion shall we behold her face. And though times and pieces with emotion and anguish long suppressed, her swelling heart heaves moaning like the ocean that cannot be at rest. We will be patient in the silence for feeling, we may not wholly stay, by silence sanctifying, not concealing, the grief that must have way.
Robert Burns by Henry Longfellow. I see amid the fires of a lure a plowman who in full and fair sings at his task, so clear we know not if it is the lyric song we hear, or his nor care to ask. From the plowing of those fields a more infernal harvest yields than sheaves of grain. Songs flash with purple bloom the rye, the plower's call, the curlew's cries sing in his brain. Touched by his hand, the wayside weed becomes a flower, the loneliest reed beside the stream is clothed with beauty, gorse and crest and heaver, where his footsteps pass the brightest sea. He sings of love, whose flame illumes the darkness of lone cottage rooms. He feels the force that reaches undertoned stress of wayward passions, and no less the keen remorse. At moments wrestling with his fate, his voice is harsh, but not with hate. The brushwood hung above the tavern door lets fall its bitter leaf, its drop of gall upon his tongue. But still the music of his song rises o'er all elate and strong. Its master chords are manhood, freedom, brotherhood, its discords but an interlude between the words. And when to die so young and leave, unfinished what he might achieved, yet better sure as whiz when wandering up and down an old man in a country town and firm and poor. For now he haunts his native land as an immortal youth. His hand guides every plough. He sits beside each angel knock. His voice is in each rustling bow. His presence haunts this room tonight, a form of mingled mist and light from that far coast. Welcome beneath this roof of mine. Welcome his vacant chair's wine, dear guest and ghost.
Rundle by Henry Longfellow. Love, love, what wilt for facade of mine, nor thy seer fixed or sure as thee. I do not know thee, nor what deeds are thine. Love, love, what wilt for the facade of mine, naught see I fixed or sure in thee. I be mute, or vows of prayers combine, you are blessed and loving, tell it me. Love, love, I wilt for the facade of mine, naught see I permanent or sure in thee. Sand of a Desert in an Hourglass by Henry Longfellow. A handful of red sand from the hot clime of Arab deserts brought, that in the glass becomes the spy of time, the minister of thought. How many very centuries has it been about those deserts below? How many strange vicissitudes has seen? How many histories known? Perhaps the camels of the Ishmaelith tramped and passed that hour, when into Egypt from the patriarch's side his favorite son they bore. Perhaps the feet of Moses burned and bare crushed it beneath the street, or Pharaoh's flashing wheels into the air scattered it as they sped. Or Mary with the Christ of Nazareth held close in the carriage, whose pilgrimage of hope and love and faith illumed the wilderness. Or anchorage beneath Engaddi's palms paced the dead sea beach, and singing slow their old Armenian psalms in half-articulate speech. Or caravans that from Passeur's gate with westward steps depart, or make us pilgrims confident of fate and resolute in heart. These have passed over it, or may have passed, known this crystal tower, imprisoned by some curious hand at last that counts the passing hour. As I gaze, these narrow worlds expand before my dreamy eyes, stretches the desert with its shifting sand, its unimpeded sky. And borne aloft by the sustaining blast, this little golden thread dilates into a column high and vast, a form of fear and dread. And onward and across the setting sun, across the boundless plain, the column and its broad shadow run, till thought pursues in vain. Vision vanishes. These worlds again shut out the lurid sun, shut out the hot, immeasurable plain. The half-hour sand is run. Sandalphon by Henry Longfellow. Have you read in the Talmud of old, and the legends the rabbins have told of the limitless realms of sky? Have you read it, the marvelous story of Sandalphon, the angel of glory, Sandalphon, the angel of prayer? How, erect at the uttermost gates of the city celestial he waits, with his feet on the ladder of light, that crowded with angels unnumbered, by Jacob was seen as he slumbered alone in the desert at night. The angels of wind and of fire chant only one hymn, and expire with the song's irresistible stress, expire in their rapture and wonder, as harp strings are broken asunder by music they throb to express. but serene in the rapturous throng, unmoved by the rush of a song, with eyes unimpassioned and slow, among the dead angels, the deathless Pentathlon stands listening breathless to sounds that scan from below. With the spirits on earth that adore, from the souls that entreat and implore in the fervor and passion of prayer, the hearts that are broken with losses, and were with dragging the crosses too heavy for mortals to bear. He gathers the prayers as he stands, and they're changing the flowers in his hands to garlands of purple and red. Beneath a great arc of a portal, through the streets of a city immortal, is wafted the fragrance they shed. It is but a legend, I know, a fable, a phantom, a show of the ancient Romanicial lore, yet the old medieval tradition, the beautiful strange superstition, that haunts me and holds me the more. Look from my window at night, the welkin above is all white, all throbbing and panting with stars. Among the majestic is standing Sandulphan the angel, expanding his pinions in nebulous bars. And the legend, I feel, is a part of hunger and thirst of the heart, a frenzied fire for brain, that crested the fruitage forbidden, the golden pomegranates of Eden, to quit its fever and pain. Santa Philomena, by Henry Longfellow. Ere noble deed is wrought, ere is spoken a noble thought, our hearts in glad surprise to higher levels rise. The tidal wave of deeper souls into our inmost being rolls, and lifts us unawares out of all meaner cares. Honor to those whose words or deeds must help us in our daily needs, and by their overflow raise us from what is low. Thus thought I, as by night I read of a great army of the dead, the trenches cold and damp, the starved and frozen camp, the wounded from the battle plain, and the hospitals of pain, the cheerless corridors, the cold and stony floors. Lone that house of misery, a lady with a lamp I see, pass through the glimmering gloom, and flit from room to room. And slow as in a dream of bliss, the speechless sufferer turns to kiss her shadow as it falls upon the darkening walls. As if a door in heaven should be opened, and when closed suddenly, vision came and went, the light shone and was spent. On England's annals of overlong, hereafter of her speech and song, with light its rays shall cast from portals of the past. A lady with a lamp shall stand, in the great history of a land, a noble type of good, heroic womanhood. Nor even shall be wanting here the palm, the lily, and the spear, the symbols that of yore Saint Philomena bore. Santa Teresa's Bookmark, by Henry Longfellow. Let nothing disturb we, nothing affright we, all things are passing, God never changeth. Patient endurance attaineth to all things, God possesseth, and nothing is wanting, only God sufficeth. Seaweed, by Henry Longfellow. When it scans on the Atlantic, the gigantic stormwind of the equinox, landward in the wrathy scourges, with toiling surges laden with seaweed from the rocks, the moorless reefs, from the edges of sunken leeches, in some far-off bright azure, or Hama and the dashing, silver-flashing surges of San Salvador, or the turbling surf that buries the Canadian skerries, answering the hoarse reeds, the wrecks of ships, and drifting spars, uplifting on the desolate, rainy seas, ever drifting, drifting on the shifting currents of the restless main, and in sheltered coves and reaches of sandy beaches, or they found repose again. September, by Henry Longfellow. I bear the scales, they hang in equipoise the night and day, when into my lips I put my trumpet, with its stress and noise, fly the white clouds like tattered sails of ships, the tree-tops lash the air with sounding whips. Southward the clamorous seafowl wing their flight, the hedges are all red with horse and hips, the hunter's moon reigns empress of the night. Serenade from the Spanish Student, by Henry Longfellow. Stars of a summer night, far in yon azure depths, hide your golden light. She sleeps, my lady sleeps, sleeps. Moon of a summer night, far down yon western steeps, sink in silver light. She sleeps, my lady sleeps, sleeps. Wind of summer night, where yonder woodbank creeps, fold the pinions light. She sleeps, my lady sleeps, sleeps. Dreams of a summer night, tell her lover keeps watch, but in slumber light she sleeps. My lady sleeps, sleeps. Shakespeare, by Henry Longfellow. A vision as of crowded city streets, with human life in endless overflow. Thunder of through-fast trumpets that blow to battle. Clamour in obscure retreats of sailors landed from the anchored fleets. Toiling of bells and turrets, and below voices of children, and bright flowers that throw our garden walls for intermingled sweets. This vision comes to me when I unfold the volume of a poet paramount, whom all the muses loved, not one alone, and whose hands were pure the lyre of gold, and crowded with sacred laurel at their fount, placed him as the music-gates on their throne. Silent Love, by Henry Longfellow. Who love would seek, let him love evermore, and seldom speak, for in love's domain silent must reign, or brings the heart smart and pain. Sir Humphrey Gilbert by Henry Longfellow. Southward the fleet of ice sailed over course of death, while in gasp blew the blast, and the east wind was his breath. As lordly ships of ice glistened in the sun, on each side like pennants white flashing crystal streamlets run. His sails of white sea mist dripped with silver rain, but where he passed there were cast leaden shadows over the main. Eastward from Campobello Sir Humphrey Gilbert sailed. 3 days or more seaward he bore, then, alas, the land wind failed. Alas, the land wind failed, and ice-cold grew the night, and nevermore on sea or shore should Sir Humphrey see the light. He sat upon the deck, the book was in his hand. "Do not fear, heaven is as near," he said, "the water is by land." In the first watch of the night, without a signal sound out of the sea, mysteriously, the fleet of death rose all around. The moon and the evening star were hanging in the shrouds, and the mast, as it passed, seemed to rake the passing clouds. Regabled with their price, at midnight black and cold, as of a rock was the shock, heavenly the groundswell rolled. Southward through day and dark the drift and cold embrace, with mist and rain over the open main, yet there seems no change of place. Southward, forever southward, the drift through dark and day, and like a dream in the Gulf stream sinking, vanish all away.
Sleep by Henry Longfellow. Lull me to sleep, ye winds, whose fitful sound seems from some faint hill on harp-string chord. Seal up the 100 wakeful eyes of thought, as Hermes with his lyre in sleep profound, the 100 wakeful eyes of Argus bound. For I am weary, and am overwrought, with too much toil, with too much care distraught, and with the iron crown of anguish crowned. Lay thy soft hand upon my brow and cheek, O peaceful sleep, until from pain released, I breathe again uninterrupted breathe. Ah, what subtle meaning did the Greek call thee the lesser mystery at the feast, whereof the greater mystery is death. Snowflakes by Henry Longfellow. Out of the bosom of the air, out of the close folds of the garment shaken, are the woodlands brown and bare, over the harvest fields forsaken, silent and soft and slow descends the snow. Even as our cloudy fancies take suddenly shape in some divine expression, even as the troubled heart doth make in the white contenance confession, the troubled skies reveals the grief it feels. This is the poem of the air, slowly and silent syllables recorded. This is the secret of despair, long in its cloudy bosom hoard, now whispered and revealed to wood and field. Something left undone by Henry Longfellow. Labor with what zeal we will, something still remains undone. Something uncompleted still awaits the rising of the sun. At the bedside on the stair, at the threshold near the gates, with its menace or its prayer like a medicine that waits. Waits and will not go away, waits and will not be gainsaid. With the cares of yesterday, each day is heavier made, till at length the burden seems greater than our strength can bear, heavy as the weight of dreams pressing on us everywhere. And we stand from day to day like dross of times gone by, who, as northern legends say, on their shoulders held the sky. Song by Henry Longfellow. Stay, stay at home, my heart, and rest. Home-keeping hearts are happiest. For those that wander we know not where, are full of trouble and full of care, to stay at home is best. Weary and homesick and distressed, we wander east or wander west, and are baffled and beaten and blown about with the winds of a wilderness of doubt. To stay at home is best. And stay at home, my heart, and rest. The bird is safest in its nest. Are all that flutter their wings and fly, a hawk is hovering in the sky. To stay at home is best. Song of the Owl by Henry Longfellow. O Gibois, the owl, hoo, the owl, hoo, the great black owl, hoo, he ha. Song of a Silent Land by Henry Longfellow. Into the silent land, who shall lead us thither? Clouds in the evening sky more darkly gather, shattered wrecks lie thicker on the strand. Who leads us with a gentle hand, viver, oh viver, into the silent land? Into the silent land, where you, ye boundless regions of all perfections, tender morning visions of beauteous souls, your future's pledge and band. Who, in life's battle firm doth stand, should be hope's tender blossoms into the silent land. O land, for all the broken-hearted, the mildest herald of our faith hold beacons, and with inverted torch doth stand and lead us with a gentle hand into the land of a great departed, into the silent land. Sonnet on Mrs. Campbell's reading from Shakespeare by Henry Longfellow. O precious evenings, all too swiftly sped, leaving us hers to amplest heritage of all the best thoughts of the greatest sage, and giving Hans unto the silent dead. How our hearts glowed and trembled as she read, interpreted by Hans the wondrous pages of the great poet who foreruns the ages, anticipating all that should be said. O happy reader, having for thy text the magic book whose Sibylline leaves have caught the rarest essence of all human thought. O happy poet, by no critic vexed, how must thy listening spirit now rejoice to be interpreted by such a voice!
St. John's, Cambridge, by Henry Longfellow. I stand beneath a tree whose branches shade the western window at Chapel of St. John, and yet the lays repeat the benison on him who sent thy stone's memorial laid. And I remember one of whom was said in the world's darkest hour, Behold thy son, and see him living still, and wandering on and waiting for the advent long delayed. Not only tons of apostles teach lessons of love and light, but these expanding and sheltering bores of all their leaves implore, and say in language clear as human speech, the peace of God that passeth understanding be and abide with you forevermore.
Sundown, by Henry Longfellow. The summer sun is sinking low, only the treetops redden and glow. Only the weathercock on the spire of the neighboring church is a flame of fire, all is in shadow below. A beautiful, awful summer day, what hearts were given, what taken away, life and death and love and hate, homes made happy or desolate, hearts made sad or gay. On the road of life, one milestone more, in the book of life, one lived an hour. Like a red seal is the setting sun, on the good and the evil men have done, naught can today restore. Sunrise on the Hills, by Henry Longfellow. I stood upon the hills, when heaven's white arc was glorious with the sun's returning march, and woods were brighten it, and soft gales went forth to kiss the sun-clad vales. The clouds were far beneath me, bathed in light, they gathered midway round the wooded height, and in their fading glory shone like hosts in battle overthrown, as many a pinnacle with shifting glance. Through the grey mist thrust up its shattering lance, and rocking on the cliff was left the dark pine blasted, bare and cleft. The veil of cloud was lifted, and below glowed the rich valley, and the river's flow was darkened by the forest shade, or glistened in the white cascade, where upward the mellow bush of day, the noisy bittern wheeled his spiral way. I heard the distant water dash, I saw the cowan whirl in flash, and richly by the blue lake's silver beach the woods were banded with a silent reach. When over the vale with gentle swell the music of a village bell came sweetly to the echo-giving hills, and a wild horn whose voice the woodland fills was ringing to the merry shout, that faint and far the glens sent out were answering to the sudden shot, and smoke through thick leaves branches from the dingy brook. If thou art worn and heart beset with sorrows that thou wouldst forget, if thou wouldst read a lesson that will keep thy heart from fainting and thy soul from sleep, go to the woods and hills, not here stand the sweet look that nature wears.
Suspiria, by Henry Longfellow. Take them, O death, and be away, whoe'er thou canst call thine own, an image is stamped upon this clay, doth give thee that, but that alone. Take them, O grave, and let them lie folded upon their narrow shelves, as garments where the soul laid by, and precious only to ourselves. Take them, O great eternity, O let life's but a gust that bends the branches of thy tree, and trails its blossoms in the dust. Tenga's Death, by Henry Longfellow. I heard a voice that cried, Balder the beautiful is dead, is dead. And through the misty air passed like the mournful cry of sunward sailing cranes. I saw the pallid corpse of a dead sun borne through the northern sky, blasts from Niflheim lifted the sheeted mists around him as he passed, and a voice forever cried, Balder the beautiful is dead, and died away through the dreary night in accents of despair. Balder the beautiful, god of the summer sun, fairest of all the gods, light from his forehead beamed, runes were upon his tongue as on the warrior's sword. All things in earth and air bound with a magic spell, never to do him harm, even the plants and stones, all save the mistletoe, the sacred mistletoe. Howder, the blind old god, whose feet are shod with silence, pierced through the gentle breast with his sharp spear by fraud, made of the mistletoe the accursed mistletoe. They laid him in his ship with horse and harness as on a funeral pyre. Odin placed a ring upon his finger and whispered in his ear. They launched the burning ship. It floated far away over the misty sea, till like the sun it seemed sinking beneath the waves. Balder returned no more. So perish the old gods, but out of a sea of time rises a new land of song, fairer than the old. Over its meadows green walk the young bards and sing. Build it again, O ye bards, fairer than before. Fathers of a new race, feed upon morning dew, sing the new song of love. The law of force is dead, the law of love prevails, for the thunderer shall rule the earth no more the threats challenge the meek Christ. Sing no more, ye bards of the north, of Vikings and of Jarls, of the days of age, preserve for freedom only, not for deeds of blood. Thanksgiving by Henry Longfellow. And first in ancient time, when jewels tunned, the tuneful anthem filled the morning air, with sacred hummings and illusion song, as music breathing shall the minstrel woke. Devotion breathed aloud from every chord, a voice of prayer was heard in every tongue, and prayer and thanks to him, the eternal one, to him, that with bright inspiration touched the high and gifted lyre of heavenly song, and warmed the soul with new vitality. A stirring energy through nature breath, the voice of adoration from her broke, swelling aloud in every breeze, and heard long in the sullen waterfall, what times of spring or autumn threw on earth its bloom of lightning, and the summer smiled, or winter the year's sepulchre mourned. The deity was there, a nameless spirit moved in the breast of man to do him homage, and the morning smiled, or evening pale hung weeping o'er the melancholy urn. They come beneath the broad branching trees, and in the tremulous shadow worshipped oft, where pale the vine clung round the simple altars, and grime was mantling hung. Above was heard the melody of winds, without as the green trees bowed to their quivering touch and living beauty, and birds sing forth their cheerful hymns. Below, the bright and widely wandering rivulet struggled and gushed amongst the tangled roots that choked its ready fountain, and dark rocks once moved with a constant current. Even there the listless wave that stole with mellow voice, where red grew rank on the rushy frightened brink, and the grand sedge bent to wandering wind, sang with a cheerful song of sweet tranquillity. Men felt the heavenly influence, and it stole like balm to the heart, till all was peace. Even the air they breathed, the light they saw became religion, for the infernal spirit, as of music wakes the chords of feeling, and mellows everything into beauty, moved with cheering energy within their breasts, made all holy there, for all was love. The morning stars that sweetly sang together, the moon that hung at night in the mid-sky, day, spring, and eventide, and all the fair and beautiful forms of nature had a voice of eloquent worship. Ocean with its tides sealing and deep, where from the infant storm hung on his stunned dark cloud, and heavenly beat the pulses of the sea, sent forth a voice of awful adoration to the spirit that wrapped in darkness moved upon its face. And then the both evening arched the east, on the moonlight pale the curling wave kissed with a sweet embrace the sea-worn beach, and soft the songs of winds came over the waters, the winged melody of wind and wave touched like a heavenly anthem on the ear, for there rose a tuneful hymn of worship. And have our hearts grown cold? Are there on earth no pure reflections caught from heavenly light? Have our mute lips no hymn, or souls no song? Let him that in the summer day of youth keeps pure the holy fount of youthful feeling, and him that in the nightfall of his years lies down in his last sleep, and shuts in peace his dim pale eyes on life's shore wayfaring, praise him that rules the destiny of man. The Angel and the Child by Henry Longfellow. An angel with a radiant face above a cradle bent to look, seemed his own image there to trace, as in the waters of a brook. Dear child, O me resemblest so, it whispered, come, O come with me. Happy together let us go, worth and worthiest of we. Here none to perfect bliss attain, where soul and pleasure suffering lies, joy hath an undertone of pain, in the happiest hours their sighs. Feed off at every portal knock, never a day serene and pure from the overshadowing tempest shock hath made the morrow's dawn secure. What when should sorrow and should fears come to disturb so pure a brow, and with the bitterness of tears these eyes of azure troubled grow? Ah, no, into the fields of space away should thou escape with me, and Providence will grant the grace of all the days that were to be. Let no one in the dwelling cower, in sombre vestment wrapped and veiled, but let them welcome thy last hour, as our first moments once they hailed. Without a cloud beware each brow, where let the grave no shadow cast. When one is pure as thou art now, the fairest day is still the last. And waving wide wings of white the angel at these words had sped towards the eternal realms of light. Poor mother, see, the sun is dead. The English Song by Henry Longfellow. From river's plashy bank, where the sedge grows green and rank, and the twisted woodbine springs upwards, beats the morning lark to its silver cloud. And hark! On his way the woodman sings. On the dim and misty lakes gloriously the morning breaks. The eagle's sun is cloud, whilst the wind with sighing woos to its arms the chaste coat ows, and the rustling reeds pipe loud. The embracing ivy howards close the hoar elm in its folds, and the meadow's fenny land in the winding river sweeps through shallows and still deeps, silent with my rudder stand. But when sultry suns are high underneath the ochre lie, as it shades the water's edge, and I mark my line away in the wheeling eddy play, tangling with river sedge. And the eye of evening looks on green woods and winding brooks, and rinsides o'er the lee woods and streams. I leave you when, and a shadow in the glen lengthens by the greenwood tree.
The Arrow and the Song by Henry Longfellow. I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth, I knew not where, for so swiftly it flew, the sight could not follow it in its flight. I breathed a song into the air. It fell to earth, I knew not where, for who has sight so keen and strong that it can follow the flight of song? Long, long afterward in an oak I found the arrow, still unbroke, the song from beginning to end I found again in the heart of a friend.
The Arsenal at Springfield by Henry Longfellow. This the Arsenal, float the ceiling like a huge organ, rise the burnished arms, but from their silent pipes no anthem pealing, starting the villages with strange alarms. What a sound will rise, so wild and dreary, when the death angel touches those swift keys, what loud lament and dismal misery will mingle with the awful symphonies. I hear even now the infinite fire's chorus, the cries of agony, the endless groan, which with the ages would have gone before us, and long reverberations reach our own. On helm and harness rings the Saxon hammer, through Cimbric forest roars the Norseman's song, and loud, amid the universal clamour, a distant desert sounds the Tatarko. I hear the Florentine, who from the palace reels out his battle bell with dreadful din, and Aztec priests upon their Hercules beat the wild war drums made of serpent skin. Tumult of each sect and burning village, and shout that every prayer for mercy drones. The soldiers revels in the midst of pillage, where the famine beleaguered towns. The bursting shell, the gate wrenched asunder, rattling musketry, the clashing blade, and ever and anon in tones of thunder, the opposed of a cannonade. Is it, O man, with such discordant noises, with such accursed instruments as these, that drowns nature's sweet and kindly voices in celestial harmonies? Were half the power that fills the world with terror, were half the wealth bestowed on camps and courts, given to redeem the human mind from error, there were no need of arsenal or forts. All his name would be name abhorred, and every nation which should lift again its hand against the brother on its forehead would bear forward of a curse of Cain. Down the dark future, through long generations, the echoing sounds grow fainter and then keys. Like a bell with solemn sweet vibrations, I hear once more the voice of Christ say, Peace. Peace. No longer from its brazen portals the blast of war's great organ shakes the skies, but beautiful as songs of the immortals, the holy melodies of love arise.
The Artist by Henry Longfellow. Nothing the greatest artist can conceive that every marble block doth not confine within itself, and only its design the hand that follows intellect can achieve. The ill I flee, the good that I believe, in thee, fair lady, lofty and divine, must hidden lie, and so that death be mine art, and desired success doth my bereave. Love is not guilty, then, nor thy fair face, nor fortune, cruelty, nor great disdain of my disgrace, nor chains, nor destiny, if on thy hearth doth death and love find place at the same time, if my humble brain, burning, can nothing draw but death from thee. The Beleaguered City by Henry Longfellow. I have read in some old marvellous tale, some legend strange and vague, that a midnight host of spectres pale beleaguered the walls of Prague. Beside the Moldor's rushing stream, with the one moon overhead, there stood, as in an awful dream, the army of the dead. White as a sea-hawk, landward bound, the spectral camp was seen, and, with a sorrowful, deep sound, the river flowed between. No other voice nor sound was there, nor drum, nor sentry's pace. The mist-like banners clasped the air, as clouds with clouds embrace. And the old cathedral bell proclaimed the morning prayer, the white pavilions rose and fell on the alarmed air. Down the broad valley, fast and far, the troubled army fled. Up rose the glorious morning star, the ghastly host was dead. I've read in the marvellous heart of man, that strange and mystic scroll, that an army of phantoms vast and one beleaguered the human soul. And camped beside life's rushing stream in fancy's misty light, gigantic shapes and shadows gleam, portions through the night. Upon its midnight battleground the spectral camp is seen, and the sorrowful deep sound flows the river of life between. No other voice, no sound is there in the army of a grave, no other challenge breaks the air but rushing of life's wave. And the solemn and deep church bell entreats the soul to pray, the midnight phantoms fell the spell, a shadow sweep away. Down the broad vale of tears the far spectral camp is fled, faith shineth as a morning star, our ghastly fears are dead. The Bells of Lynn by Henry Longfellow. O curfew of the setting sun, O bells of Lynn, O requiem of a dying day, O bells of Lynn. On dark belfries of yon cloud cathedral weft, your sounds aerial seem to float, O bells of Lynn. Born in the evening wind across the crimson twilight, o'er land and sea will rise and fall, O bells of Lynn.
The fisherman in his boat, far out beyond the headland, listens and leisurely rows ashore on beds of linen. And with the shining sands, wandering cattle homeward, follow each other at your call, O bells of linen. The distant lighthouse hears, and with his flaming signal answers you, passing watchword on, O bells of linen. And down the darkening coast run the moored surges and clap their hands and shout to you, O bells of linen. Then from the shuddering sea, with your wild incantations, you summon up the spectral moon, O bells of linen. Startled at the sight, like the woman of Ender, ye cry aloud, and then hold still, O bells of linen. The Bird and the Ship by Henry Longfellow. Rivers rush into the sea, by castle and town they go. Winds behind them merrily the noisy trumpets blow. The clouds are passing far and high, with the birds in them play, and everything that can sing and fly goes with us and far away. I greet thee, bonny boat, thither whence the fluttering golden band. I greet thee, little bird, to the wide sea I haste from the narrow land. Full and swollen is every sail, I see no longer a hill. I've trusted all to the sounding gale, and will not let me stand still. And wilt thou, little bird, go with us? When we stand on the mainmast tall, for full to singing is my house's merry companions all. I need not and seek not company, bonny boat, I can sing all alone. For the mainmast tall, too heavy am I, bonny boat, I've wings of my own. High over the sails, high over the mast, who shall gainsay these joys? Merry companions are still, at last I shall hear the sound of my voice. Who neither may rest nor listen may, God bless them every one. I dart away in the bright blue day, and the golden fields of the sun. Thus do I sing my merry song wherever four winds blow, and this same song my whole life long, never poet nor printer may know. The Black Night by Henry Longfellow. To Pentecost, feast of gladness, woods and fields but awful sadness, thus began the king and spake. Some of the halls of ancient Hofburg's wall a luxuriant spring shall break. Drums and trumpets echoed loudly, wave the crimson banners proudly, from balcony the king looked on. In the play of spears fell all the cavaliers before the monarch's stalwart son. To the barrier of a flight rode at last a sable knight. Sir knight, your name and scutcheon say, to speak it here, he would stand aghast to fear, and a prince of mighty sway. When he rode into the list, the arc of heaven grew black with mists, and the castle gan to rock. At the first blow fell the youth from saddle-bow, hardly rises from the shock. Pipe on the wild, hands the dances, talk light through the high-hall glances, waves the mighty shadow in. With men are bland, doth ask the maiden's hand, doth her the dance begin. Dance in sable iron sack, dance the measure weird and dark, coldly clasped by limbs around. From her breast and hair, down fall from her the fair flowers fade to the ground. To the sumptuous banquet came every night and every day. Twixt son and daughter all distraught of mournful mind, the ancient king reclined, gazed at them in silent thought. Pay the children both did look, but the guest the beaker took. Golden wine will make you whole. The children drank, gave many a courteous think. Oh, the draught was very cool. Each the father's breast embraces a son and daughter, and their faces colourless gratefully. Whichever way looks the fear-struck father grey, he beholds his children die. Oh, bliss children both, takes one the joy of youth, take me too, the joyless father. Spake the grim guest, from his hello cavernous breast, rose the spring together. The Boy and the Brook by Henry Longfellow. Down from yon distant mountain height, the brook flows through a village street. A boy comes forth to wash his hands, washing his washing where he stands in the water cool and sweet. Brook, from what mountain dost thou come, O my brooklet cool and sweet? I come from yon mountain high and cold, where lies the new snow and the old, and melts in the summer heat. Brook, to what river dost thou go? O my brooklet cool and sweet? I go to the river there below, there in bunches the violets grow, and sun and shadow meet. Brook, to what garden dost thou go, O my brooklet cool and sweet? I go to the garden in the vale, where all night long the nightingale her love song doth repeat. Brook, to what fountain dost thou go, O my brooklet cool and sweet? Go to the fountain at whose brink the maid that loves thee comes to drink, and ever she looks therein, and rise to meet her, and kiss her chin, my joys when complete. The Bridge by Henry Longfellow. I stood on the bridge at midnight, as the clocks were striking the hour, and the moon rose o'er the city behind the dark church tower. I saw her bright reflection in the waters under me, like a golden goblet falling and sinking into the sea. And far in the hazy distance of that lovely night in June, the blaze of a flaming furnace gleamed redder than the moon. Among the long black rafters the wavering shadows lay, and the current that came from the ocean seemed to lift and bear them away. As sweeping and eddying through them rose the belated height, and streaming into the moonlight the seaweed floated white. And like those waters rushing among the wooden piers, a flood of thoughts came over me that filled my eyes with tears.
how often in the days that had gone by, I'd stood on that bridge at midnight and gazed onward wave and sky. How often I had wished that the ebbing tide would bear me away into its bosom o'er the ocean wild and wide. For my heart was hot and restless, my life was full of care, and the burden laid upon me seemed greater than I could bear. But now it has fallen from me, it is buried in the sea, and only the sorrow of others throws its shadow over me. Yet whenever I cross the river on its bridge with wooden piers, like the odour of brine from the ocean comes a thought of other years. And I think how many thousands of care-encumbered men, each bearing his burden of sorrow, have crossed the bridge since when. I see the long procession still passing to and fro, the young heart hot and restless, and the old subdued and slow. And forever, as long as the river flows, as long as the heart has passion, as long as life has woes, the moon in its broken reflection and its shadow shall appear as a symbol of love in heaven and its wavering image here. The Bridge of Cloud by Henry Longfellow. Burn, O evening hearth, and waken pleasant visions as of old, of a house by winds be shaken, safe as I keep this room of gold. I no longer wizard fancy builds her castles in the air, luring me by necromance up the never-ending stair. But instead she builds me bridges over many a dark ravine, where beneath the gusty ridges cataracts dash and roar unseen. And I cross them, little heeding blast of wind or torrent's roar, as I follow the receding footsteps that have gone before. Naught avails the imploring gesture, naught avails a cry of pain. When I touch the flying vesture, 'tis the grey robe of rain. Baffled I return, and leaning over parapets of cloud, watch the mist that intervening rests the valley in its shroud. And the sounds of life ascending faintly, vaguely, meet the ear, murmur of bells and voices blending with the rush of waters near. When I know what where lies hidden, every tower and town and farm, and again the land forbidden reassumes its vanished charm. When I know the secret places, and the nests in hedge and tree, and what doors are friendly faces, and what hearts are thoughts of me. With the mist and darkness sinking, blow by mist and beaten by shower, down I fling the thought I'm thinking, down I toss the alpen flower.
A Broken Oar by Henry Longfellow. Once upon Iceland's solitary strand, the poet wandered with his book and pen, seeking some final words, some sweet amen, with the close volume in his hand. The billows rode and plunged upon the sea, the circling seagulls swept beyond his ken. The parting cloud-wreck now and then flashed a red sunset over sea and land. Then by the billows at his feet was tossed a broken oar, a calf only read, "Off was the wherry, and a toiled at we." And like a man who findeth what was lost, he wrote the words, lifted up his head, and flung his useless pen into the sea. The Brook by Henry Longfellow. Love of a mountain, lyre of bird and tree, pomp of a meadow, mirror of a morn, soul of April, unto whom are born a rose and jessamine, leaves wild and wee. Although e'er thy delicious current strays, the lap of earth with gold and silver teems, to me their clear proceeding brighter seems than golden sands that charm each shepherd's gaze. How without guile their bosom, or transparent as the pure crystal, lets their curious eye thy secrets scan, thy smooth round pebbles count. How without malice murmuring glides their current, or sweet simplicity of days gone by, or shuns the haunts of man to dwell in it found. The Brook and the Wraith by Henry Longfellow. A brooklet came from the mountain, and sang the bard of old, running the feet of silver over sands of gold. Far away in the briny ocean there rode a turbulent wave, now singing along the sea beach, now holding along the cave. The brooklet has found the billow, where it floats so far apart, and is filled with its freshness and sweetness the turbulent, bitter heart. The Builders by Henry Longfellow. All architects of fate, working in these vaults of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is so low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled, our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shapen fashion we's, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not, because no man sees, such things will remain unseen. In the elder days of art, the builders wrought with greatest care, each minute and unseen part, for the gods seen everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen, make the house, where courts may dwell, beautiful and high and clean. Else our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as we seek to climb.
built today, and strong and sure, with a firm and ample base, and as standing and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain towards turrets, where the eye sees the world as one vast plain, and one boundless reach of sky.
The Burial of a Poet by Henry Longfellow. In the old churchyard of his native town, the ancient tomb beside the wall, we laid him the sleep that comes to all, and left him to his rest and his renown. Snow was falling, as if heaven dropped down by flowers of paradise to strew his pall. The dead around him seemed to wake and call his name, as worthy of so white a crown. And now the moon is shining on the scene, a broad sheet of snow is written o'er a shadow's cruciform of leafless trees, as once the winding sheet of Saladin. If chapters of a Koran are more mysterious and triumphant signs are these.
The Castle Builder by Henry Longfellow. A gentle boy with soft and silken locks, a dreamy boy with brown and tender eyes, the castle builder with its wooden blocks and towers that touch imaginary skies. A fearless rider on his father's knee, an eager listener unto stories told, at the round table of the nursery of heroes and adventures manifold. There will be other towers for we to build, there will be other steeds for we to ride, there will be other legends and all filled with greater marvel and more glorified. Build on and make our castles high and fair, rising and reaching upward to the skies. Listen to voices in the upper sky, nor lose their simple fate in mysteries.
The Castle by the Sea by Henry Longfellow. Hast thou seen that lordly castle by the sea? Golden and red above her the clouds float gorgeously. And fain it would stop downward to the mirrored wave below, and fain it would soar upward in the evening's crimson glow. Have I seen that castle by the sea, with the moon above it standing, and the mist rise solemnly? The winds and the waves of ocean had they a merry chim. Didst thou hear, for those lofty chambers, the harp and the minstrel's rhyme? The winds and the waves of ocean were rested quietly. I heard of the gale a sound of wail, and tears come to mine eye. And sawest thou on the turrets the king and his royal bride, the wave of her crimson mantles, and the golden crown of pride? Let they not forth in rapture beauteous maiden wear, splendid as the morning sun beaming with golden hair. Well saw I the ancient parents without the crown of pride, they were moving slow, and weeds of woe, no maiden was by their side. The Celestial Pilot by Henry Longfellow. And now behold, as the approach of morning through the gross vapours, Moscow's fire reared down in the west upon the ocean floor, appeared to me. There again behold it, a light along the sea so swiftly coming, its motion by no flight of wing is equalled. And when from my head withdrawn a little mine eyes, that I might question my conductor, again I saw it brighter grown and larger. There on all sides of it appeared I knew not what of white, and underneath, little by little, there came forth another. The master yet had uttered not a word, the first whiteness in the wings unfolded. But when he clearly recognized the pilot, he cried aloud, Quick, quick, and bow the knee, behold the angel of God, fold up thy hands, and forward shalt thou see such officers. See how he scorns the human arguments, so that no oar he wants, no other sail, and his own wings, change the distant shores. See how he holds them pointed straight to heaven, fanning the air with the eternal pinions, and do not mow themselves like mortal hair. And then, as near and more near as came the bird of heaven, more glorious he appeared, so that the eye could not sustain his presence, but down I cast it. And he came to shore with a small vessel, gliding swift and light, as waters swallowed not whereof. Upon the stern stood the Celestial Pilot. The attitude seemed written on his face. More than 100 spirits sat within, ex to Israel de Egypto. Thus sang they all together in one voice. The words on the psalm is after written. When they decided the holy root upon them, they had all cast themselves upon the shore, and he departed swiftly as he came.
The Challenge by Henry Longfellow. I have a vague remembrance of a story that is told in some ancient Spanish legend or chronicle of old. And it was when brave King Sanchez was before Zamora slain, and his great besieging army lay encamped upon the plain. Don Diego de Ordanez sailed forth in front of all, and shouted loud his challenge to the warders on the wall. All the people of Zamora, both the born and the unborn, as traitors did her challenge with taunting words of scorn. The living in their houses, and their graves the dead, and the waters of the rivers, and the wine and oil and bread. Where's a greater army that besets us round with strife, a starving numberless army at all the gates of life? With poverty-stricken millions, who challenge our wine and bread, and impeach us all as traitors, both the living and the dead. And whenever I sit on the banquet, where the feast and song are high, and with the mirth and the music, I can hear that fearful cry. And hollow and haggard faces look into the lighting hall, and wasted hands are extended to catch the crumbs that fall. Though within there is a light and plenty, and the orders fill the air, but without there is cold and darkness, and hunger and despair. And where in the camp of famine, in wind and cold and rain, Christ, the great Lord of the army, lies dead upon the plain.
A Challenge of 4 by Henry Longfellow. I am the god Thor, I am the war god, I am the thunderer. Here in my Northland, my fastness and fortress, reign I forever. Here mid icebergs rule I the nations, this is my hammer, where'er the mighty giants and sorcerers cannot withstand it. These are the gauntlets wherewith I wield it, and hurl it afar off. This is my girdle, never embrace it, strength is redoubled. The light thou beholdest stream through the heavens in flashes of crimson, is but my red beard blown by the night wind, affrighting the nations. Jove is my brother, mine eyes are the lightning, the wheels of my chariot roll in the thunder, the blows of my hammer ring in the earthquake. Force rules the world, still has ruled it, shall rule it. Meekness is weakness, strength is triumphant over the whole earth, still it is force stay. Thou the god too, O Galilean, and thou singled-handed under the combat, gaunt at the gospel, yet defy thee.
The Chamber over the Gate by Henry Longfellow. Is it so far from thee, or canst thou longer see the chamber over the gate, where the old man desolate, weeping and wailing sore for his son who is no more? Absalom, my son. It is so long ago that cry of human woe from the veiled city came, calling on his dear name, that it has died away in the distant of today. Absalom, my son. There is no far or near, there is neither where nor here, there is neither soon nor late in the chamber over the gate, nor any long ago to the cry of human woe, Absalom, my son. From the ages that are past, a voice sounds like a blast, of the seas a wreck and groan, of a tumult of traffic and town, and from ages yet to be, comes the echoes back to me, O Absalom, my son. Somewhere at every hour the watchman on the tower looks forth, and sees the fleet approach of hurrying feet, of messengers that bear the tidings of despair. Absalom, my son. He goes forth from the door who shall return no more. Firm our joy departs, the light goes out in our hearts, in the chamber over the gate we sit disconsolate. Absalom, my son. That is the common grief, bringeth but slight relief. Ours is the bitterest loss, ours is the heaviest cross, and for ever the cry will be, would God I had died for thee, Absalom, my son. The Children's Hour by Henry Longfellow. Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupations that is known as the Children's Hour. I hear in the chamber above me the patter of little feet, the sound of a door that is opened, and voices soft and sweet. From my study I see in the lamplight scanning the broad hall air, grave Alice and laughing Allegra and Edith with golden hair, a whisper and then a silence, and I know by their merry eyes they are plotting and planning together to take me by surprise. A sudden rush from the stairway, a sudden raid from the hall. By 3 doors left unguarded, they enter my castle wall. They climb up into my turret, over the arms and back of my chair. They try to escape, they surround me, they seem to be everywhere. They almost devour me with kisses, their arms about me entwine, till I think of the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower of the Rhine. They think, O blue-eyed ditty, because you have scaled the walls, such an almost harsh as I am, is not a match for your all. I have you fast in my fortress, and will not let you depart, but put you down into the dungeons in the round tower of my heart, and there will keep you forever, yes, forever and a day, till the walls shall crumble to ruin, and moulder in dust away. The City and the Sea by Henry Longfellow. The panting city cried to the sea, I am faint with heat, I breathe on me. And the sea said, Lo, I breathe, but my breath to some will be life, to others death. As to Prometheus bringing ease and pain came the ocean nights, so to the city hot with the flame of the pitiless sun the east wind came. It came from the heaving breast of the deep, silent as dreams are and sun as sleep. Life-giving, death-giving, which will it be? A breath of the merciful, merciless sea? The Cross of Snow by Henry Longfellow. In the long, sleepless watches of the night, a gentle face, the face of one long dead, looks at me from the wall, where round its head the night lamp casts a loop of pale light. Here in this room she died, and soul more white, never from martyrdom or fire was led to its repose, nor can in books be read the legend of the life more benedict. There is a mountain in the distant west, that sun defying, in its deep ravines displays a cross of snow upon its side. Such is the cross that were upon my breast, these 18 years from all the changing scenes and seasons changeless since the day she died. Cumberland by Henry Longfellow. At anchor in Hampton Roads we lay on board of the Cumberland, sloop of war. In the times of the fortress across the bay, the larum of drums we passed, or bugle blasts from the camp on the shore. When far away to the south uprose a little feather of snow-white smoke, and we knew that the iron ship of our foes was steadily steering its course to try the force of our ribs of oak. Down upon us heavenly runs, silent and silent, the floating fort,
Then comes a puff of smoke from her guns, and is a terrible death of fire breath from each open port. We're not idle, but send us straight defiance back in full broadside. As hair rebounds from a roof of slate, rebounds so heavenly a hail from each iron scale of a monster's height. Strike your flag, rebel cries, as arrogant out plantation strain. Never, our gallant Morris replies, it's better to sink than to yield. And the whole air's pealed with the cheers of all men. Then, like a kraken, huge and black, she crushed her ribs in an iron grasp. Down went the Cumberland o'er the wreck, with sudden shudder of death, and the cannon's breath for a dying gasp. Next morn, as the sun rose over the bay, still floated our flag at the mainmast height. Lord, how beautiful was by day! Ever bereft of the air was a whisper of prayer or dirge of dead. How brave hearts that went down in the seas, yet peace in the troubled stream. Ho, brave land with hearts like these, the flag of this rent and train should be won again and without a seam.
The day is done, by Henry Longfellow. The day is done, and the darkness falls on the wings of night, as a fever is waved downward from an eagle in his flight. I see the lights of a village gleam through the rain and the mist, and a feeling of sadness comes over me that my soul cannot resist. A feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. Come, read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay, that should soothe this restless feeling and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bard sublime, whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time, for like strains of martial music their mighty thoughts suggest, less endless toil and endeavor, and tonight a long for rest. Read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart, as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who, through long days of labor, and nights devoid of ease, still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quit restless parts of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice. And the night shall be filled with music, and the cares that infest the day shall fold their tents like the Arabs, and the silent they steal away.
The Dead, by Henry Longfellow. Always so softly rest all of the holy ones, unto whose dwelling place and doth my soul draw near. Always so softly rest all in their silent graves, deep to corruption slowly down sinking. And they no longer weep, here their complaint is still, they no longer feel, here all gladness flies, and by the cypresses softly overshadowed, until the angel calls them, they slumber. The Elected Night, by Henry Longfellow. So Olaf he rideth over the plain, full 7 miles broad and 7 miles wide, but never, I never can meet with a man, I tell with him dare ride. He saw under the hillside a knight, full well equipped, his steed was black, his helm was bared, he was riding in full speed. He wore upon his spurs 12 little golden birds, and he spurred his steed with a clang, and there sat all the birds and sang. He wore upon his mail 12 little golden wheels, and in eddies the wild wind blew, and round the wheels they flew. He wore before his breast a lance that was poised in rest, and it was sharper than diamond stone, it made Sir Olaf's heart to groan. He wore upon his helm a wreath of ruddy gold, that gave him the maidens free, the youngest was fair to behold. Sir Olaf questioned the knight eftsoon if he would come from heaven down. Art thou Christ of heaven? Quoth he, so will yield me unto me. I am not Christ the great, shall not yield thee yet. I am an unknown knight, 3 modest maidens have me bedight. Art thou a knight elected, and there 3 maidens weep benight, shalt thou ride till this day for all the maidens' honour. The first tilt they together rode, they put their steeds to the test. The second tilt they together rode, they proved the manhood best. The third tilt they together rode, neither of them would yield. Fourth tilt they together rode, they both fell on the field. Now lie the lords upon the plain, and the blood runs unto death. Now sit the maidens in the high tower, the youngest soars to death. The Emperor's Bird's Nest, by Henry Longfellow. Once the Emperor Charles of Spain, with his swarthy grave commanders, I forgot in what campaign, long besieged in mud and rain some old frontier town of Flanders. Up and down the dreary camp, in great boots of Spanish leather, striding with measured tramp, these hidalgos dull and damp, cursed the Frenchmen, cursed the weather. Thus as to and fro we went over upland and through hollow, giving their impatient vent, perched upon the Emperor's tent in her nest, we spied a swallow. Yes, it was a swallow's nest, built of clay and hair of horses, mane or tail, and a groon's crest, found on hedgerows east and west, after skirmish of the forces. But an old hidalgo said, as he twirled his grey mustachio, "Sure, the chiller of the head thinks the emperor's tend to shed the emperor but the macho." Hearing his impartial name coupled with those words of malice, half in anger, half in shame, for the great campaigner came slowly from his canvas palace. "Let no hand the bird molest," said he solemnly, "nor hurt her," adding then, by way of jest, "Golondrina is my guest, is the wife of some deserter." Swift as bowstrings beats the shaft through the camphor spread with rumour, and the soldiers, as they quaffed Flemish beer at dinner, laughed at the emperor's pleasant humour. So unharmed and unafraid sat the swallow still and brooded to the constant cannonade the walls the breach had made, and the siege was concluded. Then the army, else the band, struck its tents as if disbanding, only not the emperor's tent, for he ordered ere he went very curtly, "Leave it standing." So it stood there all alone, loosely flapping, torn and tattered, till the brood was fledged and flown, singing of those walls of stone which a cannon shot had shattered. The Emperor's Glove by Henry Longfellow. In St. Baron's Tower, commanding half of Flanders, his domain, Charles the Emperor once was standing. The benefin on the landing stood Duke Alva and his train. Like a print in books of fables, or model made for show, with its pointed roofs and gables, dormer windows, scrolls and labels, lay the city far below. Through its squares and streets and alleys poured the populace of Drent, as a road at army rallies, or as the rivers run through valleys, hurrying to the homes they went. "Nest of Lutheran misbelievers," cried Duke Alva as he gazed, "haunt of traitors and deceivers, stronghold of insurgent weavers, let it to the ground be razed." On the Emperor's cap the fever nods, as laughing he replies, "How many skins of Spanish leather, think you would, if stitched together, make a glove of such a size?" The Evening Star by Henry Longfellow. Lone the painted oriole of the west, whose pens the sunken sun incardinates, like a fair lady at a casement shines the evening star, the star of love and rest. And when anon the dove herself divest of all her radiant garments, and reclines behind the sombre screen of yonder pines, with slumber and soft dreams of love oppressed, O my beloved, my sweet Hesperus, my morning and my evening star of love, my best and gentlest lady, even thus, as that fair planet in the sky above, dost thou retire unto thy rest at night, and from thy darkened window fades the light. The 50th Birthday of Agassiz by Henry Longfellow. It was 50 years ago, on the pleasant month of May, in the beautiful pasty ward, a child in its cradle lay. And Nature, the old nurse, took the child upon her knees, saying, "Here's a story book the father's written for thee. Come wander with me," she said, "in regions yet untrod, and read what is still unread in the manuscripts of God." And he wandered away and away with Nature, the dear old nurse, who sung to him night and day the rhymes of the universe. Whenever the way seemed long, or his heart began to fail, she would sing a more wonderful song, or tell a more marvelous tale. So she keeps him still a child, and will not let him go, or times his heart beats wild for the beautiful Paes Devo. What times he hears in his dreams the runs, the vaunches of old, and rush of mountain streams from glaciers clear and cold. And the mother at home says, "Hark! For his voice I listen and yearn. It is growing late and dark, my boy does not return." The Fire of Driftwood by Henry Longfellow. We sat within the farmhouse old, whose windows, looking over the bay, gave to the sea breeze damp and cold, an easy entrance night and day. Not far away we saw the port, the strange, old-fashioned silent town, the lighthouse, the dismantled fort, wooden houses, quaint and brown. We sat and talked until the night, scanning the little room. Our faces faded from the sight, our voices only broke the gloom. We spake of many a vanished scene, of what we once had thought and said, of what had been, might have been, and who was changed, and who was dead. And all that fills the hearts of friends at first they feel, with secret pain, lives thenceforth have separated ends, and never can be one again. The first slides were hard, and words are powerless to express, and leave it still unsaid and part, or say it in too great excess. The tones in which we spake had something strange, I could but mark, and these of memory seemed to make a mournful rustling in the dark. Oft died the words upon our lips, as suddenly from out the fire, built of a wreck of stranded ships, the flames would leap and unexpire. And, as the splendor flashed and failed, you thought of wrecks upon the main, of ships dismasted, that were hailed and sent no answer back again. Windows rattling in their frames, the ocean roaring up the beach, the gusty blast, the blickering flames, all mingled vaguely in our speech. Until they made themselves a part of fancies floating through the brain, the long-lost ventures of the heart would send no answers back again. Our flames that glowed, our hearts that yearned, we were indeed too much akin. The driftwood fire, the thought that burned, the thoughts that burned and glowed within. The Fire of Driftwood by Henry Longfellow. We sat within the farmhouse old, whose windows looked o'er the bay, gave to a sea breeze damp and cold an easy entrance night and day. Not far away we saw the port, with strange old-fashioned silent tone, the lighthouse, the dismantled fort, wooden houses quaint and brown. We sat and talked until the night, the scanning filled the little room. Our faces faded from the sight, our voices only broke the gloom. We spake of many avenged scene, of what we once had thought and said, of what had been and might have been, and who was changed and who was dead. And all that fills the hearts of friends, and first they feel, with secret pain, their lives whenceforth have separate ends and never can be one again. First slight whirring of the heart, that words are powerless to express, and leave it still unsaid and part, or say it in too great excess. Very tones in which we spake had something strange I could but mark. Leaves of memory seemed to make a mournful rustling in the dark. Oft died the words upon our lips, as suddenly from out the fire, built the wreck of stranded ships, the flames would leap and then expire. And as the splendor flashed and failed, we thought of wrecks upon the main, of ships dismantled, and of a hail and sent no answer back again. Windows rattling in their frames, the ocean roaring up the beach, the gusty blasts, the bickering flames, or mingled vaguely in our speech. Till they made themselves apart, our fancies floating through the brain, the long-lost adventures of the heart that sent no answers back again. Our flames that glowed, our hearts that yearned, they were indeed too much akin, the driftwood fire without that burned, the thoughts that burned and glowed within. The Four Lakes of Medicine by Henry Longfellow. 4 limbered lakes, 4 knights, or sylvan deities are these, and following robes of azure dressed, 4 lovely handmaids that uphold their shining mirrors rimmed with gold to the fair city in the west. By day the coursers of the sun drink of its waters as they run, with swiftly rural road on high. By night the constellations glow far down the hollow deeps below, and glimmer in another sky. Fair lakes, serene and full of light, fair town, arrayed in robes of white, a visionary ye appear. Or like a floating landscape seems, in cloudland of a land of dreams, bathed in a golden atmosphere. The Fourth Princess at Wilna by Henry Longfellow. Sweet face that from pictured casements lean as from a castle window, looking down on some gay pageant passing through a town, where says the fairest figures in the scene. What a gentle grace, with what serene unconsciousness you wear the tribal crown of youth and beauty and the fair renown of a great name, ne'er have tarnished been. From your soft eyes, so innocent and sweet, 4 spirits, sweet and innocent as they, gaze on the world below, the sky above. Hark, there's someone singing in the street. Faith, hope, and love, these 3, he seems to say, these 3, and greatest of the 3 is love. The Galaxy by Henry Longfellow. Chant of light and river of the air, along whose bed the glimmering stars are seen, like gold and silver sands in summer wine, the mountain streams have left their channels bare. The Spaniard sees and weave a pathway, where his patron saint is kent in the sheen of his celestial armor, on serene and quiet nights, when all the heavens were fair. Not this I see, nor yet the ancient fable of Phaeton's wild course, that scourged the skies wherever hoof of his hot coursers trod, but a wide rift of worlds, arch heavens of sable, the stardust with its whirled aloft and flies from the invisible chariot wheels of God. The Goblet of Life by Henry Longfellow. Filled is life's goblet to the brim, and though my eyes with tears are dim, I see its sparkling bubbles swim, and chant a melancholy hymn with solemn voice and slow. No purple flowers, no garlands green, conceal the goblet's shade or sheen, no meadowy draughts of hippocrene, like gleams of sunshine, flash between thick leaves of mistletoe. This goblet, wrought of curious art, is filled with waters that upstart in the deep fountains of heart, by strong convulsions rent apart, and running all to waste. And as it meandering passes round, the fennel is reft and crowned, with seed and foliage sun embrowned, and its waters steeped and drowned, and give a better taste. Above the lowly plants it towers, the fennel with its yellow flowers, and in an earlier age than ours was gifted with wondrous powers, lost vision to restore. It gave new strength and fearless mood, and gladiators fierce and rude mingled it in their daily food, and he who battled and subdued a wreath of fennel raw. When a life's goblet freely press, the leaves that give it bitterness, nor prize the coloured waters less, for in thy darkness and distress new light and strength they give.
And he who has not learned to know how false its sparkling bubbles show, how bitterly are the drops of woe which its brim may overflow, he has not learned to live. The prayer of Ajax was for light, through all that dark and desperate fight, the blackness of that noonday night. He asked but the return of sight, to see his foeman's face. Let our unceasing, earnest prayer be too for light, for strength to bear our portions of a weight of care that crushes into dumb despair one half a human race. Our suffering, sad humanity, O ye afflicted one, who lies steeped in the lips in misery, longing and yet afraid to die, patient or sorely tried. I pledge you in this cup of grief, where floats the fennel's bitter leaf. The battle of our life is brief, the alarm, the struggle, the relief, when sleep we side by side. The golden milestone, by Henry Longfellow. Leafless are the trees, the purple branches spread themselves abroad like wreaths of coral, rising silent in the red sea of a winter sunset. From the 100 chimneys of a village, like your African Arabian story, smoky columns tower aloft into the air of amber. At the window wings the flickering of firelight, here and where the lamps of evening glimmer, social watchfires answering one another through the darkness. On the hearth the lighted logs are glowing, and like Ariel on the cloven pine tree, for its freedom groans and sighs the air imprisoned in them. By the fireside there are old men seated, seeing ruined cities in the ashes, asking sadly of the past what it can ne'er restore them. By the fireside were youthful dreamers, building castles fair with stately stairways, asking blindly of a future what it cannot give them. By the fireside tragedies are acted, in whose scenes appear to actors only, wife and husband, and above them God the sole spectator. By the fireside were peace and comfort, wives and children with fair, thoughtful faces, waiting and watching for well-known footstep in the passage. Each man's chimney is his golden milestone, is the central point from which he measures every distance, the gateways of the world around him. In his father's wandering still he sees it, hears the talking flame, the answering night wind, as he heard them when he sat with those who were, but are not. Happy he whom neither wealth nor fashion, nor the march of the encroaching city drives an exile on the half of his anchorsal homestead. We may build most splendid habitations, fill our rooms with paintings and with sculptors, but we cannot buy with gold the old associations. The good part that should not be taken away, by Henry Longfellow. She dwells by great Carillon's side, and valleys green and cool, and all her hope and all her pride and the village school. A soul like the transparent air that rose the hills above, born not of earth, and circles where all things with arms of love. And while she walks among her girls, with praise and mild rebukes, subduing in rude village churls by her angelic looks, she reads to them at eventide of one who came to save, to cast the captive's chains aside and liberate the slave. And of the blessed time foretells when all men shall be free, musical as silver bells where falling chains shall be. And following her beloved Lord in decent poverty, she makes a life one sweet record and deed of charity. For she was rich and gave up all to break the iron bands of those who waited in her hall and laboured in her lands. Long since beyond the southern sea the outbound sail have sped, while she in meek humility now earns her daily bread. It is their prayers which never cease, but clothe her with such grace. The blessing is the light of peace that shines upon her face.
The Good Shepherd, by Henry Longfellow. Shepherd, who fighting among his servant songs has broken the slumber that encompassed me, who mazed thy crook from the accursed tree, which thy powerful arms have stretched so long, lead me to mercy's ever-flowing fountains, for thou my shepherd, guard and guide shalt be. I will obey thy voice, and wait to see thy feet are beautiful upon the mountains. Here, shepherd, thou who for the flock art dying, oh, wash away we scarlet sins, oh, rejoicest at the contrite sinner's woe. Oh, wait, to thee my very soul is crying, wait for me, yet why ask it, when I see the feet nailing to the cross, what waiting still for me? The Grave, by Henry Longfellow. For thee was the house built, of thou was born, for thee was the mould mend, of thou mother camest. But it is not made ready, nor its depth measured, nor it is seen how long it should be. Nor bring thee where thou should be, nor shall measure thee and the mould afterwards. The house is not highly timbered, it is unhigh and low. And thou art within, the heel-ways are low, the side-ways unhigh, and the roof is built the breast full nigh, so thou shalt in mould dwell full cold, dimly and dark. Doorless is that house, and dark it is within, where thou art fast detained, and deaf hath the key. Loathsome is that earth house, and grim within to dwell, where thou shalt dwell, and warm shall divide thee. Thus thou art late, and leavest thy friends, thou hast no friend who will come to thee, who will ever see how that house pleaseth thee, who will ever open the door for thee, and scan for thee, for soon thou art loathsome and hateful to see. The Happiest Land, by Henry Longfellow. There sat one day in quiet by an alehouse on the Rhine 4 hale and hardy fellows, and drank the precious wine. The landlord's daughter filled their cups around the rustic board, and said they also come, and still spake not one rude word. But when the maid departed, a Swabian raised his hand, and cried, all hot and flushed with wine, Long live the Swabian land! The greatest kingdom upon earth cannot with that compare, for all the stout and hardy men and the nut-brown maidens there. Ha! cried the Saxon, laughing, and dashed his beard with wine. I had rather lived in Lapland than that Swabian land of wine. The goodliest land on all this earth, it is the Saxon land. There are as many maidens as fingers on this hand. Hold your tongues, both Swabian and Saxon, about Bohemian cries. If there's a heaven upon this earth in Bohemia it lies, where the tailor blows the flute and the cobbler blows the horn, the miner blows the bugle of a mountain grown born. And then the landlord's daughter up to heaven raised her hand and said, Ye may no more content, there lies the happiest land.
The Harvest Moon by Henry Longfellow. It is the harvest moon, on gilded vanes and roofs of villages, on woodland crests and the aerial neighborhoods of nests, deserted on the curtained window panes of rooms where children sleep in country lanes, the harvest fields, its mystic splendor rests. Gone are the birds that were our summer guests, with the last sheaves return the labouring rains. All things the symbols, the external shows of nature, have their image in the mind, as flowers and fruits and falling of the leaves. The songbirds the leave us at the summer's close, only the empty nests are left behind, and pipe home the quail among the sheaves.
Haunted Chamber by Henry Longfellow. Each heart has its haunted chamber, where the silent moonlight falls. On the floor mysterious footsteps, their whisperers along the walls. And mine at times is haunted by phantoms of a past, as motionless as shadows by the silent moonlight cast. A form sits by the window that is not seen by day, for as soon as the dawn approaches, it vanishes away. It sits there in the moonlight, itself is pale and still, and points with its airy fingers across the window sill. Far before the window there stands a gloomy pine, whose boughs wave upward and downward as wave these thoughts of mine. And underneath its branches is the grave of a little child, who died upon life's threshold and never wept nor smiled. What are ye, O pallid phantoms, that haunt my troubled brain, and vanish when day approaches, and at night return again? What are you, O pallid phantoms, but the statues with a breath that stand on the bridge overarching the silent river of death?
The Hemlock Tree by Henry Longfellow. O hemlock tree, how faithful are thy branches, green not alone in summertime, but in the winter's frost and rime. O hemlock tree, how faithful are thy branches. O maiden fair, how faithless is thy bosom, to love me in prosperity and leave me in adversity. O maiden fair, how faithless is thy bosom. The nightingale, what takes for one example, so long as summer laughs she sings, and the autumn spreads her wings. The nightingale, what takes for one example. The meadow brook, is mirror for falsehood. It flows so long as falls the rain, and drought its springs soon dry again. The meadow brook, is mirror of her falsehood. The Herons of Elmwood by Henry Longfellow. Warm and still is the summer night, as here by the river's brink I wander. White overhead are the stars, and white the glimmering lamps on the hillside yonder. Silent are all the sounds of day, nothing I hear but the chirp of crickets, and the cry of the herons winging their way of the poet's house in the elmwood thickets. Call to him, herons, as slowly you pass, to your roots in the horns of the exiled thrushes, singing the song of a green morass, and the tide that water reeds and rushes. Sing in the mystical song of the hern, and the secret that baffles our utmost seeking, for only a sound of lament we discern, and cannot interpret the words you are speaking. Sing of the air, and the wild delight of wings that uplift and winds that uphold you, the joy of freedom, the rapture of flight through the drift of floating mists that enfold you. Of a landscape lying so far below, with its towns and rivers and desert places, and the splendor of light above, and the glow of the limitless blue, eternal spaces. Ask him if songs of the troubadours, of Minnisingers, an old black letter, sound in his ears more sweet than yours, and if yours are not sweeter and wilder and better. Sing to him, say to him, here at his gate the boughs of stately elms are meeting, someone half lingered to meditate, and send him unseen this friendly greeting. That may another half done the same, for not by a sound was the silence broken, the surest pledge of a deathless name, as the silent homage of thoughts unspoken.
The Letter of St. Augustine by Henry Longfellow. Saint Augustine, alas was said, that if our wise we can frame a ladder, if we will but treat beneath our feet each deed of shame. All common things, each day's events, and with our begin and end, our pleasures and our discontents, are rounds by which we may ascend. The low desire, the base design, that makes another's virtues less, a revel of a ruddy wine on all occasions of excess, the longing for noble things, strive for triumph more than truth, the hardening of a heart that brings a reverence for the dreams of youth. All thoughts of ill, all evil deeds, that have a root in thoughts of ill, whether hinders or impedes the action of a nobler will. Always must first be trampled down beneath our feet, if we would gain in the broad fields of fair renown the right of eminent domain. We have not wings, we cannot soar, but we have feet to scale and climb, by slow degrees, by more and more, the cloudy summits of our time. The mighty pyramids of stone, that wretch-like cleave the desert airs, are near seen and better known are but gigantic flights of stairs. The distant mountains that uprear the solid bastions to the skies are crossed by pathways that appear as we to higher levels rise. The heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but way where their companions slept were toiling upward in the night. Standing what too long we bore with shoulders bent and downcast eyes, we may discern, unseen before, a path to higher destinies. Not even the irrevocable past is wholly wasted, wholly vain, if rising on its wrecks at last something nobler we attain. The Legend of a Crossbill by Henry Longfellow. On the cross, the dying Saviour, heavenward, lifted his eyelids calm, feels, but scarcely feels, a trembling in his pierced and bleeding palm. And by all the world forsaken, sees he how with zealous care, at the roughless nail of iron, a little bird is striving there. Stained with blood and never tiring, with its beak it doth not ease, for the cross would free the Saviour, its Creator's Son release. And the Saviour speaks in mildness, Blessed be thou of all the good. Here, as token of his moment, marks of blood and holy root. And that bird is called the crossbill, covered all with blood so clear, in the groves of pine it singeth, songs like legends, strange to hear.
The Light of Stars by Henry Longfellow. The night is come, but not too soon. Once sinking silently, all silently, the little moon drops down behind the sky. There is no light on earth or heaven but the cold light of stars, and the first watch of night is given to the red planet Mars. Is it the tender star of love, the star of love and dreams? Or no, from the blue tent above the hero's armor gleams, and earnest thoughts within me rise, when I behold afar, suspended in the evening skies, the shield of that red star. O star of strength, I see thee stand and smile upon my pain, thou beckonest with thy mailed hand, and I am strong again. Within my breast there is no light, but the cold light of stars. I give a first watch of the night to the red planet Mars. The star of the unconquered will, he rises in my breast, serene and resolute, and still and calm and self-possessed. And thou too, whosoever thou art, that readest this brief psalm, as one by thy hopes depart, be resolute and calm. For fear not in a world like this, thou shalt know ere long, now how sublime a thing it is, to suffer and be strong.
The Lighthouse by Henry Longfellow. The rocky ledge runs far into the sea, and on its outer point, some miles away, the lighthouse lifts its massive masonry, a pillar of fire by night, of cloud by day. Even at this distance I can see the tides upheaving, break unheard along its base, a speechless wrath that rises and subsides, and the white lip and tremor of a face. As the evening darkens low, how bright, with the deep purple of the twilight air, beams forth sudden radiance of its light of strange, unearthly splendor in the glare. Not one alone from each projecting cape and perilous reef along the ocean's verge starts into life a dim, a gigantic shape holding its lantern over restless surge. Like a great giant Christopher it stands upon the brink of a tempestuous wave, waiting far out among rocks and sands when I outtake Marina to save. The great ships sail outward and return, bending and bowing over the billowy swells, ever joyful as we see it burn, where wave their silent welcomes and farewells. I come forth from darkness, and their sails gleam for a moment only in the blaze, and eager faces, as the light unveils, gaze at the tower and vanish while they gaze. The mariner remembers when a child, on his first voyage, he saw it fade and sink, and when, returning from adventures wild, he saw it rise again on ocean's brink. Steadfast, serene, movable the same, year after year, for all the silent night, burns on forevermore that quenchless flame, shines on that inextinguishable light. It sees the ocean to its bosom clasp, the rocks and sea sand with a kiss of peace. It sees the wild winds lift it in their grasp and hold it up and shake it like a fleece. Startled waves leap over it, the storm smites it with all the scourges of rain, and steadily against its solid form press the great shoulders of a hurricane. The sea-bird wheeling round it, with the din of wings and winds and solitary cries, blinded and maddened by the light of the wind, dashes himself against the glare and dies. A new Prometheus, chained upon the rock, still grasping in his hand the fire of Jove, it does not hear the cry, nor heed the shock, but hates the mariner with words of love. "Sail on," it says, "sail on, ye stately ships. We have a floating bridge the ocean span, we mine to guard this light from all eclipse, we yours to bring men near unto man." The Luck of Edenhall by Henry Longfellow. Of Edenhall the youthful lord bids sound the festal trumpet's call. He rises at the banquet board and cries with the drunken revellers all, "Now bring me the Luck of Edenhall." The butler hears the words of pain, the house's oldest canacle takes slow from its silken cloth again a drinking glass of crystal tall. They call it the Luck of Edenhall. Then said the lord, "This glass to praise for the red wine from Portugal." The greybeard with trembling hand obeys. A purple light shines over all, it beams from the Luck of Edenhall. Then speaks the lord, and waves its light. "This glass of flashing crystal tall gave to my sighs the fountain spirit. She wrote in it, if this glass do fall farewell then, O Luck of Edenhall. 'Tis right a goblet the fate should be of the joyous race of Edenhall. Deep draughts drink we wide willingly and willingly drink, with merry call, cling clang to the Luck of Edenhall. First drinks a deep and full and mild, like to the song of nightingale, then like the roar of the torrent wild. Then mutters at last like the thunder's fall, the glorious Luck of Edenhall. For its keeper takes the race of might, the fragile goblet of crystal tall. It has lasted longer than is right. Cling clang with a harder blow than all that try the Luck of Edenhall. As the goblet ringing flies apart, suddenly cracks the vaulted hall, and through the rift the white flames start. The guests and dusters get it all, the breaking Luck of Edenhall. In storms of foe, with fire and sword, he in the night had scaled the wall. Slain by the sword lies the youthful lord, holds in his hand the crystal tall, the shattered Luck of Edenhall. On the morrow the butler gropes alone the greybeard in the desert hall. He seeks when the dismal ruins fall, the shards of the Luck of Edenhall. The stone wall, say he, doth fall aside, down must the stately columns fall. Glass of this earth's luck and pride, at them shall fall this earthly ball, one day like the Luck of Edenhall.
The Meeting by Henry Longfellow. After so long an absence, at last we meet again. Does the meeting give us pleasure, or does it give us pain? The tree of life has been shaken, and but few of us linger now, like the prophet's 2 or 3 berries at the top of the uttermost bough. We cordially greet each other in the old familiar tongue, and we think, though we do not say it, how old grey is grown. We speak of Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, but each in his heart is thinking of those that are not here. We speak of friends and their fortunes, and of what we did and said, till the dead alone seem living and the living alone seem dead. And at last we hardly distinguish between the ghosts and the guests, and the mist and shadow of sadness steals over our merriest jests.
The Nature of Love by Henry Longfellow. The noble heart, love doth for shelter fly, and seeks the bird the forest's leafy shade. Love was not felt, a noble heart beat high, nor before love a noble heart was made. Soon as the sun's broad flame was formed, so soon the clear light filled the air, it was not till it came. So love springs up in noble breasts, and there has its appointed space, as heat in the bright flames finds its allotted place. Kindles a noble heart with fire of love, a hidden virtue in the precious stone. This virtue comes not from the stars above, till round it the ennobling sun has shone. And when his powerful blaze has drawn forth what was awhile, the stars impart strange virtue in their rays, whilst the nature doth create the heart noble and pure and high. Like virtue from the star, love comes from woman's eye. The Occultation of Orion by Henry Longfellow. I saw us in a dream sublime, the balance in the hand of time. East and west its beam impendent, and day with all its hours of light was slowly sinking out of sight, while opposite the scale of night silently with stars is kindled. Like the astrologers of eld, a bright vision I beheld, greater and deeper mysteries. I saw with its celestial keys, its cords of air, its threads of fire, the Samian's great Aeolon lyre, rising through all its sevenfold bars from earth unto the fixed stars. And through the dewy atmosphere not only could I see, but hear, its wondrous and harmonious strings in sweet vibration, sphere by sphere, from thy encircled light and near, onward to vaster and wider rings. Where, chanting through his beard of snows, majestic, mournful Saturn goes, and on the sunless realms of space evaporates the thunder of his bars. beneath the sky's triumphal arc, this music sounded like a march, with its chorus seemed to be preluding some great tragedy. Sirius was rising in the east, and slow scanning one by one the kindling constellations shone, begirt with many a blazing stars that the great giant Algebra, Orion hunter of beast. A sword hung gleamingly by his side, on his arm the lion's hide scattered across the midnight air the golden radiance of its hair. The moon was pallid, but not faint, and beautiful as some fair saint, serenely moving on her way in hours of trial and dismay. As if she heard the voice of God, unharmed with naked feet she trod upon the hot and burning stars, on the glowing coats and bars that were to prove her strength and try her holiness and her purity. Thus moving on with silent pace and triumphant in her sweet, pale face, she reached the station of Orion. Aghast he stood in strange alarm, and suddenly from its outstretched arm down fell the red skin of the lion into the river at his feet. His mighty club no longer beat the forehead of the bull, but he reeled as if you're beside the sea, when blinded by a window pin he sought the blacksmith at his forge, and climbing up the mountain gorge fixed his blank eyes upon the sun. When through the silence overhead an angel with a trumpet said, "Forevermore, forevermore the reign of violence is over." And like an instrument that flings its music on another strings, the trumpet of the angel cast upon the heavenly lyre its blast, and on from sphere to sphere the words re-echoed down the burning chords. Forevermore, forevermore the reign of violence is over.
The Old Bridge at Florence by Henry Longfellow. Chadeau galley built me, I am old, 5 centuries old. I planted a foot of stone upon the Arno at St. Michel's own, was planted on the dragon, fold by fold, beneath me as it struck it. I behold its glistening scales. Twice hovered overthrown my kindred and companions. Me alone it moved not, but is by me controlled. I can remember when the Medici were driven from Florence long still ago, the final wars of Ghibelline and Gulf. Florence adorns me with her jewelry, and when I think that Michelangelo half leaned on me, I glory in myself.
The Old Clock on the Stairs by Henry Longfellow. Somewhat back from the village street stands the old-fashioned country seat. Across its antique portico tall poplar trees their shadows throw, and from its station in the hall an ancient timepiece says to all, "Forever, never, never, forever." Halfway up the stairs it stands, and points and beacons with its hands from its case of massive oak, like a monk who, under his cloak, crosses himself and sighs, alas. A soulful voice to all who pass, "Forever, never, never, forever." By day its voice is low and light, but in the silent dead of night, distinct as a passing footstep's fall, it echoes along the vacant hall, along the ceiling, along the floor, and seems to say at each chamber door, "Forever, never, never, forever." Through days of sorrow and of mirth, through days of death and days of birth, through every swift vicissitude of changeful time, unchanged it has stood, and as if, like God, it all things saw, it calmly repeats those words of awe, "Forever, never, never, forever." In the mansion used to be free-hearted hospitality, as great fires up the chimney roared, the stranger feasted at his board, but, like the skeleton at the feast, that warning timepiece never ceased. Forever, never, never, forever. There groups of merry children played, the youths and maidens dreaming straight. A precious hours, a golden time, an affluence of love and time, even as a miser counts his gold, those hours the ancient timepiece told. Forever, never, never, forever. From that chamber clothed in white, the bride came forth on her wedding night. There in that silent room below, the dead lay in his shroud of snow. In the hush that followed the prayer was heard the old clock on the stair. Forever, never, never, forever. All are scattered now and fled, some are married, some are dead. And I ask with throbs of pain, and shall they all meet again? As in the days long since gone by, the ancient timepiece makes reply, "Forever, never, never, forever." Never here, forever where all parting, pain and care and death and time shall disappear. Forever where, but never here. A hology of eternity saith this incessantly. Forever, never, never, forever.
The Open Window by Henry Longfellow. The old house by the lindens stood silent in the shade, and on the graveled pathway the light and shadow played. I saw the nursery windows wide open to the air, but the faces of the children they were no longer there. The large Newfoundland house-dog was standing by the door. They looked for his little playmates. We would return no more. They walked not under the lindens, they played not in the hall, but shadow and silence and sadness were hanging over all. The birds sang in the branches with sweet familiar tongue, and the voices of the children will be heard in dreams alone. The boy that walked beside me could not understand. A closer in mine, a closer I pressed his warm soft hand. The Phantom Ship by Henry Longfellow. And Mother's Magnalia Christi of the old colonial time may be found in prose the legend that is here set down in rhyme. A ship sailed from New Haven, and the keen and frosty airs that filled her sails at parting were heavy with good men's prayers. O Lord, if it be thy pleasure, thus praying we all divine, to bury our friends in the ocean, take them for way of thine. But Master Lambert muttered, and under his breath said he, the ships are crank and roughy, I fear a grave she will be. And the ships that came from England when the winter months were gone brought not tidings of this vessel nor of Master Lamberton. This put the people to praying that the Lord would let them hear what in his greater wisdom he had done their friends so dear. And at last their prayers were answered. It was in the month of June, and now before the sunset of the windy afternoon, and steadily stirring a land where the ship was seen below, and they knew it was a Lamberton, master, who sailed so long ago. On the ship with a cloud of canvas right against the wind that blew, until the eye could distinguish the faces of the crew. Then fell her straining topmasts, hanging tangled in the shrouds, and the sails were loosened and lifted and blown away like clouds, and the masts with all their rigging fell slowly one by one, and the hulk dilated and vanished as the sea mist in the sun. And the people saw this marvel, each said unto his friend that this was the mould of the vessel, and thus a tragic end. And the pest of the village gave thank to God in prayer, that to quiet the troubled spirits he had sent the ship of air.
The Poets by Henry Longfellow. Ye dead poets, who are living still immortal in your verse, will life be fled, and ye, O living poets, who are dead, where ye are living, if neglect can kill, tell me if in the darkest hour of ill, of drops of anguish falling fast and red from the sharp crown of thorns upon your head, you were not glad your errand to fulfill? Yes, for the gift and misery of song have something in them so divinely sweet, can staunch the bitterness of wrong. Not in the clamour of a crowded street, not in the shouts and plaudits of a throng, but in ourselves, a triumphant defeat. The Psalm of Life by Henry Longfellow. What the heart of a young man said, the psalmist, tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream. The soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of a soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow as our destined end the way, to act to each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, the hearts for stout and brave still like muffled drums are beating funeral marches to the grave. The world's broad field of battle and the bivouac of life be not like dumb driving cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future, howe'er pleasant, if the dead past bury its dead. Act and living present, hard within and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints, perhaps another, setting our life's solemn main, forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait. The Quadroon Girl by Henry Longfellow. The slaver in the broad lagoon lay moored with idle sail, and waited for the rising moon and for the evening gale. And at the shore his boat was tied, and all the listless crew watched the grey alligator side into the silver hue. Odors of orange flowers and spice reached them from time to time, like airs the breath from paradise upon a world of crime. The planter under his roof of thatch smoked thoughtfully and slow. His lover's thumb was on the ledge, he seemed in haste to go. He said, "My ship at anchor rides in yonder broad lagoon. I only wait the evening tides and the rising of the moon." Before them, with her face upraised in timid attitude, like one half curious, half amazed, Cardoon maiden stood. Her eyes were large and full of light, her arms and neck were bare. No garment she wore save a kirtle bright, and her own long raven hair. On her lips there played a smile, as holy, meek, and faint, as lights in some cathedral assail the features of a saint. The soil is bare, the farm is old, thoughtful planter said, and looked upon the slaver's gold, and then upon the maid. As hard within him was its strife with such accursed gains, for he knew whose passions gave her life, whose blood ran in her veins. The voice of nature was too weak. He took the glittering gold, then pale as death grew the maiden's cheek, her hands as icy cold. Slava led her from the door, and led her by the hand, to be a slave in Palmore in a strange, distant land.
The Rainy Day by Henry Longfellow. The day is cold and dark and dreary, and rains, and the wind is never weary. A vine still clings to the mouldering wall, but at every gust the dead leaves fall, and the day is dark and dreary. My life is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. My thoughts are clinched to the mouldering past, where the hopes of youth fall thick in the blast, and the days are dark and dreary. Be still, sad heart, in trees repining, behind the clouds is the sun still shining. The fate is a common fate of all, into each life some rain must fall, some days must be dark and dreary.
Reap behind the flowers by Henry Longfellow. Where's the repo's name is death, and if his sickle keen he reaps the bearded grain at the breath and the flowers that grow between. Shall I have naught that is fair, saith he, have naught but the bearded grain? With the breath of these flowers is sweet to me, I will give them all back again. He gazed at the flowers with tearful eyes, he kissed the dropping leaves, and was with the Lord of Paradise he bound them in his sheaves. My Lord is need of these flowerets gay, where reaper sat and smiled, the tokens of the earth are they, where he were once a child. Where shall all bloom the fields of light transplanted with my care, and saints upon the garments white these sacred blossoms were. Mother gave, tears and pain, the flowers she most did love. She knew she should find them all again in the fields of light above. Oh, not in cruelty, not in wrath, reaper came the day, as an angel visited the green earth and took the flowers away. A Republic by Henry Longfellow. Woe too sail on, our ship of state, sail on, our union strong and great, humanity with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on the fate. We know what master laid the keel, what workman wrought the ribs of steel, what made each mast and sail and rope, what anvils rang, what hammers beat, and what forge and what a heat were shaped the anchors of our hope. Fear not each sudden sound and shock, it is the wave and not the rock, it is but the flapping of a sail, not a rent made by the gale. In spite of rock and tempest draw, in spite of false lights on the shore, sail on, the thither breast the sea. Our hearts, our hopes are all the fee, our hearts, our hopes, our prayers, our tears, our faith triumphant, our fears, are all the fee, are all the fee. The Revenge of Rain on the Face by Henry Longfellow. On the desolate land and lone, where the bighorn and the Yellowstone rode down the mountain path, where the fires the Sioux chiefs muttered the woes and griefs and the menace of their wrath. Revenge, cried Rain in the Face, revenue upon all the race of the white chief of yellow hair. Mountains dark and high from their crags re-echoed the cry of his anger and despair. And the meadows spreading wide by woodland and riverside the Indian village stood, all was silent as a dream, save the rushing of a stream and the blue jay in the wood. And his war paint and his beats like a bison among the reeds, in ambush the sitting bull lay the 3,000 braves crouched in the clefts and caves, savage unmerciful. Into the fatal snare, white chief of yellow hair and his 300 men dashed headlong, sword in hand, and of that gallant band not one returned again. The sudden darkness of death overwhelmed them like the breath and smoke of a furnace fire. By the river's bank and between the rocks of Revan were lay in the bloody attire. But the foeman fled in the night, and Rain in the Face in his flight uplifted high in air as a ghastly trophy for the brave heart that beat no more the white chief of yellow hair. Whose was the right and the wrong? Sing it, a funeral song, the voice that is full of tears, and save it our broken faith, or always ruin and scath in the year of 100 years. The Sea Diver by Henry Longfellow. My way is on the bright blue sea, my sleep upon its rocking tide. Many eye has followed me, the billows clasp the waterside. Plumage bears the crimson blush when ocean by the sun is kissed, says the evening's purple flush, my dark wing cleaves the silver mist. For many a fathom down beneath the bright arc of a splendid deep, my ear has heard the sea-shell breath o'er living myriads in their sleep. I rested by the coral throne where the pearly datum, the pale sea-grape had o'ergrown the glorious dwellings made for them. At night upon my storm-drenched wing I poised above a helmless bark, and soon I saw the shattered thing had passed away and left no mark. When the wind and storm were done, a ship that had rowed out the gale sank down without a signal gun, and none was left to tell the tale. I saw the pomp of day depart, the cloud resign its golden crown, to the ocean's beating heart the sailor's wasted course went down. Peace be to those whose graves are made beneath a bright and silver sea. Peace, and the relics there were laid, with no vain pride and pageantry. The sea hath its pearls by Henry Longfellow. The sea hath its pearls, the heaven hath its stars. My heart hath its love. Greater the sea and the heaven, yet greater is my heart, and fairer than pearls and stars flashes and beams my love. For little youthful maiden, come unto my great heart. My heart and the sea and the heaven are melting away with love. The Seaside and the Fireside by Henry Longfellow. As one who, walking in twilight gloom, hears round about in voices as it darkens, and seeing not the forms from which they come, pauses from time to time, and turns and hearkens. So walking here in twilight, O my friends, I hear your voices, softened by the distance, and pause and turn to listen, as each senses words of friendship, comfort, and assistance. If any thought of mine, or sung or told, has ever given delight or consolation, ye have repaid me back 1,000-fold by every friendly sign and salutation. Thanks for the sympathies that ye have shown, thanks for each kindly word, each silent token that teaches me when seeming most alone, friends are around me when a word be spoken. Kind messages that pass from land to land, kind letters that betray the heart's deep history, in which we feel the pressures of a hand, one touch of fire, all the rest is mystery. Pleasant books that silently among our household treasures like familiar places are to us as if living tongue spice from printed leaves or pictured faces. Perhaps on earth I never shall behold with eyes of sense your outward form and semblance, for to me ye never will grow old, but if forever young in my remembrance. Never grow old, nor change, nor pass away. Your gentle voices will flow on forever, when life grows bare and tarnished with decay, as through a leafless landscape flows a river. No chance of birth or place has made us friends, being oftentimes of different tongues and nations, yet we endeavour for the self-same ends, with the same hopes and fears and aspirations. Wherefore I hope to join your seaside walks, saddened and most silently with emotion, not interrupted with intrusive talk, the grand majestic symphonies of ocean. For I hope, as no unwelcome guest, at your warm fireside when the lamps are lighted, have a place reserved among the rest, nor stand as one unsought and uninvited.
The Secret of the Sea, by Henry Longfellow. Ah, what pleasant visions haunt me as I gaze upon the sea. All the old romantic legends, all my dreams come back to me. Sails of silk and ropes of sandal, such as gleam in ancient lore, and the singing of sailors and the answer from the shore. Most of all the Spanish ballad haunts me oft and tarries along, of the noble Count Enceladus, and the sailor's mystic song. Like the long waves on the sea beach, where the sand is silver shines, where the soft monotonous cadence flow its unriven lyric lines. Telling of a Count Enceladus, with his hawk upon his hand, saw a fair and stately galley steering onward to the land. How he heard the ancient helmsman chant a song so wild and clear, that the sailing seabirds slowly poised upon the mast to hear, till his soul was full of longing, and he cried with impulse strong, "Helmsman, for the love of heaven, teach me too with a wondrous song." "Wouldst thou," so the helmsman answered, "learn the secret of a sea? Only those who brave its dangers comprehend its mystery. And each sail that skims the horizon, each landward blowing breeze, I behold that stately galley, hear those mournful melodies, till my soul is full of longing for the secret of a sea, and the heart of a great ocean sends a thrilling pulse through me."
The Sermon of St. Francis, by Henry Longfellow. Up soared the lark into the air, shaft of song a winged prayer, so the soul released from pain was flying back to heaven again. St. Francis heard, it was to him an emblem of a seraphim, with that motion of the fire, the light, the heat, the heart's desire. Round Assisi's convent gate the birds, God's poor cannot wait, whom murmur and ducks and wood came flocking for the dole of food. "O brother birds," Sir Francis said, "ye come to me and ask for bread, but not with bread alone today shall ye be fed and sent away. Shall be fed, ye happy birds, manna of celestial words, not mine, though mine they seem to be, not mine, will be spoken through me. O doubly are ye bound to praise the great Creator in your lays. He giveth you the plums of down, your crimson hoods, your cloaks of brown. He giveth you the wings to fly, and breath of pure air on high, and care for you everywhere, or for yourself soul in the care. A flutter of swift wings and songs together rose with feathered throngs, and singing scattered far apart, deep peace was in St. Francis' heart. Knew not that the brotherhood as homely had understood. He only knew that to one ear the meaning of his words was clear. The Sifting of Peter, by Henry Longfellow. In St. Luke's Gospel we are told how Peter in the days of old was sifted, and now where ages intervene, sin is the same, while time and scene are shifted. Satan desires us, great and small, as we to sift us, and we all are tempted. Not one, however rich or great, is by his station or estate exempted. No house so safely guarded is, but he by some device of his can enter. No heart hath armor so complete, but he can pierce his arrows fleet at center. For all at last the crow hear the warning voice, but go on heeding, till thrice or more they have denied the man of sorrows, crucified and bleeding. One look of that pale suffering face will make us feel the deep disgrace of weakness. We should be sifted till the strength of self-conceit be changed at length to meekness. Wounds of a soul, though healed, will ache, rending scars remain and make confession. Lost innocence returns no more. We are not what we were before transgression. But noble souls, through dust and heat, rise from disaster and defeat the stronger, and conscious still of the divine within them, lie on earth supine no longer.
The Singers, by Henry Longfellow. God sent his singers upon earth with songs of sadness and of mirth, that they might touch the hearts of men and bring them back to heaven again. The first, a youth with soul of fire, had in his hand a golden lyre. Through groves he wanders and by streams, playing the music of our dreams. The second, with a bearded face, stood singing in the marketplace, and stirred with accents deep and loud the hearts of all the listening crowd. A grey old man, the third and last, sang in cathedrals dim and vast, where the majestic organ rolled contrition from its mouths of gold, and those who heard the singers three disputed which the best might be, for still the music seemed to start discordant echoes in each heart. And the great master said, I see no best in kind but in degree. I give the various gift to each to charm, to strengthen and to teach. These are the three great chords of might, and he whose ear is tuned aright will hear no discord in the three, but the most perfect harmony. The skeleton in armor, by Henry Longfellow. Speak, speak, I thou fearful guest, who with a hollow breast in rude armor dressed comest to daunt me. Wrapped not in eastern balms, that with thy fleshless palms, stretched as if asking alms, by dost thou haunt me. Then from those cavernous eyes pale flashes seemed to rise, as when the northern skies gleam in December. Like a water's flow under December's snow, came a dull voice of woe from the heart's chamber. I was the Viking old, my deeds were manifold. No skald in song has told, no sage taught thee. Take heed that in thy verse thou dost the tale rehearse, else dread the dead man's curse, for this is sought we. Far in the northern land, by the wild Baltic strand, I with my childish hand tamed the gerfalcon, and with my skates fast bound, skimmed the half-frozen sound with the poor whimpering hound, trembled to walk on. Off to his frozen lair tracked I in grisly bear, while from my path the hare fell like a shadow. Off through the forest dark followed the werewolf's bark, until the soaring lark sang from the meadow. But when I older grew, joining a courser's crew, our dark seer flew with the marauders. Wild was the life we led, many the souls that sped, many the hearts that bled by our stern orders. Many vessel bowed a war the long winter out. Often our midnight shout sat crowning, as we the berserker's tale, measured in cups of ale, draining the oaken pail, filled to overflowing. Once as I told in Galley tales of a stormy sea, soft eyes that gazed on me, burning yet tender, and as the white stars shine on the dark Norway pine, on that dark heart of mine fell their soft splendor. I wode a blue-eyed maid, yielding, yet half afraid, and in the forest shade our woes were plighted. And its loosened waist fluttered her little breast, like birds with their nest, where the hawk frightened it. Bright in the father's hall shields gleamed upon the wall, loud sang the minstrels all, chanting his glory, when of old Hildebrand I asked his daughter's hand. Mute did the minstrel stand to hear my story. While the brown ale lay quaffed, loud went to champion laughed, and as the wind guests weft the sea foam brightly, so the loud laugh of scorn out of those lips unshorn, from the deep drinking horn blew the foam lightly. She was a princess' child, I but a Viking wild, and though she blushed and smiled, I was discarded. Should not the dove so white follow the sea mew's flight? Why did we leave at night her nest unguarded? Scarce that I would to sea, being the maid with me, fairest of all was she among the Norsemen, and on a white sea strand, waving his armed hand, saw we old Hildebrand with 20 horsemen. We launched way to the blast, then like a reed each mast. Ahead we were gaining fast, and the wind failed us, and with a sudden flow came round the gusty squall, so that our foe we saw laugh as he hailed us. And as we catch the gale, round weighing the flipping sail, deeper was the helmsman hail, deep without quarter. Midships with iron keels, striking her ribs of steel, down a black hulk that reeled through the black water. As with the wings as land sails the fierce cormorant, seeking some rocky haunt with his prey laden, so toward the open main beating to sea again through the white hurricane, bore I the maiden. 3 weeks we westward bore, and when the storm was o'er, cloud-like we saw the shore, stretching to leeward, wherefore my lady's bower built I the lofty tower, which to this very hour stands looking seaward. Where lived we many years. Time dried the maiden's tears, she had forgot her fears. She was a mother, deaf closed her mild blue eyes, under the tower she lies, near shall the sun rise on such another. Still grew my bosom then, still as a stagnant fen, hateful to me were man, the sunlight hateful, and vast forced ye glad in my warlike ear, fell I upon my spear, our death was grateful. Was seen with many scars, bursting with prison bars, up to its native stars my soul is canted. Wherefore the flowing bow deep drinks a warrior's soul, squall to the Northland, squall, thus the tale ended. The Sound of the Sea, by Henry Longfellow. The sea awoke at midnight from its sleep, and around the pebble beaches far and wide I heard the first wave of the rising tide rush onward with uninterrupted sweep. A voice out of the silence of the deep, sound mysteriously multiplied, as of a cataract from the mountain's side, or a roar of winds upon a wood steep. So comes to us at times, from the unknown and inaccessible solitudes of being, the rushing of the sea tides of a soul. and inspirations we redeem our own as some divine foreshadowing and foreseeing of things beyond our reason or control.
The Spirit of Poetry by Henry Longfellow. There's a quiet spirit in these woods that dwells wherever gentle south wind blows, where underneath the white thorn in the glade the white flowers bloom, or, kissing the soft air, the leaves above the sunny palms outspread. Athwart a tender and impassionate voice, it fills the nice and delicate ear of thought, and the fast ushering star of morning comes, riding the grey hills with coat and scarf, or when the cold and dusky sandaled eve and morning weeds toward the western gate departs at silent pace, its spirit moves in the green valley where the silver brook from its full laver pours the white cascade, and, babbling low mid the tangled woods, slips down from moss-grown stones with endless lava. Frequent on the everlasting hills, its feet go forth, when the dove wraps itself in all the dark embroidery of a storm, and shouts the stern, strong wind. And here, in the silent majesty of these deep woods, its presence shall uplift the force from earth, as to the sunshine and the pure, bright air where tops the green trees lift. Hence gifted bards have ever loved the calm and quiet shades. For then there was an eloquent voice in all, the sylvan pomp of woods, the golden sun, the flowers, the leaves, the river on the way, blue skies and silver clouds and gentle winds, with swelling upland where the sidelong sun aslant the wooded slope at evening grows, through whose broken roof the sky looks in, mountain and shattered cliff and sunny vale, the distant lake, fountains and mighty trees, many a lazy syllable repeating the old poetic legends to the wind. And with the sweet spirit thou fill the world, and in these wayward days of youth my busy fancy often embodies it, as a bright image of a light and beauty that dwell in nature, of heavenly forms we worship in our dreams, and with soft hues that stain the wild bird's wing, flush the clouds with the sunsets. With thy tender eye the heaven of April, with its changing light, and when it wears the blue of May, is hung on her lip the rich hedgerows. Hairs like the summer tresses of a trees, when twilight makes them brown, on her cheek blush the richness of an autumn sky, of ever-shifting beauty. Then a breath that is so like the gentle air of spring, as from the morning's dew flowers it comes full of a fragrance, that is joy to have it around us, and the silver voice is the rich music of a summer bird, heard in the still night with its passionate cadence. The Statue over the Cathedral Door by Henry Longfellow. Forms of saints and kings are standing the cathedral door above, and I saw but one among them who have soothed my soul with love. In his mantle wound about him, as the ropes with sour winds, bore he swallows and their fledglings, flowers and weeds of every kind. So stand he calm and childlike, high in wind and tempest wild, or were like him exalted that would be like him a child. And my song's green leaves and blossoms to the doors of heaven would hear, calling even in storm and tempest around me still these birds of air. The Terrestrial Paradise by Henry Longfellow. Long already to search in and around the heavenly forests, dense and living green, which tempered the eyes the newborn day, avowed and more Delia left the bank, crossing the little country slowly, over the soil and their breath fragrance. A gently breathing air, that no mutation had in itself, smoldering upon the forehead, no heavier blow than of a pleasant breeze, where the tremulous branches readily did all of them bow downward towards that side, where its first shadow casts the holy mountain. Yet not from their upright direction bends, that little birds upon their tops should cease the practice of a tuneful art, but with full-throated joy, the hours of prime singing received they in the midst of foliage that made monotonous burden to the rhymes, even as from branch to branch it gathering swells, through the pine forests on the shore of Chiassi, when Aeolus unlooses the sirocco. Already my slow steps had led me on into the ancient woods afar, but I could see no more the place where I had entered. Now my further course cut off a river, which, towards the left hand, with its little waves, bent down the grass that on its margin sprang. All waters that on earth most limpid are would seem to have within themselves some mixture compared with that which nothing doth conceal. All what moves on the brown current under the shade perpetual, but never a ray of the sun lets in, nor of the moon. The Three Silences of Molinos by Henry Longfellow. 3 silences there are, the first of speech, the second of desire, the third of thought. This is the law of Spanish monk, distraught with dreams and visions, was the first to teach. These silences, commingling each with each, made up the perfect silence, what he sought and prayed for, and when at times he caught mysterious sounds from realms beyond our reach. Of thou whose daily life anticipates the life to come, and whose thought and word the spirit of word preponderates. Hermit of Amesbury, who too hast heard voices and melodies from beyond the gates, speakest only when thy soul is stirred.
The tide rises, the tide falls, by Henry Longfellow. The tide rises, the tide falls, the twilight darkens, the curlew calls. Along the sea sands damp and brown, the traveller hastens toward the town. And the tide rises, the tide falls. Darkness settles on roofs and walls, but the sea in the darkness calls and calls. The little waves with their soft white hands, their face with their footprints in the sands. And the tide rises, the tide falls. The morning breaks, the steeds in their stalls stamp and neigh as a hostler calls. The day returns, but nevermore returns the traveller to the shore. The tide rises, the tide falls. The tides, by Henry Longfellow. I saw the long line of a vacant shore, the seaweed and the shells upon the sand, and the brown rocks left bare on every hand, as if the ebbing tide would flow no more. Then heard I more distinctly than before the ocean breathe and its great breast expand, and hurrying came on the defenceless land the insurgent waters with tumultuous roar. Although in feeling and desire I said, laughter and the exultant joy of song have ebbed from me forever. Suddenly o'er me they swept again from the deep ocean bed, and a tumult of delight, and strong as youth, and beautiful as youth, upbore me. The Two Angels, by Henry Longfellow. Two angels, one of life and one of death, passed over our village as the morning broke. The dawn was on their faces, and beneath the sombre houses hissed with plumps of smoke. Their attitude and aspect were the same, alike their features and their robes of white, but one was crowned with amaranth and with flame, and one with asphaltus, like flakes of light. I saw them pause on their celestial way, and said I with deep fear and doubt oppressed, Beat not so loud my heart, lest thou betray the place where thy beloved are at rest. And he who wore the crown of asphaltus, discandid at my door began to knock. My heart sank within me, as in wells of water sink before an earthquake shock. I recognized the nameless agony, the terror and the tremor and the pain that oft before had filled or haunted me, and I returned with freehold strength again. The door opened to my heavenly guest, and listened, for I thought I heard God's voice, and knowing whosoever he sent was best, dared never to lament nor to rejoice. When with a smile that filled the house of light, "Thy errand is not death but life," he said, and I answered, passing out of sight, when its celestial embassy is sped. Towards that white door, O friend, and not at mine, the angel with the amaranth weft, pausing, scandal, and the voice divine, whispered a word that had a sound like death, and fell upon the house's sudden gloom, a shadow on those features fair and thin, and softly from that hushed and darkened room 2 angels issued, where but one went in. All is of God, but he who waved his hand, the mists collect, the rain falls thick and loud, till with a smile of light on sea and land, lo, he looks back from the departing cloud. Angels of life and death alike are his, without his leave they pass no threshold o'er. Who one would wish or dare, believing this, against his messengers to shut the door?
The Two Locks of Hair, by Henry Longfellow. A youth, light-hearted and content, a wander through the world, here, Arab-like, is pitched my tent and straight again is furled. Yet oft the dream that once a wife, close to my heart was locked, and the sweet repose of life a blessed child I rocked. I wake, away but dream away, long did I remain, so long that both by night and day ever comes again. The end lies ever my fault, to a grave so cold and deep the mother beautiful was brought, and dropped the child asleep. But now a dream is holding o'er, above mine eyes and see, a wonderful world once more, a youth so light and free. 2 locks, and their wondrous fair, left me the vision mired. Brown is from the mother's hair, the blonde is from the child. When I see that lock of gold, pale grows the evening red, and the dark lock I behold, I wish that I were dead. The Two Rivers, by Henry Longfellow. Slowly the hour hand of a clock moves around, so slowly that no human eye have power to see it move. Slowly and shine or show the painted ship above with homeward bound sails, but seems motionless as if aground. Yet both arrive at last. In its tower the slumberous watchman wakes and strikes the hour, a mellow, measured, melancholy sound. Midnight, the outpost of advancing day, a frontier town and citadel of night. A watershed of time from which the streams of yesterday and tomorrow take their way, one to the land of promise and of light, one to the land of darkness and of dreams. O river of yesterday, with currents swift through chasms descending and soon lost to sight, I do not care to follow in their flight the faded leaves that on their bosom drift. O river of tomorrow, I uplift mine eyes, and thee I follow, as the night wanes into morning, the dawning light broadens, and all the shadows fade and shift. I follow, where the waters run through unfrequented, unfamiliar fields, fragrant with flowers and musical with song. Still follow, sure to meet the sun, and confident that what the future yields will be the right, unless myself be wrong. Yet not in vain, O river of yesterday, through chasms of darkness to the deep descending, I heard thee sobbing in the rain, and blending the voice of other voices far away. I called to thee, yet thou wouldst not stay, turbulent, with thyself contending, and torn like the force on pebbles bending, thou wouldst not listen to a poet's lay. Thoughts, like a loud and sudden rush of wings, regrets and recollections of things past, the hints and prophecies of things to be, and inspirations which, could they be things, and stay with us, and we could hold them fast, were good angels, we owe to thee. And thou, O river of tomorrow, following between thy narrow adamantine walls, but beautiful and wide of waterfalls, and refts of mist, like hands the pathway showing. I hear the trumpets of the morning blowing, I hear the mighty voice that calls, and see, as Ossian's son Morven's holds, mysterious phantoms, coming, beckoning, going. It is the mystery of unknown that fascinates us. We are children still, wayward and wistful. With one hand we cling to the familiar things we call our own, with the other, resolute of will, grope in the dark for what the day will bring. The Venetian Gondolier by Henry Longfellow. Here yesterday o'er soft airs breathe out in the overarching sky, and night, sweet night, serenely wears a smile of peace, her noon is nigh. There the tall fire in quiet stands, and waves embracing the chaste shores of our seashells and bright sands, is heard the sound of dipping oars. Swift o'er wave the light bark springs, love's midnight hour draws lingering near, and list is tuneful viol strings the young Venetian gondolier. Low on the silver mirror deep, on earth and her embosomed lakes, there the silent rivers sweep, from the thin cloud fair moonlight breaks, soft music breathes around, and dies on the calm bosom of the sea, whilst in her cell the novice sighs her vespers to a rosary. If the dim alphas both her forms, and tender charity for those that, helpless left to life's rude storms, have never found this calm repose. The bell swings to its midnight chime, we lift against the deep blue sky. Haste, did we roar again? 'Tis time to seek a nervous welcome.
The Village Blacksmith by Henry Longfellow. Under a spreading chestnut tree the village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinew hands, and the muscles of his brawny arms as strong as iron bands. His hair is crisp and black and long, his face is like the tan, his brows wet with honest sweat. He earns whate'er he can, and looks the whole world in the face, for he owes not any man. Week in, week out, from morn till night, you can hear his bellows blow. You can hear him swing his heavy sledge, with measured beat and slow, like a sexton ringing the village bell when the evening sun is low. And children coming home from school looking in at the open door. They love to see the flaming fork, and hear the bellows roar, and catch the burning sparks that fly like chaff from a threshing door. He goes on Sunday to the church, and sits among the boys. He hears the parson pray and preach. He hears the daughter's voice singing in the village choir, and it makes his heart rejoice. It sounds to him like a mother's voice singing in paradise. He needs must think of her once more, how in the grave she lies, and with his hard, rough hands he wipes a tear out of his eyes. Toiling, rejoicing, sorrowing, onward through life he goes. Each morning sees some task begin, each evening sees it close. Something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose. Thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught. Thus at the flaming fork of life our fortune must be wrought. Thus on its sounding anvil shaped each burning deed and thought.
The Warden of the Cinque Ports by Henry Longfellow. A mist was driving down the British Channel, the day was just begun. Through window panes on floor and panel streamed the red autumn sun. A glance at flowing flags and rappelling pennon, and white sails of ships, and from the frowning rampart the black cannon hailed at the feverish lips. Sandwich and Romney, Hastings, Hythe and Dover were all alert that day, to see the French war steamer speeding over when the fog cleared away. Sullen and silent and like couchant lions, their cannon through the night, holding their breath, had watched, in grim defiance, the sea-coast opposite. And now they roared a drumbeat for their stations on every citadel, each answering each with morning salutations that all was well. And down the coast, all taking up the burden, replied the distant forts, as if to summon from sleep the warden and lord of the Cinque Ports. Him shone no sunshine through the fields of azure, no drumbeat from the wall, no morning gun from the black fort's embrasure awakened with its call. No more surveying with an eye impartial the long line of the coast, shall the gaunt figure of the old field marshal be seen upon his post. For in the night unseen, a single warrior, in sombre harness mailed, dreaded of man, and soon ere the destroyer a rampart wall has scaled. He passed into the chamber of a sleeper, the dark and silent room. As he entered, darker grew, and deeper, the silence and the gloom. He did not pause to parley or dissemble, but smote the water o'er. Ah, what a blow that made all England tremble and groan from shore to shore. Meanwhile without the surely cannon waited, the sun rose bright o'erhead. Nothing in nature's aspect imitated if the great man was dead.
The Warning by Henry Longfellow. Beware! These were lights of old who tore the lion in his path, when, poor and blind, he saw the blessed light of heaven no more, shorn of his noble strength and forced to grin in prison, and at last led forth to be a pander to Philistine revelry. When the pillars of the temple laid his desperate hands, and in its overthrow destroyed themselves, and with those who made a cruel mockery of his sightless will, the poor blind slave, the scoff and jest of all, expired and thousands perished in the fall. There is a poor blind Samson in this land, shorn of his strength and bound in bones of steel, who may in some grim reel raise his hands and shake the pillars of his commonweal till the vast temple of our liberties, a shapeless mass of wreck and rubbish lies.
The Wraith by Henry Longfellow. Whither, turbid wave, whither, with so much haste, the fevered foe? I am the wave of life, stained with many margins dust, from the struggle and the strife of a narrow stream I fly to the sea's immensity, to wash from me the slime of the muddy banks of time. The Wind over the Chimney by Henry Longfellow. See the fire sinking low, dusky red the embers glow, while above them still a cover, while a moment more I linger, while the clock, the lifted finger, points beyond the midnight hour. Sings the blackened lark a tune, learned in some forgotten June, from a schoolboy at his play, and both were young together, half of youth and summer weather, making all the holiday. The night wind rising, hark, how both fare in the dark, in the midnight and the snow, even wilder, fiercer, grander, like the trumpets of Iskander, all the noisy chimneys blow. Ever-quivering tongue of flame seems to murmur some great name, seems to say to me, "Spire." But the night wind answers, "Hollow are the visions that you follow, into darkness sinks your fire." Then the flicker of the blaze gleams on volumes of old days, written by masters of the art, loud through whose majestic pages rode the melody of ages for the harp strings of a heart. And again the tongues of flame start exulting and exclaim, "These are prophets, bards, and seers, a horoscope of nations, like ascended constellations that control the coming years." But the night wind cries, "Despair! Those who walk the feet of air leave no long enduring marks. The gods' forges incessantly, mighty hammers beat incessant, these are but their flying sparks. Dust are all the hands that draw the books, are sepulchres of thought. The dead laurels of the dead rustle for a moment only, like the withered leaves in lonely churchyard at some passing tread. Suddenly the flame sinks down, sink the rumour of renown, and alone the night wind drear clamour louder, wilder, vaguer. "'Tis a brand of Meleager dying on the hearthstone here." And I answer, "Though it be, why should it discomfort me? No endeavour is in vain, is reward is in the doing, and the rapture of pursuing is the price of vanquished gain."
The Windmill by Henry Longfellow. Behold, a giant am I, aloft in my tower, with my granite jaws I devour the maize and the wheat and the rye and grindworm the floor. I look down over the farms, in the fields of grain I see the harvest that is to be, and I fling to the air my arms, for I know it is all for me. I hear the sound of flails, far off, from the threshing floors and barns, with open doors, and the wind in my sails, louder and louder roars. I stand here in my place, with my foot on the rock below, and whichever way it may blow, I meet it face to face, as a brave man meets his foe. And while we wrestle and strive, my master the miller stands, and feeds me with his hands, for he knows who makes him thrive, who makes him lord of lands. On Sundays I take my rest. Church-going bells begin below, melodious din. I cross my arms on my breast, and all is peace within.
The Wine of Juan Con by Henry Longfellow. Little sweet wine of Juan Con, you are dear to my memory still. For mine host and his merry song, under the rose tree I drank my fill. 20 years after, passing that way, under the terrace I found again mine host, still sitting there of thrice, and singing still the same refrain. The Juan so fresh and bold, treats me as one I used to know, souvenirs of the days of old, already from the bottle flow. Of glass in hand our glances met, we pledge, we drink, so it is, never arguing to a piquet, was to my palate so Swiss. And yet the vintage was good in sooth, the self-same juice, the self-same cask. It was you, a gave of my youth, it failed in the autumnal flask.
The Witnesses by Henry Longfellow. In ocean's wide domains, half buried in the sands, lie skeletons and chains, with shackled feet and hands. Beyond the fall of dews, deeper than plummet lies, float ships with all their crews, no more to sink nor rise. There the black slave ship swims, freighted with human forms, whose fat red fleshless limbs are not the sport of storms. These are the bones of slaves, they gleam from the abyss, they cry from yawning waves. We are the witnesses. within earth's wide domains, are markets for men's lives, where necks are galled with chains, their wrists are cramped with gyves, dead bodies that the kite in deserts makes its prey, murders that with affright scare schoolboys from their play. All evil thoughts and deeds, anger and lust and pride, the foolest, rankest weeds which choke life's groaning tide. These are the works of slaves, they glare from the abyss, they cry from unknown graves, we are witnesses.
There was a little girl by Henry Longfellow. There was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. And she was good, she was very good indeed, and she was bad, she was horrid. To Cardinal Richelieu by Henry Longfellow. The mighty prince of church and state, Richelieu, until the hour of death, whatever road man chooses, fate still holds him subject to her breath. Spun of all things, our days and nights have sorrows woven with delights, and of his intermingled shade of various destiny appears, even as one sees the course of years of summers and of winters made. Sometimes the soft, deceitful hours let us enjoy the halcyon wave, sometimes impending peril lowers beyond the seaman's skill to save, or wisdom, infinitely wise, that gives to human destinies the foreordained necessity, is made no law more fixed below than the alternate ebb and flow of fortune and adversity. To Italy by Henry Longfellow. Italy, Italy, O art doomed to wear the fatal gift of beauty, and possesses with our fewness of infinite wretchedness written upon thy forehead by despair. I would it were but stronger or less fair, and might fear thee more, love thee less, when the splendour of thy loveliness seem wasting, yet to mortal combat dare. And from the Alps I should not see the scannings of the taunts of armed men, nor Gaelic court drinking the wave of pour, the stains of gore, nor should I see the girdle of a sword not thine, the stranger's arm contending, victor, vanquished, slave for evermore.
Tomorrow by Henry Longfellow. 'Tis late at night, and in a realm of sleep my little lambs are folded like the flocks. From room to room I hear the wakeful clocks challenge the passing hour, like guards that keep a solitary watch on tower and steep. Far off I hear the crowing, and through the opening door that time unlocks, feel the fresh breathing of tomorrow creep. Tomorrow, the mysterious unknown guest, who cries to me, remember our balmy sight, and tremble to be happy with rest, and I make answer, I am satisfied. I dare not ask, I know not what is best. God hath already said what shall betide.
To Vittoria Colonna by Henry Longfellow. Lady, how can I change, yet this we see in long experience, no longer lasts a living image carved from quarries vast, and its own maker who dies presently. Cause yieldeth to effect, if this to be, even nature is by art it surpassed. This know I, who to art hath given the past, but see the times bring faith with me. Perhaps on both of us long life can I, either in colour or in stone bestow, but now portraying each in look and mien, so that 1,000 years after we die, how fair thou wast, and I how full of woe, and wherefore so lovely may be seen. To William E. Channing by Henry Longfellow. The pages of a book I read, as I closed each one, my heart responding ever said, Servant of God, well done. Well done, the words are great and bold, at times it seemed to me, like Luther's in the days of old, half battled for the free. Gone until this land revokes the old enchanted Lee, the feudal course who slips and yokes insult humanity. Or is ever at thy side, speak in tones of might, like prophetic voice that cry to John and Patmos, Right. Right, and tell out this bloody tale, record this dire eclipse, this day of wrath, this endless wail, this dread apocalypse. To an old Danish songbook by Henry Longfellow. Welcome, old friend, welcome to our fond fireside, where the sullen gales of autumn shake the windows. The ungrateful world has, it seems, dealt harshly with thee, since beneath the skies of Denmark first I met thee. There are marks of age, there are thumb marks on the margin, made by hands that clasp thee rudely at the alehouse. Soiled and dull thou art, yellow are thy time-worn pages, as the russet, rain-molested leaves of autumn. Though it stained with wine, scattered with valerious goblets, as the least of the limitations of Olympus, yet dost thou recall days departed, half forgotten, when in dreamy youth I wandered by the Baltic, and opposed to hear the old bell of King Christian shouted from suburban taverns in the twilight, while we recalled bards, who in solitary chambers, and fast by passion wasted, wrote their pages, while we recalled homes where by songs of love and friendship made the gloomy northern winter bright as summer. Once some ancient skald in his bleak ancestral Iceland chanted staves of these old ballads to the Vikings. Once in Elsinore at the court of old King Hamlet, Yorick and his boon companions sang these ditties. Once Prince Frederick's guard sang in their smoky barracks. Suddenly the English cannon joined the chorus. peasants on the field, sailors on the roaring ocean, students, tradesmen, pale mechanics, all have sung them. Thou hast been their friend, they, alas, have left thee friendless. Yet at least by one warm fireside art thou welcome. And as the swallows build in these white old-fashioned chimneys, so that twittering song shall nestle in my bosom. Quiet, close and warm, sheltered from all molestations, and recalling by the voices youth and travel. To my brooklet, by Henry Longfellow. For brooklet, all unknown to song, hid in the covert of the wood. Ah, yes, like thee I fear the throng, like thee I love the solitude. O brooklet, let my souls pass lie all forgotten in their graves, till my thoughts remain at last only thy peace, thy flowers, thy waves. The lily by the margin waits, the nightingale, the marguerite, in shadows he meditates his nest, his love, his music sweet. Near thee the self-collected soul knows naught of error or of crime. The waters murmuring as they roll transform his musings into rhyme. Ah, when, on bright autumnal eves, pursuing still thy course, shall I lisp the soft shudder of the leaves, and hear the lapwing's plaintive cry. To the Avon, by Henry Longfellow. Flow on, sweet river, like his verse, or lies beneath the sculptured hearse. Nor wait beside the churchyard wall, for I cannot hear thy call. The playmate once, I see him now, a boy with sunshine on his brow, and here in Stratford's quiet street, the patter of his little feet. I see him by their shallow edge, wading knee-deep amid the sedge, and lost in thought as if I stream were the swift river of a dream. He wanders whitherward it flows, and fain would follow where it goes, to the wide world which should along be filled with his melodious song. Flow on, fair stream, the dream is o'er, he stands upon another shore. A vaster river near him flows, and still he follows where it goes. To the driving cloud, by Henry Longfellow. Gloomy and dark art thou, chief of mighty Omahas. Gloomy and dark is the driving cloud whose name thou hast taken. Wrapped in thy scarlet blanket, I see thee stalk through the city's narrow and populous streets, as once by the margin of rivers stalked those birds unknown that have left us only their footprints. What, in a few short years, will remain of our race but the footprints? How canst thou walk these streets, who hast trod the green turf of the Paris? How canst thou breathe this air, who hast breathed the sweet air of the mountains? It is in vain that with lordly looks of disdain thou dost challenge looks of disdain in return, and question these walls and these pavements, claiming the soil of our hunting grounds, while downtrodden millions starve in the garrets of Europe, and cry from its caverns that they, too, have been created heirs of the earth, and claim its division. Back then, back to the woods and the regions west of the Wabash, where as a monarch thou reignest. Nor in the leaves of the maple path the floors of a palace halls of gold, and in summer pine trees waft through its chambers the odorous breath of the branches. Where wert strong and great, a hero, a tamer of horses. Where thou chasest the stately stag on the banks of the Elkhorn, or by the roar of the running water, or where the Omaha calls thee, and leads through the wide Ravine like a brave of the Blackfeet. Hark! What murmurs arise from the heart of those mountainous deserts? Is it the cry of the foxes and crows of the mighty Behemoth, who, unharmed, on his tusk once caught the bolts of thunder, nor lurks in his lair to destroy the race of a red man? For more fatal to be in the race than the crows of the fox, for more fatal to be in the race than the tread of Behemoth. Lo, the big thunder canoe, that steadily breasts the Missouri, merciless current, and yonder I found a Paris, the campfires gleam through the night. And the cloud of dust and the grey of daybreak marks not the buffalo's track, nor the mountain's dexterous horse race. It is a caravan, widening the desert where dwell the Comanches. Ah, how the breath of the Saxon Celts, like the blast of the east wind, drifts evermore to the west the scanty smokes of their wigwams. To the river Charles, by Henry Longfellow. River, that in silence windest through the meadows bright and free, till at length I rest for fineness in the bosom of a sea. 4 long years of mingled feeling, half in rest and half in strife, have seen the waters stealing onward like the stream of life. Thou hast taught me, silent river, many a lesson, deep and long. Thou hast been a generous giver, I can give thee but a song. Oft in sadness and in illness I have watched thy countless light, till the beauty of its stillness overflowed me like a tide. And in better hours and brighter, when I saw thy waters gleam, I felt my heart beat lighter, and leap onward with thy stream. Not for this alone I love thee, nor because thy waves are blue from celestial seas above thee, take their own celestial hue. Where yon shadowy woodlands hide thee, and the waters disappear, friends I love how dwell beside thee, and have made thy Margan dear. More than this, my name reminds me of 3 friends, all true and right, and that name like magic binds me closer, closer to thy side.
Friends myself with joy remembers, how like quivering flames they start, when I fan the living embers on the hearthstone of my heart. 'Tis for this, for silent river, that my spirit leans to thee, who hast been a generous giver, take this idle song from me.
To the river Rhone by Henry Longfellow. A royal river born of sun and shower, and shimmers purple with the Alpine glow, wrapped in the spotless ermine of the snow and rocked by tempests. At the appointed hour forth, like a steel-clad horseman from a tower, of clang and clink of harness thus forgo, to meet the vessel torrents, where rush to receive and obey thy power. And over moves in triumphal march, a king among the rivers. On thy way 100 towns await will welcome thee. Bridges uplift thee with stately arc, vineyards encircle thee with garlands gay, and fleets attend thy progress to the sea.
To the river Yvette by Henry Longfellow. O lovely river of Yvette, O darling river, like a bride, some dimpled bashful fair Lisette, who goes to wed the gorgeous tide. Main court and lordly and prior see and salute thee on the way, and with the blessing and the prayer ring the sweet bells of Saint Fouquet. Relic of Chadeau and vain would hold thee in its fond embrace, or glidest from its arms again and hurriest on with swifter pace. Or wilt not stay with restless feet, pursuing still thine onward flight, or goest as one haste to meet her sole desire, her heart's delight. O lovely river of Yvette, O darling stream, on balanced wings the woodbirds sing which has a net that here wandering poet sings. To the Stork by Henry Longfellow. Welcome, O stork, that dost wing the flight from far away, thou hast brought us to the signs of spring, thou hast made our sad hearts gay. Descend, O stork, descend upon our roof to rest, and O ash tree, O my friend, my darling, make the nest. To thee, O stork, I complain, O stork, to thee I impart the thousand sorrows, the pain aching of my heart. Thou away didst go away from this tree of ours, veering winds that blow and dried up all the flowers. Dark grew the brilliant sky, cloudy and dark and drear, they were breaking with snow on high, and winter was drawing near. Vakara's rocky wall from the rock of Vakara unrolled, the snow came and covered all, and the green meadow was cold. O stork, our garden of snow was hidden away and lost, mid the rose tree that in it grew, withered by snow and frost. Today we make the poet's words our own, by Henry Longfellow. Today we make the poet's words our own, out of the plain of undertone. Not to the living only be they said, but to the other living called the dead, whose dear but eternal images appear, not wrapped in gloom, but robed in sunshine here. Whose simple lives, complete and without flaw, the part and parcel of great nature's law. Or said not to their Lord as if afraid, here's the talent and napkin laid, but laboured in their sphere, as men who live in the delight what work alone can give. Peace be to them, eternal peace and rest, the fulfilment of a great behest. Ye have been faithful over a few things, over 10 cities shall ye reign as kings. Travels by the Fireside by Henry Longfellow. But ceaseless rain is falling fast, and yonder gilded vein, immovable for 3 days past, points to the misty main. It drifts me in upon myself, and to the fireside gleams, to pleasant books that crowd my shelf, and still my pleasant dreams. I read whatever bards have sung of lands beyond the sea, and bright days when I was young come thronging back to me. And fancy I can hear again the Alpine torrents roar, the mole bells on the hills of Spain, the sea of Elsinore. I see the convent's gleaming wall rise from its groves of pine, and towers of old cathedrals tall, and castles by the Rhine. And journey on by park and spire, beneath gential trees, through fields with porpoise all on fire, and gleams of distant seas. I fear no more the dust and heat, no more I feel fatigue, while journeying with another feet o'er many a lengthening league. Let others traverse sea and land, and toil through the various climes. I turn the world round with my head, reading these poets' rhymes. From them I learn whatever lies beneath each changing zone, and see, when looking with their eyes, better than with my own. Twilight by Henry Longfellow. The twilight is sad and cloudy, the wind blows wild and free, like the wings of seabirds, flash the white caps of the sea. But in the fisherman's cottage there shines a ruddier light, and a little face at the window peers out into the night. Close, close it is pressed to the window, as if those childish eyes were looking into the darkness to see some form arise. And a woman's waving shadow is passing to and fro, and rising to the ceiling, the bowing and bending low. What tale do the roaring ocean and the night wind, bleak and wild, as the beat at the crazy casement, tell to the little child? And why do the roaring ocean and the night wind, wild and bleak, as the beat at the heart of the mother, drive a colour from her cheek? Venice by Henry Longfellow. With swarm of cities slumbering in thy nest, so wonderfully built among the reeds of a lagoon, that fences thee and feeds, as saith thy old historian and thy guest. White water lily cradled and caressed by ocean streams, and from the silt and weeds lifting the golden filaments and seeds, the sun illuminated spires thy crown and crest. White phantom city whose untrodden streets are rivers, and whose pavements are the shifting shadows of palaces and stripes of sky. I read to see thee vanish like the fleet seen in marriage, or towers of cloud uplifting in air the unsubstantial masonry.
Victor Galbraith by Henry Longfellow. And the walls of Monterey at daybreak the buckets began to play Victor Galbraith. At the mist of a morning damp and grey, these were words they seemed to say, "Come forth to thy death, Victor Galbraith." Forth he came with a martial tread, firm was the step, erect his head, Victor Galbraith. He who so well the bugle played, could not mistake the words it said, "Come forth to thy death, Victor Galbraith." He looked with fights of musketry, Victor Galbraith, and he said with a steady voice and eye, "Take good aim, I am ready to die." Thus challenged death Victor Galbraith. 12 fiery tons of flesh straight and red, 6 leaden bolts on their errand sped Victor Galbraith. Falls to the ground, but he's not dead. His name was not stamped on those boards of lead, and they only scared Victor Galbraith. 3 bolts in his breast and brain, but he rises out of the dust again, Victor Galbraith. The water drinks his bloody stain. Came and put me out of my pain, and his agony prayer, Victor Galbraith. Forth dart once more those tons of flame, and the buckler has died the death of shame, Victor Galbraith. His soul is gone back to whence it came, and no one answers to the name when the sergeants have Victor Galbraith. Under the woods of Monterey, by night the buglers heard to play Victor Galbraith. Through the mist of a valley damp and grey, the centennial years the sound, and say, "That is the wraith of Victor Galbraith." Victor and Vanquished by Henry Longfellow. As the one who long hath fled with panting breath before his foe, bleeding and near to fall, I turn and set my back against the wall, and look thee in the face, triumphant death. I call for aid, and no one answereth. I am alone with thee who conquerest all, yet me thy threatening form doth not appall, for thou art but a phantom and a wraith. Wounded and weak, sword broken at the hilt, of armor shell without a shield, I stand unmoved, do with me what thou wilt. I can resist no more, but will not yield. This is no tournament where cowards tilt, the vanquished here is victor of a field. Walter von der Vogelweide by Henry Longfellow. Vogelweide, the Minnisinker, when he left this world of ours, laid his body in the cloister under Würzburg's minster towers. They gave the monks his treasures, gave him all with his behest, where should feed the birds at noontide, daily in his place of rest, saying, "From these wandering minstrels I have learned the art of song, let me now repay the lessons they have taught so well and long." Thus the bard of love departed, and fulfilling his desire, on his tomb the birds were feasted by the children of the choir. Day by day our tower and turret and full river and in fair, day by day in vaster numbers flocked the poets of the air. On the tree whose heavy branches overshadowed all the place, on the pavement, on the tombstone, on the poet's sculpted face, on the crossbars of each window, on the linnet of each door, he renewed the war-wrought book which the bard had fought before. There they sang the merry carols, sang their lords on every side, and the name the voice uttered was the name of Vogelweide. Till at length the portal above murmured, "Why this waste of wood? We change the loaves henceforward for a tasting brotherhood." Then in vain our tower and towered from walls and woodland nests, and the minister bells rang noontide gathered the unwelcome guests. Then in vain with cries discordant, clamorous around the Gothic spire, screamed the feathered minnesingers for the children of the choir. Time is long effaced the inscriptions on the cloister's funeral stones, and tradition only tells us where repose the poet's bones. But around the vast cathedral, by sweet echoes multiplied, still the birds repeat the legend and the name of Vogelweide. Wondrous Night Song by Henry Longfellow. Vowed from the heavens art, ever pain and sorrow stillst, and the doubly wretched heart, doubly with refreshment fillst, I am well with contending. Why with rapture and unrest, peace descending, come into my breast. All the hilltops is quiet now, all the treetops hearest thou hardly a breath. The birds are asleep in the trees. Wait, soon like weeds thou too shalt rest.
Weariness by Henry Longfellow. Our little feet, with such long years, must wander on through hopes and fears, must ache and bleed beneath your load. I near to thy wayside inn, where toil shall cease and rest begin, and there, thinking of your road. Our little hands, whether weak or strong, have still to serve or rule so long, have still so long to give or ask. I, who so much with book and pen have toiled among my fellow men, am very thinking of your task. Our little hearts that throb and beat with such impatient feverish heat, such limitless and strong desires. Mine that so long has glowed and burned, with passions into ashes turned, now covers and conceals its fires. O little souls, as pure and white and crystalline as a rays of light, direct from heaven, their source divine, refracted through the mist of years, and red my setting sun appears, alone it looks the soul of mine.
Piver by Henry Longfellow. I heard the brooklet gushing from its rocky fountain near, down into the valley rushing so fresh and wondrous clear. I know not what care or me, nor who the counsel gave, I must hasten downward all the pilgrim's stave. Downward and ever farther, ever the brook beside, and ever fresher murmured, and ever clear the tide. Is this the way I was going? River or brooklet, sigh or hast, the soft murmured my senses away. What do I say of the murmur? It cannot murmur be. It's the water nymphs that are singing, their Rona lays under me. Let them sing, my friend, let them murmur, and wander merrily near, reels is the miller going in every brooklet clear.
Woods in Winter by Henry Longfellow. When the winter winds are piercing chill, and through the hearth-front blows the gale, with solemn feet they tread the hill that overbrews the lonely vale. All the bare upland, and away through the long reach of desert woods, the embracing sunbeams chastely play, and glen these deep solitudes. Where twisted round the barren oak with summer wine and beauty clung, and summer winds the stillness broke, the crystal icicles hung. Where from their frozen urns mute springs pour out a river's gradual tide, surely the skater's iron rings and voices fill the woodland side. Alas, so changed from the fair scene, when birds sang out their mellow lay, and winds were soft, and woods were green, and the song cheased not with the day. But still wild music is abroad, pale desert woods within your crowd, and gathering winds and hoarse accord amid the vocal reeds pipe loud. Chill airs and wintry winds, my ear has grown familiar with your song. I hear it in the opening year, I listen, and it cheers me along. Woodstock Park by Henry Longfellow. Here in a little rustic hermitage, Alfred the Saxon king, Alfred the Great, postponed the cares of kingcraft to translate the consolations of a Roman sage. Here Geoffrey Chaucer in his ripe old age wrote the unrivaled tales, which soon or late the venturous hand it strives to imitate, vanquished must fall on the unfinished page. The kings were they, ruled by right divine, and both supreme, one in the realm of truth, one in the realm of fiction and of song. What prince hereditary of a line, uprising in the strength and flush of youth, their glory shall inherit and prolong?
Youth and Age by Henry Longfellow. Give me back the days when loose and free to my blind passion were the curb and rein. Give me back the angelic face again, which her virtue buried seems to be. I give my pending footsteps back to me, that I in age so slow and fraught with pain, and find moisture in the heart and brain. If I would save me burn and weep for thee, if it be true thou livest alone, amour, on the sweet bitter tears of human hearts, an old man thou canst not wake desire, souls that have almost reached the other shore, the diviner love should feel the darts, and be as tinder through holier fire.